when you're
the
building
one
something,
person
you're always
that's
establishing it
everyone's making
from
fun of
zero,
something
from
to
mean sea level.
go off
And
of
then
what
that's
you're trying to
why
claim.
there's a
Is that
What the
benchmark
hell are
created
you
on the job
talking
site,
about, bro?
and you're going to treat the entire
That was
in
fucking
no way
plane
was a
around you
coherent point.
from that position. Let's say it's
Has anyone got a
452 feet
coherent
above sea
point to make?
level, but that's
it
the
made
new
sense to
zero.
me.
Everyone's going to build
Is
off of
everybody
that zero.
believe that the
So
Earth
then when
wasn't
you
flat?
establish from one end to
What
the
the
I just
other,
heck?
want to know.
let's say you're building a fucking
You
huge
said
fucking warehouse, right? You want to
you
make
literally
sure that
sent
we're going to be good
something to the
way
one
on the end. On that
person
side is the
who
Amazon warehouse. Way on
I
that
think
side, we want to make sure you're still zero from my position.
I
Okay,
think we all
so
know.
then you're going to
That's fine.
fucking
Well, if you want to join
set
the
that up.
server, it's
Now you're
discord.gg
still
slash
basing it
flat
off of
earth.
180. So if they
24/7
go,
flat earth
oh hey,
discord.
we're fucking at
Everybody
this,
can
but
join
we're
us
not
flat.
this.
All know what
Okay, well
happened
then
there.
that
It's
means we have
okay.
to backfill
Can
that
they go
side.
flat?
Who's
I just
There's
want to know,
much
looking?
like,
more to bring it
Who
up
is looking
because
in
we got to
the
make sure we're at
measurements?
180
I'm sorry, I
because
was trying
that's
to
what's
help
going
my
to
son
fucking
with
establish
something. Who
that
is
like the
looking for the
bottom of a
measurements?
protractor, right? You know what a
Are
protractor
there
is.
measurements?
Spooky?
Nice and fucking flat, nice
Yeah.
and straight across at a zero position.
Ramen wants
And
the
that degrees from left to
distance
right, it
observation
goes up to
data.
90, then goes down to
Spooky brought up
180.
the question about the
Now,
firmament.
Glover's,
Spooky's the gentleman with the Irish or Scottish accent.
Does
You're
he have it
telling
all
me
the time or only some of the time?
All the time.
Okay.
you're telling me right now that there's measurements of a flat Earth?
Yes. Shock horror.
Yeah. And who goes along with this? Just you guys?
All the people who measured the Earth flat goes along with it.
Yeah, so just
Yeah.
you guys?
No, even you.
Who
You measure the Earth to be flat.
does though, actually. Who actually does?
No, we all do. That's the point. We all measure the Earth to be flat.
I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about real life, outside of Discord in this channel. Who actually?
Yeah, everyone. So I'll be more succinct. Surveyors, for example, navigators, people who chart and navigate the Earth, people
tell me
who
one
construct upon the Earth. Name a construction company.
What?
Name a construction company. You said who? Any construction company. You, practically every day. We all measure the Earth to be flat.
Right. So,
Right.
What are you sending people?
I'm not sending people anything.
Okay.
Cool. I'm smiling, waiting for something to happen. We understand that everybody measures the Earth to be flat. We understand that point. You do, I do.
That's one of the dumbest things that you can possibly say out loud.
Really, have you ever, say, for example, leveled something like some shelves that you've put up in your building where you live to put books on? Have you ever done that? You ever leveled anything?
Yeah.
Cool.
Stupid.
What's level mean? What does that mean?
Level.
Yeah, it means level. Slightly circular. What does level mean?
Wait, so you're saying?
No,
Wait,
what does level mean? What does level mean? That's what he's saying.
So you're okay that the Earth is so
He's
big it's round.
asking what does level mean? That's what he's asking. That's what he's asking.
Level means that it's straight.
Straight. A straight line from left to right.
Yeah.
So to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. You know what the horizon is, right? That straight line from left to right where the surface of the water, the earth, appears to meet the sky. Yeah, to level ourselves with the world means to be parallel with water. Water being the horizontal reference datum of the earth means sea level. So we reference the earth to be level because it is level. That's how we build upon the earth.
Right. So you just learned how a big circle worked. Congratulations.
What does a circle have to do with straight or level? You define level as straight. What does a circle have to do with either of those words?
All right. So if it is leveled, if I level something right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Personally, you on the other side of the Earth, you can level something too, correct?
No.
Oh, no.
No, if you're
Okay. Never
fair,
mind.
no.
Oh, okay. Only I can, I guess.
Yeah, you're
No,
assuming
you
I'm
can't
on the
level
other side.
yourself. You can't level yourself to a sphere. You won't be level.
Who created the idea of level?
No, it's created the idea of level. No, we get level from the Earth. Water being the horizontal reference data, perpendicular to vertical. That's up and down.
I would ask. Who created level?
Created.
The Earth. The Earth
Created
did.
what, God?
Water created level. Yeah, water.
No, I'm pretty
created
sure
level.
humans
We have
did.
to argue with water now.
Oh
I
no,
think the
we
answer is humans.
conceptualized this rule of nature, and we use this rule of nature, like I said, to build upon, to be level, to be vertical, to
And
be
did we do
perpendicular and
wrong?
level with the Earth.
Did we do wrong?
No,
We did what?
you're just apologizing for why we're right.
Okay, we're right about leveling things. Yeah.
We're right about the surface being
Well,
level.
I guess
and flat.
humanity did something. Fuck me.
That's just you coping right now.
No, I'm okay. I've leveled things before. I'm fine.
Cool.
I've existed
Have you,
with it.
what tool do you use to level? What tool do you use?
See, it's funny that you say that. I don't know the name of it. It's a measuring tape, but like the hard one that has the bubble.
Yeah, bubble level. Yeah, or spirit level.
Yeah.
You can also use other things like a water
Wait,
level.
what actually would you call that?
Spirit level.
No, like for real, like that. Like, what would you call the instrument?
It's called
A
a spirit
spirit
level.
level. OMG.
Wait, is that real? Is that an actual thing?
Yes.
I've never in my life ever heard that. I'm
No,
dead
you've never
serious.
built anything in your life.
I have built a lot. I've never heard that. I'm just saying, like, no, we're just not the same.
Wait,
I guess I don't know.
How old are you,
I've never heard that.
How old are you,
Go to
Roman?
Home Depot and buy one.
I'm 22 years old. How old are
Yeah,
you?
it says
you
that
were
right on the
young.
shelf.
Yeah, so
You
young.
don't
Yeah,
know
I figured.
anything about anything yet.
What?
You don't know anything about anything yet. You're 22.
Gotta learn somehow, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's a
learned
good thing
that
you're
water
here.
is level today. Yeah, you learned something today. Yeah.
Yeah, you learn that when you grow up, you'll be able to level things.
Yeah, I don't think that of all the people I should be learning from, I don't think it's you guys. In the nicest
Also,
way
it's the
possible.
people you have a problem with, not
In the
not the
nicest way
reality.
possible, I'm just saying.
So it's not the
Be as
facts you
mean
have a
as you
problem with.
want.
Just the flat
You
earthers
can
telling
be
you
as
the
mean as
facts.
you want, dude. You should hear how singers I've got for you.
I never said anything wrong or bad. Like, why are you guys attacking
Okay,
me?
Ramen. Yeah, it's
You
okay.
just did.
I'd like to know. Yeah, I just like to know based on your statement, what criteria do you use to evaluate new information? How do you determine if it's valid or not?
That is an amazing question. Time and truth.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
so you've been told. So I think I don't know if anybody explained in
It depends
detail.
what it is, though, right? Like, if you tell me like something obvious, then that's like obvious, right? If you tell me something that I have to like figure out, then I'll figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, you didn't have to figure out that horizontal is the horizon that's level. That's your word
Or you think
straight.
the Earth is
You didn't
flat,
have to
or what?
figure that out. You didn't have to figure that out. I don't think that. You didn't have to figure out that horizontal is the horizon. That's your word straight.
Yes,
Dude, this is the mental gymnastics you have to do, bro.
Yeah. Yes,
Dude, this is the mental gymnastics you have to do, bro.
Yeah. So, please tell me. Can you guys tell me one other thing in space that exists that's also flat?
Space?
No, that doesn't exist.
I mean,
space doesn't exist. How about that?
Oh,
that doesn't
yeah,
exist.
I mean,
space doesn't exist. How about that?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, why would you bring up
now
the sky
we're just
when we're measuring
pretending
the Earth
Come
flat? The Earth is flat. You
Okay.
want to talk about the
Open,
sky?
dude.
Can anyone tell me one other
You're gonna
instance
have
of
to calm
any
down with your
other
mouth.
body?
He just found out space is fake. And did you hear him say? Did you hear what he said? You guys may have to rewind it. He instantly went into a super spiral.
Yeah, I heard it.
Let's
Yeah, he
have
found out
one.
the Earth was flat, and now he wants to talk about the
There's
sky.
way too many people. I don't know if you want to like. Do you guys want to do like a random draw, a lottery? You know,
you take
pick a
it.
number. Okay, because there's way too many people talking to this guy at once. It's way too chaotic.
I don't think he understood my sarcasm. I guess.
Okay.
Maybe. Who knows?
Well, let's go back to the original question, which was about measurement of the Earth. You said truth and time would lead you to evaluate information. So I think that John mentioned some long distance observations he saw in New Jersey. The long distance up. What?
Can I ask a question?
I don't care if it was. Oh, yeah. I guess. I mean, what's your question? That question was never really answered. I don't even know how we got to this topic. But what's your question?
I didn't hear that. I don't know who said what. Maybe I had it muted. Do you guys refer as Pluto as a planet?
Okay, okay. Why don't you put that question on the table? Put it on a sticky note, because I'm going to answer the curvature question. Can you listen to my answer, or can you just be polite enough to listen to the answer? Because this is like the main topic we're here. I don't want you to leave here without understanding it. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So what we're talking about when we talk about long distance observations is the fact that when you look at the geometry of a sphere, there is a specific drop over distance that would be expected if we were on a globe of dimensions claimed. So I've put two things in the side chat there. Are you able to see the side chat, Raman? Do you want me to tag you there?
Oh, no. I can read. It's fine.
Yeah. So the first thing is the long distance observation that I've personally seen and documented. I didn't take this image. This one was taken by Joshua Nowicki, but thousands of people every summer see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. It's a very popular site for tourists, very beautiful. 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. The chart there, the next image I've got there, it's page 23 from Edward Hendry's The Greatest Lie Ever Told. That gives you the drop over distance you would expect, because the drop over distance on this sphere would increase at roughly the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So you could see, at 50 miles, there'd be 1,666 feet of drop, and then at 60 miles, 2,400 feet of drop. And then, the Chicago observation there is in between that 1,800. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about when we say the Earth has been measured flat, there's no curvature, because if there were curvature, these long-distance observations would not be possible. Do you understand, Raman?
Wait, what's up?
Did you hear anything that I just said?
Yes.
What did I say?
Honestly, no. No.
Wow.
Nothing.
Oh, wow.
But to be fair, I heard your voice, but I just...
Okay, well, can you see the images?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're kind of self-explanatory. Like, read me the words there above the skyline of Chicago image. What does it say there?
Miles drop below horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature. 8 inches, 32 inches, 6 feet. That?
No, I guess you're looking at something else. I'm talking about at 00. Is it 9 o'clock where you are?
No, it's 6.
Okay, so at 6 o'clock, I posted an image of the Chicago skyline at sunset. You can see the water. Do you see it? Are we in the right chat here? I tagged you. It says 52 miles away. 52 miles away.
I don't know who you're tagging or doing shit to. That's not me. Honestly.
Your name's not Ramen?
No, it is, but like you haven't sent anything.
In the chat.
I'll tag you again.
Literally, like I see like the paper, like the book. That's about it.
Oh, okay,
right?
you do see the book. Okay. But you can't see the image for some reason. Okay. I don't know why that
Which
would be.
one?
Right above the book. 52 miles away. That's what it says.
Okay, I'm looking at the picture that shows a plane, a hot air balloon, and a book. I scroll down. 52 miles away, eh? Below that is...
Okay. Stop at the 52 miles away. Stop there. And read me the rest of the statement there. 52 miles away should...
52 miles away should have over 1,800 feet of curvature hiding the tallest building globally.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you understand
Can I
that
ask you a
if you were on a globe, the globe would
Wait,
be,
hold on.
the curve
Why?
would be obscuring
Why?
that. Because
Wait, why?
that is the geometry of a sphere.
Because they said numbers and you think that's true?
No. I'm sorry. You can look up Earth curve calculator to find the one of your choice from any mainstream educational website. I'll find one for you if you want. Yeah, totally. Yeah, because I just told you it was 8 inches.
But if you keep interrupting, you won't hear her speak.
No, I just told you it was 8 inches per mile squared. So it'd be 8 times 52 times 52. I just told you what the formula is. If you would rather, like I said, if you'd rather go to the University of Washington curvature calculator and put it in, these are the mainstream numbers. So 8 times 52 times 52 is 21,632. And then you divide that by 12 and it's 1,803.
Where are
a little
you
bit more than
getting these
1,800.
from? Where are you getting these numbers from? That's cute. I don't understand.
Okay, yeah, good question.
You're
I will show you.
You're making this shit up. It's
No,
crazy.
I'm actually not. But I'm glad you asked the question. Yeah, because I'm not making it up.
Please show me. Please show me.
Yeah, you'll have to just give me a second here. First, I'll show you an image that shows you the calculations, and then
I'll be quiet again.
I can show you the one of the Earth curve calculators. There's so many. Any of them that you put in. If you put in 52 miles, that's the curvature you're going to get. You're really like overconfident for something that you have not investigated at all. So first, I will get you the formula.
Crazy how that works, eh?
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, there's a lot of, if you have something that you're really good at in life and you have this level of confidence, then it could turn out well. But, using like just kind of bravado in a subject that you have not investigated at all, I don't really think that works out very well for most people in my observation.
I don't look at a picture and I believe it. My bad.
I didn't ask you to. Nope, I didn't ask you to. But you were, saying that I made it up and then I told you I have sources for it, and instead of waiting for them, you continued to make assertions. Yep.
What you just posted.
Okay. So next, I'll find you the University of Washington curvature calculator. Is that the one you want, or any curvature calculator is going to give you the same thing? Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
AutoCAD made up those numbers. That chart there was made in AutoCAD. I also made one in AutoCAD.
Well, everyone knows how
my numbers matched also.
Well, I found the GitHub one first. Just a second. I'll give you that one first, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm not...
Take your time.
I should have saved this last time that Miguel always posted. I don't know if any of you guys have the link to it, because it's going to take me a little while to find it.
Yeah, I wonder why. That's fine.
Because most people just look it up themselves and find it. I mean, there's earthcurvecalculator.com. I guess I'll find that.
She's doing your homework for you.
Yeah,
that's
I mean, it's just because it's like so incredibly easy to find that most people just go and find it themselves. Like I usually don't even go and find it because I already know because I can do it myself. I just calculated it for yourself, for you. I just did it for you, but you want me to find the calculator, I will.
That she's spoon feeding you ramen. You should be more grateful.
What's the phrase? Isn't the phrase is like you make a claim, you have to prove the claim, right?
Yeah, I just proved it by doing the math live for you, but that wasn't good enough for you. So go to the link and put the same thing in there.
You didn't do that.
If you didn't hear me, then rewind.
No, it's fine. You just didn't do that.
Yeah, 52 miles. Yeah, I did. 52 miles. I told you 1,803 feet, and that's what it is. Because it's 8 inches times 52 times 52. I already did that for you.
Where are you getting these numbers from?
Oh my! He just bricked. He's not listening at all.
Okay,
There's no need to talk to him anymore.
If I may add, hey Ramen.
So if I said like 32, is that the same? Like that makes no fucking sense. You can't just say a number.
No, I'm not just saying a number. Okay, listen. Okay, do you understand the concept of a geometric formula, and do you understand that we can calculate that it would be 8 inches per mile squared would be the predicted drop on a sphere of this size?
Show me the math.
Using the claimed radius. I already did that, but did you look at where we already put it in there?
You are lying. You showed me.
He's not listening.
I've done it many ways. I'll give you another way. I mean,
I am looking at it. There's nothing there. You showed me a picture of a number. Show me the
math. There's been a point where you said a couple of sentences and he couldn't even recite those couple of sentences to you. He just isn't listening.
Send a fucking meme and think it's like true. You don't have
now he's spiraling and upset for some reason.
May I?
Show me the math.
Ramen, would you?
No, I'm getting him another way of calculating. He doesn't like that way. We'll it's fine. That one uses trig. I can find one for you with the Pythagorean.
No, the thing is you won't find it. That's the fucking issue. Is that you won't find it. Yeah, what's up? Sorry.
Ramen.
Okay, there it is with the
will you?
That's the one with the Pythagorean theorem. No, I would like to finish what I'm doing with him, and then you can talk to him if you want. Okay, so this is the page.
First off, I can talk to him if I want to. He's fine.
I was just, if I may, Dandelion, the guy, I was just going to interject and ask if he would accept the Walter Bislin calculator. Because it seems to be.
I saw. He's not. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I saw all those search results when I was searching for him. I could sit there and post the search results. He doesn't care. Yeah, Bislin's there. I mean, you just.
can, but you haven't.
Please,
post
dear.
it then. Yeah, no, post it then. Oh,
just look up Walter Bislin Earth curve calculus. It's absurd. He says he wants to see the math. So look at the image now, right there. You didn't like the other one with the trig. Oh my gosh,
because that doesn't involve me.
If one of you guys want to take over, that's fine. He is just maybe it's just he does. He can't handle hearing information from a woman. I don't know what his problem is, but okay. So you got the diagram there. You see the radius of the Earth, which is A. Do you see the diagram with the circle and the triangle? The radius of Earth is A, 3,963 miles. That's the claimed radius. This one is particularly computing the distance of a drop below the horizon.
Yes, sir.
At 50 miles, assuming a round Earth with a circumference of 24,901 miles and a radius of 3,963 miles. So this is the expected drop on your globe, and this is what we are not finding.
Is it? No one's finding this? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. No one's finding this.
Okay. Yeah. One of you guys
the math and formula that you asked for. Are you just going to keep asking that no one's finding this? Are you broken, sir?
I can't tell if you guys are
Do you need mental
or if you're pretending to be stupid.
Oh yeah, he's having a nervous breakdown. You can hear it in his voice.
Does anybody else here have a question? Dr. Jason Flatworm? Anybody else?
You didn't even post anything.
Where did you get all that patience, Dandelion?
That came from nothing and nowhere. That's not a real.
Yeah, he's just broken.
Crazy.
He's just broken. What is he talking about? What's wrong with him?
That wasn't even you.
In
what world is this
maybe?
actually okay?
Stop talking. I found it interesting. You said there won't be an Earth curve calculator, or we won't find it, right?
Huh?
Listen, I found it interesting that you said there won't be an Earth curve calculator, right? You don't think there is one. You don't think there's a way to figure out the Earth, right?
I never said that, but okay.
Never said it, but okay. So which is it?
That I never said that, so don't put that on.
Is there a way to figure out the distance things should drop?
Yes.
Okay, how would I do that?
Like, you want me to send you the formula?
Yeah.
I don't know it personally. I'm not a mathematician.
Well, ask your chatbot.
I don't have one.
I can't believe you
Has one ever been presented to you, like by Mary Mom a couple of seconds ago?
I don't know who that is. No.
Yeah, I'm seriously. Why are we still talking to this idiot?
With Dandelion, he doesn't know that. Doesn't know anything.
I'm sorry, I don't live in your whole Discord world.
No, it's just been rude when somebody takes the time out of their day to explain something to you you've been quizzical about, and you've denied it even took fucking place.
Nothing was posted or proven. What do you mean?
He's not here to be honest. There's no need to keep talking to Ramen. He's just being a child. He asked the question for nothing. She took her time out.
Where am I supposed to look?
She took her time out to explain it to him, and all he did was interrupt and not even retain the information enough to send it back to her. What's wrong with him?
Where am I looking?
Bro, a debate between two nails and two chalkboards would be better than listening to this guy. Can we move on?
Like, blame this shit on me. Look what you guys posted. It's embarrassing. Yeah. Where am I supposed to look?
You don't have to keep coping. You can be quiet and we can move on. You don't have to keep coping out loud. You can just look into the information or shut the fuck up.
Thank you. Mute yourself, man.
Okay, first off, relax.
Hang on, dude.
No, don't say my name. It's
Ramen. No, I'm talking to you, dude. Is it or is it not the case that you see the text chat where people are posting?
Yeah, and nothing was posted. Do I just not see it?
Nothing posted. What do you mean nothing's posted, dude? Bradwood just posted
I see the drunk high motherfucker that says, "Where are you getting these numbers from?" Below that,
you're wasting your time speaking to him. Don't waste your time anymore.
All right, just to be clear, so you are in the
nothing was actually posted.
Why do you say that?
So you don't know how to scroll, I guess, huh?
I don't think you know how to scroll.
You don't know how to scroll.
Sorry. What do you want?
Scroll in the text chat, bro.
Scroll
in the text chat and look for the evidence that was provided for you. In the text chat, like I just said. How come you don't listen very well? In the text chat, bro.
By whom? What did they say?
That's it. That's it.
Like, why can no...
Oh, he did say he has people blocked before, so who knows?
Yeah, you might have blocked. I mean, just to recap, because, Ramen, you're rightfully muted for your lack of ability to constructively contribute to the discussion. Not by me. I'm just explaining that I totally support the action. Because the evidence, I'll just recap for you since you have, didn't seem to find it. So beginning at 9 p.m., 6 p.m. your time, first I posted the Chicago skyline picture. Then I posted the chart that explains the drop you would expect if you lived on a globe of the radius claimed. Then we tagged you in the text chat at 3 minutes after the hour. People made various comments about the problems. Then I posted at 6 minutes after the hour a diagram showing how this math was calculated and a chart with further detail about the expected drop over distance. Then I posted the earthcurvature.com Earth Curvature Calculator link. Then I posted a diagram for you using the Pythagorean theorem to explain how the 8 inches per mile squared was derived. Then Mike, at 10 minutes after the hour, posted a different Earth curvature calculator. Oh, and before that, I live on the air calculated the 1,800 feet for you using 8 inches per mile squared and then dividing that number by 12 to get the feet. And then Rayleigh criterion at 11 minutes after the hour gave you the mathematics once again for like the 10th time of how the 1,803 feet was attained. Then there's a few memes, and Rodwin at 15 minutes after the hour posted yet another calculator, horizon calculator for you. And then Says Who said, welcome to Flat Earth. Then at 17 minutes after the hour, Rayleigh Criterion posted yet another Earth curvature calculation there, grok.com. And, that pretty much sums up the evidence that was given to you in case you didn't see it, or if anyone else missed it. Because you can't just sit here and claim nothing.
I called them restarted at 3 minutes after the hour. Don't forget that.
I was able to follow along with that, Dandelion. It was perfect.
It was perfect.
So you can't sit here in our chat and claim no evidence was presented and nobody knows what they're talking about just because you, for some reason, I don't know if it's technical issues or what the problem is, but the fact that you're not able to follow along, maybe come back tomorrow, maybe in the morning you'll be like, oh, some guys last night, a lady was talking to me about flat Earth. I don't know what that was. Did I dream that?
You can't just post a fucking meme and think it's real life. That's not how shit works.
Oh my gosh, he unmuted and he hasn't learned anything.
Look at what you posted. Everyone here, I don't know, there's a lot of people here.
She explained what she and everyone else posted in detail for you. You don't have to figure it out. It's not a meme. She explained it in detail for you.
I want everyone here to look at it.
Good call by whoever that was.
Yeah. We're trying to cover.
That was me.
Any people who have serious. I mean, he's obviously having serious problems. He's embarrassing himself. It's really a mercy to get him out of here because if he would listen to this if he tomorrow listened to this, I would think he would be embarrassed. I mean, I would hope so. If his mom listened to it, I know she would be.
He's one of those people that walks away thinking he's a winner, for sure.
Oh, we've got Crouton's back. I remember you, Crouton. Did you?
What did he spiral about? Do you remember?
Crouton?
Yeah.
I don't remember the details. I just know it was semi-entertaining, and I don't know. Maybe have you found any? Yeah, have you found any curvature measurements since last time? Crouton.
Sorry, I'm gonna spill my Sprite. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, I thought you were upset because you realized you didn't have any measurements of the globe.
Oh, that was good what you did there. I like what you did. I posted a really good
Thank you. You're a much easier crowd than the last guy. Yeah, he didn't like anything I did.
How can I hate you guys? We all have fun here.
Have we not figured this out yet? If the globe is flat or not? Go on.
We figured it out, Gareth. Yeah, we just explained it. I'm sorry you missed it, but
well, you can't say the globe is flat when the globe is
what do you mean?
Sphere. What you mean to say is that the Earth is flat.
That's right. Thanks, crew.
Which Earth? Okay.
The one we're on. Yeah.
Okay,
You
this
can't call a globe flat because globe is a sphere.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
globe. Yeah, I understand. Connotation of globe is spherical.
These two talking to each other now.
Yeah, but Gareth, let me just, Oh, did you have a question in particular? Before you,
no,
just hold
break
your
me
question.
in. What's the? No, yeah, I'm holding it.
Okay,
Holding it.
just hold your question in your mind for a minute, because because of the way you came in, it would make me think
swinging.
Yeah, it would make me think that perhaps you've seen, false claims about what flat earthers believe, or perhaps a straw man model of a disc flying through space. Have you seen a disc flying through space, or a disc just lined up in the regular solar system? Have you seen that?
Oh my God! You're gonna another 2 sentences are gonna be subscribed to the model, maybe part of the church. I don't know.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
I'm playing.
Were you listening? Did you hear a word?
I'm playing around. I'm playing around a little.
Okay, what was your question? Let's skip to your question then. That seems very muddled.
Sure. What were you guys talking?
No, I would like to know your question, Gareth. What is it?
About the
flat Earth. That's right. You get one question. What is it? I'm not saying you will only get one, but if you only had one, what would it be?
Okay. I think our best tech with lasers have proven the flat Earth model complete death. Correct or not?
Wow, I need one of the UK people to translate that. I did not understand that at all.
What do you mean? What do you mean? My.
Just slow it down a little. Slow it down for me, please. Yeah.
That's not even close to my my lineage is Irish. You won't want to hear that.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying the Irish is not part of the UK.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the verbiage used would be more obtuse.
Okay, so just slow it down for me and repeat your question, please.
In the sense of, it's not that better. Okay.
What kind of lasers did you say?
Okay, very simply, right? Very simply. When I was in high school, I was in. My brother before me was in a rocket program, built decent rockets. I went in that. I built rockets when I was 12 years old, and I also put weather balloons up to a certain amount of atmosphere with a camera before GoPros, right? So, what are you guys talking about, flat Earth? This is madness, no?
Well, what did your weather balloon
record? The camera back in 2006 showed a curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Really? What kind of lens did you have on that camera?
Bad lens.
What altitude?
Go ahead and post those pictures. I'm sure you saved it. It was something that you proved the Earth was round with.
I mean, can we do a project?
What altitude?
Altitude, or you talking about lens or altitude?
Sorry. So why you had to lie, bro?
Jedi's asking altitude. Yep, start with that. That's a good question.
I know, bro. I was 12 years old. I couldn't answer you.
Makes sense. He's claiming he made something. So if he definitely put a balloon up there, that means he has video and footage of it. So produce the video.
No, it doesn't, does it? No, it doesn't, does it?
Oh, you don't have any?
What, in 2006? No, I wasn't filming on my fucking.
Sure.
No, I was living my best life.
All right. So why you had to lie that you did it?
What? No, what do you? What do you mean? Why'd I have to lie? Why is that a lie?
Because you would have had footage of that.
What? Based on what?
Based on the fact you said you had a camera and you saw shit?
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, all right. Sure. Okay, simple question then. You all guys. Sure. Okay.
What?
I'll put this very simply because I'm a little bit fucked up. But in simple verbiage, right? If we put a weather balloon high enough, can we prove this? No, I had when I was young. It had nothing to do with.
Did you have a camera?
Yes, there was a camera on it.
Did it record anything?
Bro, don't try and belittle me, bro.
No, I'm not belittling you. I'm asking you a question. Did it record anything?
Yeah, yeah, it did, yeah.
Okay, do you have that recording?
No, because I'm 30 years old, not 12
so we
anymore.
can put that to the side. Next question. What altitude, if you can remember?
I can't remember that, no, because I was 12 years old.
You can understand why that would be important, right?
Sure. When was the last time you launched a launch vehicle? Ever?
Sorry. Dude, don't belittle me. I'm trying not to belittle
belittling me, so I started to belittle
I'm asking you succinct questions, dude.
Okay.
You seem to not want to answer them, you just want to ramble.
Okay.
You've made a claim. I want to get to the bottom of the claim. People have asked you, but you seem not to be able to follow. We've walked you down the logical path where you haven't got the recordings. It seemed ridiculous at the time, but it's an obvious question that we would ask, being as you said you saw something with a camera. We were talking about lenses. So first question, we got past that. You haven't got the recording. Second question, you can't remember the altitude. Third question, can you remember the camera lens?
You understand what age bracket I was saying 9 to 12 years old, dude.
Oh no, then.
Okay, so you don't remember any of this then, really? The succinct details. You were just 9 years old and you saw a picture of the horizon from high up. No, it wasn't a GoPro camera, but you do understand that barrel distortion exists in all lenses.
No, I don't. What's barrel distortion?
Oh, okay. So you don't understand. It doesn't need to be a GoPro camera for a lens that is primarily curved to have barrel distortion. You know what barrel distortion does to straight lines, right?
Not absolutely. Just
curves them, doesn't it? It curves them, doesn't it? So maybe you, when you were 9 years old, just saw a curved line and thought that maybe that's the curvature of the Earth, and didn't think any more about it.
Can I? Oh, let's go back. Let's go back then. What is barrel distortion, though?
Well, barrel distortion is.
Yeah. Would
you like to get a definition for you?
No, an equation that works. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go and get the equation. Yeah, no problem at all. We can go and find that on Google as long as we understand it exists.
Sure, I believe in the hypo. Sure,
but without you being able to give us the details of the camera, we can't verify.
I was 10 years old, my brother.
Exactly. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying we can't verify any of this information because the salient information you can't provide because you were 9 years old. Okay.
Right.
So this is anecdotal at best.
Right.
Okay, so we can't use this as really good information. But we could maybe do this again, right?
Yeah,
and maybe
just play a weather
information. Like the type of...
It's not hard, bro. It costs you like 20
I know it's not hard. Yeah, I know it's not hard.
And put a fisheye lens on a fucking weather balloon now.
We already understand that when you gain altitude and you correct for things like barrel distortion, or you use specific lenses that aren't GoPro, for example, the Earth's flat. And also, you shouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from below the International Space Station. If you were to do the math, you probably didn't do that when you were 9 years old, though, did you?
I don't know, bro. I was pretty good at maths as a youth.
Okay. So have you done the math for the radius of the Earth and altitude? The horizontal line would be perceived to have curvature.
Okay. And so that's basically giving like the angle of a visage, basically. The old Greek equation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is that? What's the ratio? What's the ratio? Oh, because I don't know, but I've not thought about this a lot. What's the ratio between line of sight, and miles or kilometers? What's that ratio?
That's the ratio.
You know?
Well, it depends on
surely it should be a ratio. Greeks love ratios.
Depends. Yeah,
that's the whole idea of Greek fucking math.
Oh my god, it's going to keep talking. It's going to depend on the type of optic that you use.
It doesn't though.
It does.
It's not a ratio then, is it?
No, but we're not talking about the same thing. If we're making observations, reduction of angular size.
All right. My brother, so just to understand, do you think the Earth is flat? Is that the perspective you have?
No. It's measured flat.
Okay. It's measured flat.
Yes.
How so? Can you explain for a dummy like me?
Okay. Have you ever leveled something?
Sure.
Cool. Awesome. What does level mean?
What does level mean? Like a bubble? Like a bubble
Like
level?
a bubble. That's a sphere. What does level mean? That's the tool you use. What does level mean?
Flat to the ground.
Flat to the ground. Good. So level, a straight line from left. My next. To level yourself to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being the straight horizontal line from left to right, where the surface of the earth, water, appears to meet the sky at distance. So we get level from the surface of water. The surface of water is level. 70% of the surface of the earth is water. Therefore, the earth is flat.
That's not how it works.
It is 70%, as we're told.
Yeah, why do you keep saying
Hold on,
if you're
with my logical syllogism?
Yeah, but you keep.
Hello?
Sure, but you say as we're told though. If you're disagreeing with the.
we can argue about that premise all day long. But according to the globe model, I'm putting the globe model on the stand.
Well, then don't use their terminology if theirs is wrong in your perspective.
That's the thing that's being put under question, isn't it?
Right, but you're almost saying that like a point.
So the surface of the Earth is curved because it's a ball, and 72% of the surface of the Earth is, according to you.
I'm not sure if I'm lagging or you, brother, but I'm jittering all over the place.
You're fine, Jedi. I don't think you're cutting out.
Okay. So you're like a full, like you think the Earth is a flat sphere. What and like in the idea of like ice. Pardon?
He said it's flat sphere.
He said it again. That's what he came in saying.
My
That's why I was trying to. Yeah. All right. Go back to Jedi. Yeah, we don't. Yes. But yeah, you came in saying, "Is it a flat globe?" I mean, do you not get the idea? Then you claimed that you didn't think we were a disc flying through space. I mean, what do you think flat Earth is, Gareth?
Well, the whole idea is it doesn't matter what I think or you think, right? It's what you can prove.
Oh, totally matters. It totally matters because we're talking about reality here.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Sure.
Gareth.
And how do you prove reality then?
It matters.
How do you prove reality?
You tell me, Gareth. Have you ever experienced the Earth as anything other than flat and stationary?
No, but I'm sure. How do you think me and you between ourselves, if we smash our heads together, how can we prove reality? What would be the best model to do?
By you answering my question instead of avoiding it.
I'm asking a question.
I know, but you don't get to answer my question with another question. You didn't answer my question. I'll answer your question after you answer mine. Okay. Do you want me to repeat it? Should I repeat it?
Sure.
Have you, Gareth, ever experienced the Earth as anything but flat and stationary?
And no, that's been the complete opposite. Has been my subjective experience, but I don't think that's a good model to understand truth.
Your subjective. You don't think that you're allowed to experience your own reality the way you experience? You have to rely on other people to interpret it for you and define it for you. So, I would think that throughout history, mankind has defined himself by his ability to use his own will to interpret and define his world and decide what's important in it. So you're saying that you do experience the world as flat and stationary.
Flat and stationary.
Do you?
Okay. All right.
No. You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me.
I heard you.
I know we have a language barrier. I'll say it again.
It's not a language barrier.
Do you experience the world as flat and stationary? Yes or no?
Well, the thing is in physics, right? You experience acceleration.
Yes or no?
That's not a yes or no. Nobody is going to know that you're answering me, so just give me your honest answer. Do you experience the world as flat and stationary? Yes or no?
What's the rotational speed of the Earth?
Stop trying to give us excuses about don't
it's not
feel
an
based on
excuse,
your
though, is it? It's not an
presupposition.
bro,
Just-
shut
just
the fuck up.
yes or no.
Question, please.
Just yes or no.
Yes or no to what?
He said
The
sure. I
question
mean,
that
I
was
take that
asked
as a
twice
yes.
now.
I didn't think it was a good question, so whatever.
What a prick.
May I ask a question, please?
Oh, so I'd like Mary Mum question. He doesn't think it's a good question. It's like, what?
Okay, okay. All right, dude. All right, dude. Let me just understand your perspective, brother. I love you. I love all people. Okay. So, like the International Space Station, do you think that's a fabrication? Just explain that to me under your worldview. Like, what is that?
Why?
Why what? Because I love you and I care about every human person.
Well, then why? If you're going to show love, which would come with respect, have you not answered the poignant to the point at hand and following down the logical framework to the conclusion? Why do you keep jumping around and asking different questions?
Okay, very simple lineage of language. What is the ISS? Is that a real thing or a AI fabrication?
I don't think you heard a word you said, Jedi.
Pardon?
It never does.
I mean, there's a thing up there. What is that? Can you explain that very simply in basic vernacular?
Make a claim about it. Do you know
I think
about
it's real.
it?
Maybe a little bit more than you, but not a lot more, right? That's the whole thing of knowledge.
How high is it? Gareth, how high is it?
The ISS?
As long as it takes you to, yeah. As long as it takes you to type it in Google, maybe? What's it made of? How big is it?
Well, I know. I thought it was fabricated, right?
How
Doesn't even matter.
How high is it? So you don't know anything about it then?
What's the equation where you can get something into orbit? Do you know that one?
So a new question then. So you don't know anything about the thing that you brought up that you changed the subject on. You don't know anything about the ISS, do you?
Brother, shut the fuck up.
Do you know anything about the thing you brought up when you changed the subject?
What do you mean though? Dude, okay. All right, I know. Okay, how about this, bro? I probably know a little bit more than you about the apps. It's not upset, but like that's a dumb line of question. Sure. Okay. Okay.
You brought up.
Okay, you're using a computer right now.
Know about it?
Not a lot, brother. Not a lot.
Yeah,
do I know a lot?
You know about it?
Like, but what sort of question line is that? Hold on, I don't know if I'm probably lagging right now.
To talk about it.
No, don't get me wrong. Like, do I know anything about combustional rockets? No. Do you? No. Then shut your mouth. Like, what sort of bullshit is? Hold on, I'm lagging now. I can't even.
It's not you, Ranger. You're lagging, bro.
Don't know anything about
Someone's lagging. I don't know.
Ranger.
But like, don't give me that bullshit, bro. Like, yeah. Like, do I know how electrons flow? Do I know like perfect game theory? Like, no, I don't.
That would be another new point.
But you don't either. I already know you don't know that. So then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's another point in another subject.
Let smart people in there.
You changed the subject, and you're talking
because
to me now.
The difference is that's in space, and you're chatting bullshit. That's in orbit.
So you're just triggered.
Sure, okay.
We can come to.
That's space.
Sure. What was the last thing that you?
Are we in agreement? Are we in agreement that the Earth is a triangle?
No.
9.
That guy. We're gonna clean this up real quick, Jedi. You go ahead and take this. If anybody else talks, I'm just gonna mute you because it sounds like chaos. Flat Earth Ranger, you're breaking up, so there's no point right now.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, I was kind of tuning out. Does Gareth acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary yet?
How's it going?
No, he doesn't acknowledge.
I've not seen some good evidence yet. Can you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the reason why people, we can explain to you about the observations and horizon observations and long distance observations and other
you're making
data,
it sound
such as the radio propagation of radio waves and so on that demonstrate conclusively that there is no globe. However, what really intrigued me, I have never heard anyone personally claim to have put a weather balloon with a camera up there to find any kind of curve.
Oh, it's very easy.
There's many.
Very easy.
Yeah, I know. Many people have put cameras up there and they see a flat horizon. So despite, some people do claim curve, and there are images of that which are clearly doctored because the degree of curvature never matches in any of the image. For example, how, much of the Earth is shown in any one particular image in comparison to the amount of curvature. For example, there's one supposed image of curvature where, most of the state of New Mexico is taken up by this curvature, whereas another one with the same degree of curvature would show a whole continent in that same, degree of curvature. So the images that claim curvature from that distance, whatever that altitude may be, which I think you did not, as far as I could tell, actually ever document any of this, are widely varying, which in and of itself is suspicious. So that is why when you came in with that claim, you were being questioned about it. And so if you were interested in actual evidence and actual documentation, we could show it to you. If you just want to shoot the breeze and you're not really interested in evidence or, documentation or measurements, then you can stay on your fantasy globe. It's easier for you, Gareth, to pretend that you live on a globe that spins, because you just like living in a fantasy world. A lot of people, live in fantasy worlds. If you want to live in your globe, who are we to stop you? Please, by all means. It's not real, but we'll just pat you on the head, and you can go your way on your globe.
I just used to launch some amateur rockets when I was 13 years old. So I know.
Yeah, you don't have any documentation of that, so you need to stop making.
What do you mean documentation? I was 13 years old.
So stop claiming it. You're obviously remembering it wrong, so stop claiming it.
I'm not remembering it wrong. I know the trajectory path that we take and the equations that we use.
All right, then do it again.
Okay.
Go get another one. Do it again. Do it again.
How about this? What level of evidence would allow you to think the Earth was a global planet? Could you give me something
drop
I
over
can
distance.
show you?
Measurement of drop over distance. Yeah, measurement
over
where
horizon.
We actually see objects being obscured in the distance behind the curve, which has not been demonstrated. In fact, the opposite has been demonstrated multiple times. When you have a conjecture, a mathematical conjecture, which is basically what the geometry of the sphere claims, it only takes one counterexample to disprove a faulty conjecture. We have thousands of counterexamples.
We can shine a laser beam over a horizon, show a very clear horizon.
What?
No?
Jedi wants to know what you mean by that.
Okay, I have to watch. I've not thought about this a lot. Find something.
We can shoot a laser over.
Well, sure. The whole idea behind a laser is going to be a straight line, correct?
Yep, we use it for line of sight target.
Right. Okay. And so then the hypothesis is the Earth is curved.
Okay. Which would mean there would be a deviation between the surface of the Earth.
Right. So you have a guy in point A with the laser. You have a guy in point B. Then you can read a difference, right? It'd be an angle difference.
Yep.
And then you could prove the Earth. Or we could launch rockets up above the atmosphere and also look down.
I'll tell you what, before we start running away to other things, let's go to that a little bit about at least. So your premise is correct. If you have A and B, two people at 2 points on a surface, the curved surface is going to be between them, interrupting the laser if you have a straight line, or the laser go above B. Yeah. So what do you think we did about that? Do you think that maybe we tested with lasers across the surface of the Earth, lakes, salt flats?
Um.
Do you think maybe the military used?
Okay. Honestly, I've never thought about it this much. What about like early images of the Earth? You think that's bullshit? Every image,
right? Are we going to skip away from something that you understand that demonstrates, if we were to follow the teleological conclusion?
I don't understand, bro.
Okay, so if we were to follow the teleological conclusion, this demonstrates that the Earth is utilised as a horizontal plane.
To what?
Yeah.
It's measured flat in this instance, your example.
What if I'm also level of the Earth? What do you mean?
With the laser, should use a laser to test whether the surface of the Earth is.
Okay, sure. I mean, let's play back a little bit. Like let's me go forth and you go. No, I'm just trying to be dumb, right? So, okay, so a ship goes behind our...
Why are you trying to be stupid?
Not trying,
because honestly, you know, I have a day job, I have family, I've not thought about these things a lot. So, there's nothing wrong with being dumb.
Coming out of your mouth sounds like you're trying to be dumb.
Okay.
Stop running away to other things.
A ship goes beyond the horizon. What is that?
What is it?
Yeah, like what is that? Can you explain that from your perspective?
That'll be the limitation of the optic.
Was like it doesn't view the ship anymore; it just blurs all of a sudden.
No,
photons don't pass through the lens anymore. What is that?
Things get smaller with distance. The further that boat goes away, the smaller it gets. Reduction in angular size due to perspective of human eye. Any optic.
Perspective makes sense. Makes sense, but okay, but that's not the same as things get smaller over time. That's not a thing, right?
Sorry, yes it is. I'd say it again.
How so?
The reduction of angular size of an object at distance.
You might be right.
Yeah, have you ever noticed that mountain far away
right
than it is when you're fucking on it?
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah,
so
angular
that's
perspective over.
We're talking about why boats get smaller.
Right.
And disappear over the horizon. The horizon being the limitation of the human eye or optic to resolve a horizontal surface when looking horizontally across it. You can't see the entirety of the Earth.
Okay, all right. Okay, but it's not 1920 anymore. Okay, how many?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Like we have like 6,000 satellites above the Earth. So like,
he's off to his space stories again. We're trying to keep you on the floor.
Stories now.
Excuse me. The things that you personally experience, we can get to your space stories later. Yeah, you've never been to space. You're not going to be able to verify anything of these.
No,
just
but
going to regale the story to us. Dude, you're just going to regale the story to us without being able to verify.
Sure. Okay. What's the logic of the computer they use, the Broglie algebra that they use in that system? Do you understand it to its absolute?
Dude, stop being drunk. Just stop it.
No, because this is crazy though. Like, obviously, I don't understand every mechanism of everything. Neither should any human.
Yes, I understand how the computer works. Yes, I understand completely how they work.
No, you don't. Well, yeah, but maybe you do, maybe you don't. But like a space flight with that.
Do.
All right, well then go work. Go work. Build the next best compete. Less yap, more bop.
Isn't it weird? Every time we try to get you to do something.
Who?
How you experience the Earth flat and stationary. We get you to think about looking at the Earth. You go to space stories.
Dude, okay, let me give you let me just explain real quick. My only okay, this is the thing where I get slightly pissed off with you kind of people. It's because you make it like I'm some fucking NASA fucking. Go on then. What's my experience? What's my experience then? Yeah, no, I was 12 years old, brother. On a school
I thought it was
trip,
9 earlier.
Okay, I might have misplaced the story.
Might have lied.
Sure, so it's complete fabrication then.
Sure, listening to
okay, I won't talk anymore. No. The point was I was on a school trip. We launched a weather balloon and we looked at the globe. That was the whole point of what I said. It wasn't trying to prove anyone wrong or to get into any fucking bullshit discussion.
We remember anything, so we're not going to use that.
Bro, fuck off, bro.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, yeah, if you want to, take a small break. There's other people if they've got questions. Solaris just came in here. I know we talked to Solaris the other night. We've got Dreamer. Any other people that got a question? Feel free to jump in. Welcome back, Solaris, Skyborn.
Bro, we were the best amateur rocket high school in the Northwest, bro. That means a fucking lot. Let's see your fucking launch.
Doesn't mean anything.
Let's see your fucking launch vehicle. Let's see your fucking launch vehicle.
You told me you don't know how rockets work.
I know a little bit.
Yeah, Gareth, I already told you, you know, you can stay on your globe. Nobody's going to take it away from you. You can cling to it. You can sleep with it at night. Put a NASA poster on the wall. Wear your NASA t-shirt. Nobody's going to stop you. The reason why you might be getting that feeling where you're feeling kind of defensive, like I work for NASA, it's because, you don't work for them and you're not, but the reason why you're feeling like you have to be on the defensive for them is because you're accepting some of these things without evidence, just some kind of fuzzy story that you may or may not remember. Somebody might have shown you a picture of a globe after they put the weather balloon up, like you don't even know like the connection. I mean, that's common. Like we don't deny that people are brainwashed into the globe as a child. It's an emotional connection to a fairy tale idea, and it's very hard to shift your worldview when presented with evidence to the contrary. So, I mean, I asked you before if you were interested in the evidence. Are you interested in why we are saying that the Earth measures flat and that there is no globe?
I don't think it measures flat, though, but...
That wasn't my question. I didn't say, do you think? We already know you don't think that. That's already been established very clearly. So my question was, are you interested in knowing why we say it measures flat and it's not a globe?
I'd want to hear a little bit more. But the way you asked that question, I would paraphrase to the other extent, right? Like, why go back to nuclear war and stuff, like that technology and stuff? Where do you think that came from? Do you understand that? Can you explain that if I use the same line of question that you used against me?
Did it come from the radius of the Earth? Did it?
It didn't come. What are you doing, bro? Don't Indiana me, brother.
You're talking about nuclear weapons, and you're saying, well, where did that come from? I'm asking you, does it come from the radius of the Earth?
Well, the launch of the Minutemen missiles requires an understanding.
I mean, all right, bro. Okay, I've honestly never spoken to that many flights. All right, so you think the plane? Okay, is this a 2D plane or a 3D plane that we're talking about right now? Let's get to clarifications now. Let me figure this fucking story out.
Do you occupy 3-dimensional space?
Sure. What are those? What's the dimension? Time?
Height, width, length.
Height, width, and what about time?
It's not within the 3-dimensional coordinate system.
So the one that we invented as humans to understand our reality, that's the explanation. Is that what we're going with?
Time is also a concept if you want to go down that route.
They're a concept to us.
Yeah, these are conceptual ideas to explain reality.
Sure, where did reality come from then?
Cool. So, height, width, length, 3-dimensional space. You asked if the surface of the Earth, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional. A surface, by definition, is two-dimensional, but you could dig down into the obvious three-dimensional reality.
Sure,
you, for example, standing on the surface. Why are you talking through me?
Trying to probe, brother.
Because he's not listening.
No, he's waiting to talk. I mean, you asked a stupid question, I answered you, but you spoke all the way through the answer. So the stupid person who asked a stupid question's got no answer.
Okay, fair enough, bro. I just don't think the answer's that simple, but I was being a little bit stupid. I agree.
Is the Earth two-dimensional, three-dimensional?
It's obviously not two-dimensional, is it?
No. But we're talking about the surface.
The surface of the Earth is obviously not two-dimensional either.
Yeah, exactly. A surface is, by definition, 2 dimensions.
It depends.
You could talk about the thickness of a, but the very simple Greek thing in maths, right, is like, how do you break down a half? And then if you can't break down a half, does it become again, I'm being drunk and stupid, but it becomes like some absolute infinite sum, or is it like, you understand what I'm saying? Oh, maybe not. I'm trying to pinpoint its relevance.
Okay, so if I say, all right, the Earth is X, it's 300 meters, and then I go, okay, that's I'm being stupid, but doesn't matter. Ignore me.
Okay.
Read that in sorry.
Gareth, are you able to see the side chat that goes along with this channel?
I could look after, yeah. I'm in
okay,
bed,
I tried tagging there, but I think I failed. Try again.
Have you read the tortoise and
there we go.
The hare?
Tortoise and the hare, great story. Yep. So, right. Yep. Are you the tortoise or the hare?
I don't know. Which depends on the day.
How about today?
Well, how about which you think is the best philosophy of life, the tortoise or the hare?
Well, according to the story, it's the tortoise, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, so yeah, let's just go with the tortoise. Yep, I think that's a good idea.
Tortoise wins.
Staying power. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so there at the top of the hour there, here's one of the observations that we're talking about. Can you see that where it says the horizon is behind the platform 10 plus miles away? Do you see that?
Let me have a quick looky.
Okay, yeah, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna find you the original video on YouTube.
Just looking at an oil platform here.
Still shot from, yep, that's right, yep. And so this is a still shot from a
honestly, I don't know why I'm looking. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, looking at it. Yep, that's why.
No, I'm just saying I don't. No, I'm saying I don't understand what I'm looking. It's not like.
Hold on a second.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I'm going to explain.
It's not wait a second, brother.
Yeah. Okay, so you're looking at the picture. You're looking at the image there. So the reason why I'm showing you this image is because if you lived on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, which is what is claimed by the mainstream globe model, then you would be able to calculate the distance of the horizon based on the observer's height by a calculation using geometry. And the calculation would be, this is the mainstream model calculation, would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So when you use that calculation, this particular image, it tells you there the observer's height was 8 feet. And so if you put that into the calculation, 1.22 miles times the square root of 8, then you end up with the maximum distance for the geometric horizon to be 3.46 miles. So because this geometry is fixed, because they give us this radius of the Earth, we can test it in reality and say, this should be the place where there's a geometric horizon where you would not see objects that were beyond that horizon. And yet the reason why we have this image here is because these are oil platforms in California that have been observed not only by BMLSB69, the YouTube channel there, by many other people who have confirmed these same observations on many other days at many times. And you can see that the horizon is behind each one of those. So the furthest oil platform is 10.10 miles. So the horizon is behind it, which would be almost 7 miles, or probably more than 7 miles in reality, beyond where it should be if we lived on a globe. So we do not live on a globe of the dimensions claimed, and we see observations like this again and again and again, which can be easily repeated, tested, and verified to show that this globe geometry is wrong. So we don't live there. We live somewhere else.
Did you see the video where do you see the video where the guys do the laser thing? They get decent lasers and they try and prove this.
We have also
The
laser
thing you
tests.
probably don't know anything about.
We can show you. Yeah, if you're interested in.
No, I don't.
A laser test. I'll show you one of those. Great idea. The horizon is one. I mean, that's why I was telling you. It only takes one counterexample to. Disprove a false conjecture. The conjecture is: do we live? If we lived on a sphere of the radius 3,959 miles, and indeed we do not, because this has been demonstrated to be false multiple times. So yeah, later on, maybe tomorrow, if you click on either of those YouTube videos and open them up, and maybe they'll be there in your browser tomorrow, and you can take a look at them. The laser test, the horizon observation, and maybe that will make more sense to you tomorrow.
Sorry, just to understand, you think the Earth is completely flat, right?
Oh my God.
It's not an my God, I'm asking a genuine question, my brothers.
What were you going to say, Jedi?
I'm just find exasperation.
Exasperation?
Flat, dude.
Oh my God.
Yes, you are a tiny bit exasperating. Has anybody ever told you that, Gareth? Yeah, I mean, it measures flat. We're not saying it's like smooth and flat, completely like an ice pond, but it is, over 70% water. Did you know that the Earth is claimed to be over 70% water? Are you familiar with that? Yeah. So how does water appear to you when you look out there at the ocean? So do you live on an island?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So when you look out, you probably see the ocean quite frequently. When you look out at it, it looks flat, right?
I actually live right next to the coast, live 100 miles from the coast. Sorry, 100 meters.
Yeah, so you should be able to do some long-distance observations of your own.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone's lying to me, though.
Yeah, so if you saw a fixed object out there like a lighthouse, or a buoy that was placed there.
I think people lie a lot.
You could determine the distance to that and decide whether you should be seeing that or not if you lived on a globe. Or you could use marine traffic tracker. If you saw some ships going by, you could find out how far they were, and you could see whether you should be seeing those or if they should be hidden behind the imaginary curvature. So if you were interested, you're in like the perfect condition. A lot of people would be very jealous of you 100 meters from the ocean. Like you could easily do long distance observations probably every day. I mean, do ships go by there every day?
Every day.
Yeah, I thought so. Yep, so you could be doing that every day.
I thought this is very proven, though.
Yeah,
it's already proven. Yeah, but I mean, doing it yourself is always good.
No, I thought it's proven.
Bottom up.
Pardon?
I was just telling Garrett that if he was to look at those ships, he's going to see them disappear bottom up, which is going to prove the globe.
Bottom up first, hull first.
Yeah, so the hull is going to disappear first before the top of the ship disappears, and that just is reifying the globe.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second though. This is bull. Okay, imagine, right? This is a flat Earth. How does it make sense that the bottom disappears before the top, based on your logic? How does that make sense?
Those bottom's in the water, you dummy.
Okay, and then so what? What's the refraction difference between? Hold on one second. Between air, what's the diffraction of light in air against water? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, but we can find out together.
Okay, so you don't. Well, no, we can exactly. I don't know either. We can always find out. But you're making.
Cool.
But, everyone here seems like they know.
Things disappear from the bottom up. Yet you're still talking.
Yeah, I understand that in water. We've all been 10 years old, and diffraction in water is more prominent. However that is, because the water molecules are more condensed and liquid. So
I don't know why I'm going to bother, because I already told you I'm only going to try and ring a bell because I already.
No, that is the difference, though. That is the difference. All right, okay. How about this one, bro? Do you know why you get a burn? What's a burn? Do you know what a burn is?
Again, and forgive me.
I'm just trying to understand if you know a little bit of physics
out the fucking relevance.
How the world works.
Can we just maybe move on to someone else?
Yeah, I mean, there's the bottom up claim guy. I think was that Santa Claus Solaris. Is that who was doing the? Yeah. Do you want to talk to him about what his claim about the boats? All right, here we go.
And meet the drunk guy.
Solaris, you're on with your claim about the boats.
What claim that you muted me for? Apparently, what did I say? That boats disappear whole first. Is that what you muted me for?
No, they muted you for interrupting the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't mute you, but it was because it was because we were just trying to finish up with that guy, which we now have done. So now it's your chance to shine. So do you think that this observation proves the globe? That's the question. Do you think your observation about the boats proves the globe? That's the question, Solaris.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Explain yourself.
Well, when a ship goes off into the distance and it drops around the curve of the Earth, the bottom of the ship will disappear first before the top of it. Pirates used to use this back in the day as a tactic where they would only get so close to land that the top of their mast would be around the curve of the Earth so that they could see the land that they were headed to.
Okay, so you think
they were about to actually go into a trap or not before they decided to make an attack plan. I mean, using the curve of the Earth has been a measure of military warfare for fucking 1,000 years.
Okay, so you think the horizon?
I'm sorry, am I the only one that only heard? So you think the horizon?
Headphones are in charge or something. Bluetooth or something, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. He kind of disconnected, I guess.
Yeah, I posted a picture at 10 minutes after the hour. Why did that boat disappear when they zoom back out? And so does the island behind it, or that whatever that is. This might be a bay. All that land, it's not clouds.
Again, that whole thing is the point.
It goes over the curve. Look at the video. Over the curve it goes. How are we seeing over the curve?
Again, you don't want to accept the answer. So it's not looking over the curve. As I've already said, it's not actually looking over the curve. The fact that you're able to bring it back into view is just focal point. That's all it is. But as you can clearly see in the photo that you posted, if that boat was actually on the surface, level surface with the water at the angle you're posting with that photo right now, it's going to be taking on water. So that boat would be getting ready to sink because the complete side of the boat would be underwater.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
The photo you posted.
Broke him with one image. The guy fell apart.
Sounds like another.
The photo you posted. Are you telling me that GIF that you posted is not showing the boat, that right side of the boat completely under the surface of the water?
Dude, there's land behind the boat.
That's not what I asked. I don't care about the land behind it. I'm asking you about the boat.
Yeah, the boat's in the water like a boat does.
Yeah, is the entire right side of the boat under the surface of the water? Yes or no?
Boat's in the water.
No.
But according to the video, it never breaks above the top of the water. Why?
Got anything better?
Are you bricked?
Why? You keep saying no. Well, this is not what I see. And I thought flat earthers were all about what you could see with your own eyes. I'm seeing this. Why?
I bought a P900 so I can do these same shots.
That's not an answer.
That's what confirms flat.
Change the optic. If you change the optic, if you change the optic like the camera or telescope, it'll be different. You may be, because it's an optical. It's not because the boat is hiding behind the curvature of the Earth. It's because the boat that is on the surface beyond the horizon that I no longer can resolve the bottom of the boat in that very small angle. The boat continues to move downwards in accordance with other laws of perspective, but the bottom of the boat is unresolvable. It's just an optical phenomenon.
So they defund NASA and SpaceX, so the Mars missions are canceled, and people are now completely. I think they're getting worse. Might be. I don't know what's going on. This is going to be some kind of an epidemic. What are they going to do when they finally it sinks in? They're not going to Mars. It's been canceled. We might have to hire more people.
We get all the drunk guys on Friday night, huh?
Yeah, they found out that SpaceX and NASA got canceled. They're getting drunk now, and they're in depression.
Yeah, I guess that dude that did the high altitude balloon or rocket launch with his camera back in 2006. I guess he doesn't realize that it shows a convex Earth and then a concave Earth. You know, it's like it shows all this stuff, all these illusions when the camera's spinning around like crazy, and it's trying to focus.
What, dude?
Wasn't there? There was an Irish guy in here earlier talking about.
Yeah.
He did some high altitude photography with his school or something.
Yeah, that was Gareth.
Anybody
Yeah,
who's
thanks, Gareth.
okay.
He's gone.
Yeah, well, oh, okay, he's out of here. All right.
But yeah, you can go ahead and explain it for the audience.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen quite a few, I've seen quite a few high altitude camera shots, and they always show distortion in the lenses beyond like the traditional distortion that you'll see, especially when the camera's moving rapidly. You'll see like as it's bouncing, you'll see it looks curved, and then it looks completely flat, and then it looks completely curved the opposite direction. So that's just it's been seen a bunch, you know.
What do you
It's
think of
definitely
that
not a
image?
fisheye.
What do you think of the image I just posted? Arrowhead, what's this? Arrowhead, or Aerostar Thunderhead system. These satellites track each other. How it works.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
How it works. Like, keep the shit up there.
Yeah, that's a nice balloon.
You see the other one across from it, right? That it's keeping centered.
Yeah, yeah.
They've been doing this technology for a long time. We're just shitting our cameras and using Python to follow motion detection and all that we can just do ourselves now. But they've been doing that forever.
Yeah, I mean, we could speculate for days on how long they've had this technology. And yeah.
Documents on it, so
I mean, yeah. We have some. Who knows how many more there are to be re-released to the masses.
Yeah, well, we have a guy that's like our satellite guy, so he has all kinds of documents. You just have to ask him for it.
Neat. Yeah, it's nice when like-minded folks join forces. Yeah, I was just getting the kids to bed. My bad. I was predisposed, but yeah. What's with all these globies thinking there's only one type of mirage effect on light?
I don't even like to give them the ideas, so I just like to keep it to measurements with them. That way they can't wander off into the weeds. Especially the simple ones nowadays. Got to keep it flat. Got to use a glass of water to understand if they even know what a triangle is, etc. Or you can get into crazy stuff. Tony, why don't you mic up instead of typing? You afraid?
Tony, yeah, Tony used to talk years ago, but I haven't heard him recently.
Whisper like you're telling us a story, a bedtime story. About mirages and globes. It's the end, Cyclone.
Yeah, he wants to know what happened to Solaris. You have a fan, Solaris. Do you have any more globe proofs for us?
He may have said, "I'll be right back."
Did he say that?
I think it was him. Yes. They
All
might
right.
have a mic like me where you can just turn it off at the set.
Yeah. Well, we'll just wait then.
Elon and Trump broke up, so all of Americans that are part of the MAGA movement are on their Twitter accounts crying about it. Try and say flat Earth to any of those folks, and they're just like, "But Elon, but SpaceX." They can't even get past Elon and SpaceX. They're like, "Oh, I saw it on TV." All right, well, the Earth measures flat. No, that's just light bending, bro. It's like, okay, doesn't really make much sense when it's something that's supposed to be case by case basis. You guys got an average number for it that you're supposed to punch into every calculation. Makes no sense. But I agree, you got to keep it simple.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty weird. I did notice after he took over Twitter that there was a lot more flat Earth stuff on there just randomly that would come up when I wasn't even looking for it. I was just looking at other stuff, but it was not necessarily high quality or even accurate, but it was just there, which I just thought was weird since he's this like big space guy. I guess he was just allowing more just random stuff in general. I don't even know how all that stuff works, but I thought that was funny.
Well, he's got his AI bots just keeping an eye on everybody's posts. So anything that you post or anything that you search, if you install his app, I'm sure it's spying on you like crazy. So
yeah, I don't find it, really that useful anymore, but I know other people are using it. I guess different people like different things.
I'm not a fan of the follow for follow thing because it's like you wind up with a bunch of followers where nobody even gives a crap about you whatsoever. No one even reads any of your posts or views any of your posts. So what's the point in being in this community where it's like nobody's actually connecting and getting to know each other at all or sharing ideas, And the more they shit post, like I said, the more invaluable anybody's posts are. So if I post 1,000 posts a day and there's another 1,000 people posting 1,000 posts a day, who's got time to look at any of those posts? It's just it just becomes like a cesspool of lost information.
Yep, that's a good way to describe it. I like it. Yeah, that is one of the advantages of Discord for sure. You can, sometimes connect with the person. I'm not sure if we've actually connected with any of these people tonight, but maybe. Yes, Solaris will be back. That's what he's telling us.
Is that the pirate guy?
Yes, that's the pirate guy. That's a good way to describe him.
I must say, out of all the communities I've been in on Discord, this is the tightest community I've met so far. Just how many people that know each other and show up for each other. It's pretty rad to see it taking place every day.
Thanks for saying that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I took some time off from all of it, but I feel like lessons that have been learned over the years with this group have paid off to the point where people are working well together as a team and, always trying to get better. And I'm glad you see that. I agree. Yeah, because, and I guess, I feel like, especially with what's been happening in these other servers, I can tell people put a lot of work into it to make something happen here. I mean, I just showed up here and I could just tell things had improved. It's kind of like, okay, cool. Sometimes you can't see improvement when you are in it every day, but, if you go away from something and come back, then it's easier to see. So I can testify that the flat earth arguments in this particular community have improved and the camaraderie has improved as well.
Yeah, I was just listening to y'all on Ladies' Night. Y'all did a great job. You and the other young lady that was in the discussion for the moment that I was actually paying attention. I think I listened to it for about like an hour and a half or so, but it was solid. Solid. Just sticking to the facts. It's a good way. It's a good approach because there's so much to speculate upon, and it's very difficult for someone who's not in the know of all of the different ways that they've been lied to really grasp the magnitude of how many different presuppositions that they're party to just by their outlook on things. So it's a complicated thing to wrap your head around if you're looking at it from a heliocentric believer. If you're just looking at it, you're like, oh, well, there's outer space, there's light years, there's the Big Bang. We know that they just have all these presupposed facts, that they have just in their mind. They're just like going hard 24/7. So they're just like, they already have this notion of like reality in this universe that's 14.5 billion years old or whatever the heck the consensus is these days. But the way that information is produced and the way the information is displayed to the youth, it's just like everything's already been figured out. You really don't have to do any work. All you have to do is memorize all of the data that we're going to provide to you. And so many people just suck it up and just buy it hook, line, and sinker because they're so trusting of these people. It's like, hey, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, that's correct. I could test that myself. I see that that's right. I'm going to trust this teacher, So it's just like, can't blame the children for being trusting of those who feed you some truth and with some lies, So I do have a lot of empathy for the people who, believe in the globe and the heliocentric model. So it's a little easier for me to show empathy and sympathy with these folks because I deal with them every day, as we all do. And you deal with like the proofs of that it's flat, and it's flat, and you understand the whole, like you understand all the premises. You've gone down the rabbit hole. You've basically tried to talk yourself out of becoming a flat earther in every way, shape, and form. It puts you in a unique perspective, and it's really hard to get back to that, beginner stage, like where you didn't know anything about the flat earth and you didn't question anything that was being presented to you. So it's hard once you've done like 10 to 15 years of research, even 5 years of research. So
yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, with the new person coming in, they usually don't realize how many things that they're using the presupposition of a globe for, and how they're assuming all these things can only work on a globe, seasons, day and night, all eclipses. I mean, for many reasons, one, because they were indoctrinated in it from such a young age, and two, because those are the typical, anti-flat earth excuses that they've probably encountered, at some point. That's the remote eclipses. There's no flat disk shadow on the moon. It's like, it's just so absurd, but we know there's so much bad information out there. Yeah, that's important to remember that they're just regurgitating what they heard somewhere and then going back to the basics with each person. I mean, it can be challenging because one, you don't always know like how basic to get with any one particular person until you kind of like suss out like where they're coming from, and two, you kind of have to repeat the same thing over and over. Maybe just do it in a slightly different way to entertain yourself, but that's what you have to do. If you're a kindergarten teacher, you have to keep teaching the alphabet over and over. And that's just the way it is. And that's what we have to do here. Just keep repeating the same stuff, in slightly different forms. But people have different personalities and strengths. And so, I mean, I still find it interesting to listen to, even though, I wouldn't say I've heard it all before. I mean, people have new perspectives all the time that I haven't heard before. I feel like people are always kind of upping their game and coming up with new stuff. So, never gets old, really.
yeah, the other thing they have to wrap their head around is that people who are apparently at odds with each other are working together. That's one of the hard ones for people to grasp too. It's like, well, that means that they're all against the people. They're all keeping this from the people. It's like, well, it's not as cut and dry, but there's so many different need to know basis compartmentalization going on in so many different branches of the government and the education system and all of that. Like, just because there's hundreds of you could say hundreds of thousands of people involved across the world, but not every single person has to be privy to every little fact and every little goal of each group, of each organization that's working towards this same goal. And that's kind of the beauty of the top down system of, hey, we take orders from them and they take orders from them and they take orders from them, so everything could be well hidden, amongst people who have signed NDAs and all other types of things. So
yeah, I'm surprised when people are incredulous about that. Like, have you never worked in an organization where, it's just need to know? It's like your supervisor gives you, the basic minutes of what in your meeting of what their their meeting at the other level has decided you guys need to know. And then they tell you those things. They're not going to tell you like every single thing about their higher level meetings and what they worked out or even exactly why they're doing all these things. Just like you, then, if you're in charge of other people, are not going to be telling them every single little juicy detail about what's going on. I mean, just a need to know basis is a common thing in corporations, governments, education, any kind of institution. Just the way it is. I don't know why people like find that surprising. It's very weird.
But they get used to this. They get used to it. They get used to the audacity, right? They get used to having that audacity. Like, well, I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what's happened in the past 5 minutes worldwide, right? I don't have any idea what's going on in Papua New Guinea. I have no idea what's going on in any of these different islands in the Philippines or, Japan, or you could just go across the map, right? But at the end of the day, they have this fervent faith that history's already been accounted for, like every moment in history for the past, thousands of years, and that they could just speak upon it. Things like, they know verbatim when it happened, right? Like, oh yeah, we know when this supposed Greek man did this test, these many thousand years ago, and yeah, we know it was accurate. I mean, we know it's not hearsay. I mean, come on. I mean, like, just to say that in and of itself shows that you have um, no concept of people telling lies and being successful in their lies. I mean, shoot.
Yeah, should be embarrassing to them, that they come up with this ancient Greek proof of the globe, but they're not embarrassed. No Earth curve yet, Jenna. We've been asking all night. Still not here.
But I think that's a good thought experiment for like brand new globers that are introduced to the topic. Is like, okay, imagine you're a flat earther and you've never seen anything from NASA, and you're trying, someone's trying to prove the globe to you just based on what you can see. That's kind of like the basis for the thought experiment, right? To get them looking at the horizon, looking at surface measurement from like a first person perspective, and just clearing all that stuff out of your head. Okay, well, what I can see here, how am I gonna prove this to be a globe now, right? How's someone going to prove this to me? And that's where the refraction argument really falls flat on its face, because it's highly illogical, right? It's like, no, it just looks flat. Like, it's all designed to make it appear flat to you, right? Like, you wouldn't buy that argument from a snake oil salesman trying to tell you that the earth was a ball just based on your own volition if you didn't ever see a quote unquote photo from space, or you weren't presupposing that the earth was spherical, and moving in three different directions at once. You know what I mean? Like, this pretty intense thought experiment for somebody who hasn't, entertained the thought at all. I feel like if they can successfully do that in their mind, like shut all that background noise down and just look at it objectively, they could see how illogical the refraction argument is.
Yeah, I mean, refraction just doesn't work that way, and it can be demonstrated that it does not work that way. But, for people who can't understand that or refuse to understand it, yeah, I mean, I think when you actually see something and you do your own long distance observation, it's, yeah, it's pretty obvious. I'm seeing that thing. Yeah. And it's not like just appearing to be there, it's actually there. I mean, that's just been demonstrated so many times that, yeah, it's really just a denial mechanism. It's just a psychological mechanism. It's not a real argument. It's just, all they have are these straws that they cling to. So they have to keep clinging to them so they can keep imagining their globe. So, yeah, people are coming in and out. If there's anybody that's got a question about flat Earth or thinks they have curvature measurements, let us know. Or, you might be the one who is able to demonstrate rotation. I mean, we don't talk about that one as much, but that's also a false claim. Hello?
Hi, how you guys doing? I'm just here to listen. Don't mind me.
Rich, okay.
What happened
How
to
you doing,
Jeff?
Average?
Oh, I'm just here to listen. I don't want no smoke. I'm just listening to this, to the beautiful whatever conversation. But I'm doing good. How about you, TP2?
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be alive. Glad to be here in this moment, in this era.
Yeah, life is a great gift. I'm glad that you appreciate it.
Hell yeah, even if I was homeless under a bridge, I'd still be happy because at least I can jerk off in peace under the bridge.
Okay.
Was the water under the bridge curving or was it flat?
Chill. And you haven't seen a woman as a homeless man for so long, when the water gets a little curvy, that's when you get a little horny. You feel me?
Yeah. Let's try and keep this conversation.
Yes.
Out there.
He's already going wrong way.
No, it's going the right way. Who doesn't talk about homeless people?
Yeah, Chwanger, if you want to discuss that in the VC, we can. I see you're in here. You have questions about the moon. I mean, I like the moon. I think it's fascinating. Nothing about the moon or the stars dictates a globe in any way. There is no curvature. We don't live on a globe. So there's nothing about the moon that's going to magically turn this into a globe. But if you want to unmute, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Well, I'm going to sleep in a couple of minutes, and I made a song for you guys if you want to hear it.
Nice, yeah. Roll the tape.
That's the ring until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge, understand and transmute hate into love. Rise in the middle cycle, don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free. As you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny. Living in reality, globe is a no-show, the entire total no-go. The seeds on a plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story is just so title, no solo, status quo, no photo. The curve is a GoPro, fight the flow, the fallacious combo, the mental judo, be a flat earth commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point K. Oh, lost your wig, bro, it's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation relative to the location is called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. It's called the vestibular operation. It proves there's no orbital rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light is attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a propagation, not a dilation. Einstein's math position is a dated apparition. Flat Earth has no competition. The globe opposition is only repetition and supposition and superstition are all around false cognition. Welcome to the globe demolition, the lie abolition, all the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mind of magician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistic demolition technician, requisition your intuition, transition to erudition, but be quick the mission to dumb down. The population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a position of the most high's opposition, the opposition.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that audio horror. I listened to it on the stream. It was horrible. It was picking up my mic and then doubling the sound and muffling it. Like, it was horrible.
Yeah, I can hear it a bit, but you probably got to shut off the crisp when it's going from speaker to speaker. I can hear it. It sounded pretty good.
Yeah, your mic just broke up like wild, Ranger.
Oh yeah, no, it's just I have a
Yeah, your mic just.
yeah, I have a thing that plays it. It just the setting was set to in a Discord not to go to the virtual mic, but rather my real mic. Well, since you suffered through that, I'll give you the other one because I made two songs. The first one was a rap song. You barely heard that one, and this one is a more funky one.
They said the map was settled, the models all agreed, but I've got questions burning like a fire in me. Lasers point the distance, no bend, no hidden curve. The truth's a riddle, let the data serve. All the stars might whisper secrets, but graphs don't lie. Gyroscopes stand steady as the satellites fly high. I'll stack my beams of light where the doubters laugh. Show me what you're hiding with your cosmic epitaph. Measure the mystery, numbers don't deceive. Every test a heartbeat, every doubt a seed. Who drew the constellations, who framed the sky's design? I'll chase the truth with lasers in the dark tonight. Oh, 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 let the science speak. Oh, 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 question every peak. To every peak. They talk of waves and vacuum, of shadows bending time, but my rig stays stubborn like a relentless line. Sagnac spins a story, but the drift won't align. If we're racing through the cosmos, why's the signal still online? Call me a dreamer, but I'll rewrite the script. Turn the simulations into a crypt. No faith in equations, no trust in the crowd. Just the hum of the machine and the truth spelled out loud. Measure the mystery, numbers don't deceive. Every test a heartbeat, every doubt a seed. Who drew the constellations, who framed the sky's design? I'll chase the truth with lasers in the dark tonight. Oh, 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 let the science speak. Oh, 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 question every peak. So light up the lab, let the skeptics sing. The world's a stage, we'll question everything.
Yeah, I kind of like that song. It was kind of funky, kind of cozy. I might need
Yeah, that
to,
came out good.
I need to fix it up a little bit just to get the voice perfect, but it's a work in progress.
Yeah, creating music is it's an art form. Yeah, I play a lot of instruments. I sing. I haven't used any AI yet. I still haven't used it at all. I mean, I haven't so much as typed anything into Chat GBT.
I like trying new things. Like I didn't used to make music, but like the guys on the Discord started making music, and so like I kind of got dragged along. And then came the AI after that, and then that made making music easy. I love making music. It's just I don't have the best voice for it. I can rap a little bit, but I'm not comfortable speaking into the mic generally. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I'm not usually a big fan of the AI stuff, but I like that one. It was very perky. It was like very cheerful. I liked it.
Yeah, I started playing music as a youngster. I mean, I picked up piano first, and then moved on to guitar, learned drums, bass, but been singing the whole time.
Yo, what voice chat am I in?
You're in the flat Earth.
24/7.
Yeah.
Flat Earth. He moved me
Yeah.
to flat Earth. Oh my
Yeah. Did you know that you live on a flat Earth?
The Earth is round, bruh.
What makes you think that, bruh?
What makes me think that? Okay, whatever. The Earth is flat. Well, what's the difference?
Oh wow, you changed your mind so quickly. There is quite a huge difference. Yeah. Yeah. It does make a difference.
Does that bring world peace? Does that stop the wars? Doesn't matter.
I mean, it might. I mean, if it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, wars are usually done for profit,
I'm
and there's a lot of
Ukraine. I'm talking about Palestine. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So you asked if there was a connection. I was about to make it before you interrupted me. Wars are usually done for profit, and you'll find that the same military-industrial complex that profits off of that type of destruction also profits from the globe lie. Yeah, they're all connected.
Okay, that's good. Why don't you talk about that instead of talking about Earth?
Well, I'm talking about I'm telling you that they're lying to you about where you live. You don't live on a globe. So don't you think it would be useful if you same people making the wars you don't like? So don't you think it'd be useful? Don't you think it'd be useful to have correct information about the place you live in order to make decisions in your life and understand your environment?
How's knowing that Earth is flat gonna help me make better decisions in my life?
Great question.
Truly doesn't matter.
How can you know it doesn't matter when this is the first time you've actually been in here and talked to us about it? How do you already know it doesn't matter when you haven't even heard about it yet?
Because it truly doesn't. I mean, I'm asking you, but you're not answering my question.
Well, I thought it was. It takes a logical thought process to understand that the globe model does not represent the place where we live. So that is an invitation to you, once you realize that, to actually take the world on the terms upon which it displays itself to you and accept reality as it appears, which is flat and stationary. when you begin to do that, then you find that you not only begin to have a more internal locus of control, which will allow you to make better decisions in all areas of your life, you're also able to train your mind to get rid of some of the unnecessary input when you realize that that's coming from disreputable sources that are indeed, as you stated, lying to you about where you live.
Train my mind. Unnecessary input. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just saying big words, and this is just baloney, mumble jumble. I don't care if the Earth is flat, round, fucking triangle. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't. You should care less, to be honest. That's my advice to you. If you want to talk about like politics, religion, some actual things that actually like you can have a debate about. Not.
Yeah, there's no. You're right. There's no debate about the globe. It's been geometrically demonstrated to not be true. Yeah, there's no globe. So you're right. There's no debate.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
I've seen the flat Earth. Yep, just like you have. Yep, no, that's where we all live.
Have you been to space? Have you been to space and seen the globe?
You don't need to go to space to. Yep, there you go.
What? I'm assuming what?
You're assuming there is an outer space. You're assuming that what you've been told is true. What information has been presented to you is true. You're assuming that it's true. Somebody told you something and showed you something, and you believed it. That takes faith, right?
It's
takes faith and trust.
It's just common sense. Okay, let's say there's
it's common
space.
Sense to believe what information. There you go.
Let's say there's no space. Where is this flat Earth located?
Oh, you're living here, wherever you reside.
Where's the flat Earth located? Where is it on? Where's its geographic location? Is it in like
in reference to what? In reference to what?
For example, my globe is in the middle of nowhere, and the Milky Way, in a random galaxy in space. Where's the flat Earth?
Okay, we've done this. We've done this thought experiment. Let's try the other thought experiment where you don't know what's out there. You can't make any claims about it because you can't get there. You can't touch it. But everything that you can observe here, let's just stick to that. Okay, that's the thought experiment. You don't have to look anywhere else. You could say, okay, I don't feel like we're moving in 3 different directions at high speeds that you can't even fathom. 60,000 miles per hour.
Don't force your beliefs on me.
I'm not forcing beliefs. It's a thought experiment. You understand, right?
I do, but I just want you to answer the simple question. Yeah. Where is the flat Earth located?
It's right here and now. I mean, think about it. Everybody is residing in this space, in this realm. And if
in the space,
the only people,
so it's in space.
No, well, this is a space, right? You have space to move around. You have space to traverse, correct? You have space to sail. You have space to jump into a plane and fly around. But you understand that this is an enclosed system. We know that. Why? Because there's pressure. There's gas pressure, right? So we know that it's enclosed because there's gas pressure. So
okay, so
listen.
So now you think
the thought experiment
is closed?
Well, it must be, right? If it has pressure, if it has gas pressure, can you carry gas around without a container?
Are we in a jar?
We don't know. Can you go and check?
What?
No, but you've believed that other people have gone and checked.
We don't know if it's
That's
flat
what I'm trying to explain to you.
Or if it's a globe.
No, we can measure it. We can measure it.
No, you can't measure. Okay. Bring out your gyroscope. Bring out your gyroscope and measure it. It's gonna turn out to be a globe, bro. We're not living in a jar. We're not living in a flat Earth.
Flat is not a shape. Okay, flat is not a shape.
Well, what's flat then?
Yeah, a wall is flat. The plane, the same plane of existence that we are sharing today together, that's flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's a surface.
Yeah.
It's like the
How about
ground,
you go find the curvature? Use the telescope horizontally and go find that curvature.
I can't understand.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you cannot understand it. Yeah, it's simple.
No, I can't.
A
I
ball
understand your accent.
hard, it has curve. Now, if you can prove that curve, you have that curve to prove it.
Where are you from?
Portugal.
It's a weird accent. Portugal. Okay.
Next to Spain.
Portugal. Okay.
Yeah, flat Earth 500 years ago, it was normal.
What?
Flat Earth 500 years ago, it was normal.
5 centuries ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because 5 centuries ago, people had flat minds as well.
Like yours.
No, like yours, because you believe the Earth is.
You are just here mocking. You are asking, are we on a jar? No, you are asking you were asking to John, are we in a jar? That's mocking.
No, I'm
You're not here to prove anything.
Question.
You don't want proof. You are just here trolling. You don't care about if we can prove to you or not.
Put me here. Ahmad put me here, to be honest, but I'm not
Miguel,
sure.
he got bounced out of another room into this room.
I got moved here somehow.
So yeah, you don't have to stay. Yeah, if you're not, you don't have to stay if you're not interested. Yeah, I mean,
probably it's my.
You would hope so.
Maybe Allah's guiding you towards the truth of the earth.
Okay, let's not get religious here, bro. Let's not talk about religion.
You want to say God?
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Trying to do the thought experiment, and I do appreciate your question about where are we then. But just because you've been presented with a model,
thank you.
I'm asking you to just do the thought experiment without any preconceived notion about this place. Like, imagine you've never heard anything from NASA. You've never heard anything about a globular heliocentric model. From your experience here on Earth, would you derive that you're flying through space in 3 different directions at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour in the middle of an endless void of pressure?
I mean,
that's ever
to be honest,
expanding.
I don't trust NASA, first off.
Okay.
But I do believe that it's common sense, and I do believe in religion. And I could say that most religions believe that the Earth is a globe, or
that's not true.
Perceive the Earth as to be a globe.
That's
at
not
least
true.
The Bible and the
I can post representations from different religions, and I don't see a ball Earth.
Yeah, I'm not talking
Christianity,
about
Islam both believe in flat Earth.
Yes. So Elias, in this thought experiment, right, you would go to the water, right? Now, if you can see that the water looks flat, right, and imagine you're looking down a big hallway when you're at the beach, everything converges at your center point of vision, right? That's the point of convergence. If you've ever done any perspective drawing, you would know about the point of convergence, because that's how you're going to create your imagery, depending upon which angle you're looking to generate the image. But the idea here is, like, if it's a ball, it has to not, like, there wouldn't be a hump of water in front of you ever, right? There's no hills on a ball. Why? Because the observer standing on the ball would be at the highest point of the ball, right? So everything around that observer, 360 degrees around that observer, would have to have a rate of drop down and away from the observer in all directions around that person. My point in bringing this up is that if you never witnessed that, no matter how good of optics you obtain, right? If you generated the first telescope and you zoomed in as far as you possibly could, and everything that disappeared in your vision came back in vision, and you kept repeating that process, improving your optics, you'd have to come to the conclusion that there is no drop, no rate of drop over distance, right? Now, if you could do this in a large enough area, you'd say, okay, I got 10 square miles in my sights, 360 degrees in my sights. So you got 10 square kilometers, you could call it, or 10 square miles, you could call it. And then just doing straight up math, right? If you've done any construction work, you would know about this. If you have a completely level floor, right? And it's, let's say it's just 20 feet by 20 feet. I could just keep putting completely level floors together in each corner and keep building on that. And that could never make a ball. That's the point. Like if you have no drop over distance, and it has to be exponential if you're going to create a sphere, you're never going to get a ball from completely flat areas. And that's really the conundrum that this globular model finds itself in, is that no matter how many flat areas you put together, you're never going to make a ball.
Yeah.
Team.
Hi, Raiden. How's it going?
Well, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. Yep. Glad it's the weekend.
That was too much.
You guys been eventually beating each other in the heads over the shape of the earth tonight, or no?
Oh, it's been pretty chill here tonight. We haven't had like a lot of real escalation or anything. Does that disappoint you?
No.
Been pretty calm, but yeah, we've had some decent conversations. People have come and gone like they usually do.
What's the consensus? At or around?
Oh, it's flat rate. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
no doubt.
Facts.
Okay.
If a person proves the Earth is round, do you just kick them?
No, we all become globe earthers. If it's proof, then it's facts. And then everyone in here is no longer a flat earther. Easy.
What kind of proof are you looking for?
Measuring the ground. If it's curved, then flat earth is dead.
Like scientific.
Right, Dandelion? Scientifical.
Yeah,
this guy
for
just said
sure.
scientifical, Dandelion. Hook this guy.
We've been waiting for the curvature measurements. We're ready. You got it, then bring it.
He said scientifical.
Scientifical.
Bro.
He came from a different chat room. He got kicked into this room, Creation Bear.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they dropped him in. Yep, they kicked him in here.
I was an atheist. I was in an atheist voice chat.
Yikes.
Yes.
Yikes. No, science doesn't have anything to do with it, bro. Let alone scientifical, whatever that means.
What do you mean?
That's a buzzword that people use. Science, physics, gravity. They don't know what these words mean. They just throw them around willy-nilly, right, Dandelion?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. We have very specific definitions for these words, such as science. You could try to use science to prove the rotation of the Earth, but actually you wouldn't be able to do that because it involves a cause and effect relationship. In order to search for the cause for something, you would actually have to observe the effect. Since there's never been any conclusive measurement of rotation, you would not be able to use science for that. You definitely can't use science to disprove the geometry of the sphere. You would use mathematics for that. You would make a conjecture. You would decide, you would try to find out if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Then you could use two possible different parts for the then statement. You could either say, then the curvature would increase at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, or your then statement could be the horizon would be observable at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Either one that you choose, you only need one counterexample to disprove a false conjecture, and we have thousands of counterexamples for either category, whichever one you choose. Would you rather hear about the horizon measurement or the long-distance observations?
It's not a physics class, bro.
Is that too much for you, bro? Was that too much?
Yapping for listen. Yapping for
Was that
5
too much?
Oh, I thought you wanted me to be scientific.
You gotta put it. Yeah, scientific. Sorry, you want the scientific proof or?
That was as scientifical as I could get. I thought he wanted me to be scientifical. Was I not scientifical enough? You
Listen,
need more
man, I can only listen to women yap for so long. I get it. That's not true. Listen,
Bro,
I can
she
only
yapped for
listen to
5
women for so
minutes
long.
straight.
He was spitting facts, bro.
Not a single sentence was scientifical. It's all baloney, bro.
Scientifical.
It's a bunch of numbers. She probably said pi in there, bro. 3.1415.
That's the problem. Yeah, it wasn't
baloney.
scientifical enough. I will have to try to be more scientifical. Come back like in 3 months, and maybe I could be more scientifical for you.
Scientific, bro. What the?
Can you just say scientific, please?
$100 said he didn't understand a damn thing she said.
No way. You gotta, Dandelion. Can you put it in like kindergarten terms?
Bro,
This guy's
like you
low
did.
IQ.
Like you did, Oblivion. Can you just summarize the 2 categories that you just said? Go ahead.
Let's see. I'll give it to you real simply. You have to give you a picture. How about that?
If you even remember the two categories that you just talked about. Because to be honest, I don't even remember.
Yeah, that's why you need a photo. Hold on.
I don't need a photo. I need you to explain it to me.
With captions and everything. We got it for you. There you go. It's loading. Oh, why didn't it do it? Hold on. I gotta delete the second photo and post it afterwards.
Yeah, you can't put 2 at the same time. Doesn't upload right.
Here's a second.
What's the photo for those listening?
The Black Swan.
Oh, okay. Bro's about to get cooked.
So this covers both the horizon in its distance exceeding where it should be from the observer's height. The math she explained is in the first image. And that's not disputed, by the way. And it also covers long-range observations over water, far exceeding where the horizon should be based on the math.
First picture?
The image that talks about the math.
Holy shnikes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to do that one. I just read the math.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square root. Okay. Okay, just explain whatever you can. The rig picture, for example.
It says it right there. Observer height 1 foot, max distance, geometric horizon, sphere would be 1.22 miles. Though you're seeing objects 9.41 miles and the horizon clearly well behind it. Not only that, you're seeing another object be even closer, 6.12 miles, which you shouldn't be able to see.
Okay, so you're saying if the Earth was a globe, then we shouldn't see the 10 mile away platform.
Oh, no, you should be seeing the horizon
behind it. Yeah, the horizon shouldn't be behind it. The horizon will be well before both of those images.
Where
at
should it be?
1.22 miles. At 1.22 miles, exactly as it says. And by the way, this math here in the first image is not disputed by literally anyone.
Okay. So the rig picture, I don't understand it, to be honest.
Notice the horizon is behind the image. Or I'm sorry, behind the oil rig at 9.41 miles.
No, I don't see it.
What do you mean?
The horizon?
Yeah.
Where is it?
The line where the sky appears to meet the water.
Okay.
That's called the horizon.
The sky? Oh, okay.
You know, like when you're standing on a beach and you look out over the water where the sky appears to meet the water. That's called the horizon.
Yeah. Okay, so that shouldn't appear there, is what you're saying.
Not me. The math of a sphere. Max distance, geometric horizon, sphere should be 1.22 miles.
Okay, you're saying it should be where exactly?
At 1.22 miles from the observer.
From the observer.
From
Okay,
the,
so it should
in
be
other
like
words, way in front of all these objects.
oh, so you're saying the rig shouldn't appear, right?
Not the bottoms of them. You know how they always say boats go and disappear bottom up over the horizon?
Maybe.
Well, anyway, these things should be disappearing bottom up from the other side of the horizon.
So the whole platform shouldn't appear.
You shouldn't see the bottom at all. And the horizon should not be behind way over 10 miles away.
To be honest, I don't think this proves anything. The Earth is not a perfect circle.
Are you saying there's a flat spot on water?
No, not a flat spot, but you could say it's like an oval shape. It's not a perfect circle. It's definitely not a.
So you're saying the Earth is like how many times bigger? Over 10 times bigger than they claim? The Earth is a certain size. It must have a certain radius. They tell us the radius based on an observer height of that radius, which is 3959 miles. 1 foot observer height equals geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. It's very simple.
I mean, I don't think you can like summarize it to be like this. You know, it's an ocean. There's waves. You gotta check the weather that day, I guess.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't believe this proves anything, to be honest.
Well, it's not a matter of belief. Belief is thinking something without evidence. That's actually what you're doing.
And you're doing what? This is your
showing you evidence, facts, observation, measurements.
None of those things you mentioned would make the horizon appear further. If anything, they would obscure your vision, not make the horizon appear further.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Well, high waves would obscure your long range vision at a 1 foot observer height, right? Like a 2 foot wave in front of you would block it.
Yeah.
So waves have nothing to do with it then. So you're just saying things that you don't know anything about. Or, well, you haven't thought about it well enough.
I mean, as I said, I don't really care about if the Earth is flat or round. And I don't believe, maybe this math is made up. I'm not sure. I mean, it's just a picture of 2 rigs. They could be like, I'm not exactly sure how far apart they could be. But this could be off, like.
I agree. Radius is curious. If the math in the black swan images is correct, why won't the scientific community corroborate it? Do you guys have any ideas about that, or?
Scientific community?
Yeah, why won't they say, okay, yeah, that's correct?
Yeah, I met the physicist guy 25 years ago. And he did say to me, there's people question about the shape of the Earth. There's people question about the moon landings being fake. And he even said they did found a barrier. Interesting. That was 25 years ago. But, he never said flat Earth. But it was very interesting. 25 years ago, a physicist talking about that to me. So you say in the scientific community? You are making a huge claim,
why would they agree with the math? That's what I'm wondering.
With the math, I can post a formula from University of Washington.
What scientist agrees with the math?
I'm just wondering, why won't the scientific community just say, okay, yeah, you're right. Your math is correct. We need to change up everything. Why won't they do that?
Which one says it's not correct?
The people who say that the Earth is a sphere.
What people? People. This people, that people? What person says it's not correct?
Mainstream science.
So you're just making shit up.
No, mainstream science says the Earth is a sphere. That's not made up.
Mainstream science, they go to school, they learn the information that everybody, even we did receive that information. Okay, they learn the same information, and they just believe it, because no one did prove it was a globe. Okay, you just believe it. Okay, so yeah, and it's a belief.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
mainstream science says 3959s are wrong.
Yeah.
Ask ChatGPT if the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles, how far away would the horizon be at a 1 foot observer height? And it specifically says 1.22 miles.
Yeah, this is the mainstream, Matt. This is the claim of the mainstream that we are demonstrating is not accurate and is not observed in reality. The math is not in question by anyone.
I prefaced that. I even said, and by the way, this math is not questioned literally by anyone.
You did say that. Yes, you did say that.
Except Elias, he questions it. And the radius. You can't.
Even NASA has distance to the horizon. Even NASA has their website distance to the horizon. But I did post this from Washington University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. But anyway, the argument of the Black Swan is not the two all-rig platforms. It's where is the horizon? So you can see it's behind the second all-rig. If you count 10 miles, that means the radius is 67 times larger. I did post the math right there. 67 times larger. So what's going on?
Yes, the Earth is a triangle.
Yeah, like your head.
I want the email address of the guy named Mainstream Science so I can talk to him, figure out what he says is wrong.
Mainstream science.
The Suez Canal? No, it has 120 miles. From the English side, the English engineers, they were saying it was impossible to construct according to the curvature of Earth. But de Lesseps, the French engineer, he did construct according to flat Earth. There's even an article that was published talking about it, okay? So, yeah, 120 miles, and it's flat, because the guy didn't care about any curvature.
Bro.
And then they after that, there was a law, and to avoid people to construct, to avoid people to do construction according to any curvature. So that was very interesting.
Nah.
Yeah, impossible. There's no ball. Your ball is just a story that you just believe it. At school, everybody did believe it. You can NASA can mock you with full bullshit, CGI animations, manipulate photos.
Mm-hmm.
Say nah again.
Abrahamic religions.
You guys are the best.
Thanks.
Exquisite.
You got that email address of Mainstream Science yet?
Is it an email address?
Yeah, you said some guy named Mainstream Science disagrees with the 3959, so I'd like to talk to him and find out what's wrong with it.
Well, I'll make a deal with you. If you can find anyone at the U.S. National Geodetic Survey that can say the Earth is flat,
I didn't make no claim to that.
I'll meet you in Sweden when you receive your Nobel Prize. How's that? And I'll take you out to dinner.
Mainstream Science exists. You don't know what Mainstream Science says.
How
do you know what I know? That's interesting.
I can post a photo of a guy that he was he is a surveyor, and he was believing that the Earth was a ball. But when he was there in the field, he did found that there's no curvature. That's from Brazil, INCRA, a federal institution, government institution.
I don't know, maybe. It's like that there's an element of conspiracy theory here, but I'm not sure.
No, it's not about. It's not. Going in the field and working and measuring. Okay, is not a conspiracy theorist. Okay, the guy was a glober. He went to the field. He did found there's no curvature. He's a surveyor, working to INCRA. But there was others. The civil engineers that they construct dams and others. They were all globers. They went to the field and they figured out, that curve is not there. Even in lakes, big lakes, like 70 miles away, no curvature in the big lake with good weather conditions, less humidity in the air. You can see 70 miles easily with a telescope. The other shoreline. So yeah, no curve, no ball. It's simple. You guys have to prove it, because at this point, no one did prove that curvature.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, when one of you guys can actually show that the Earth is flat or not a sphere, can't wait to see one of you on the cover of Time Life magazine, because you're going to turn science upside down on its head.
Yeah, we have no. Wait a second. We have ex-aerospace engineers that did work to NASA, and other guys that did, and they are flat earthers. Okay.
Okay.
Science can determine shapes. You're mistaken.
I'll wait patiently. I want you guys to win. I'm not the adversary.
We have, let's say at the backstage, because you can watch television, people talking about politics and so on, this, politic games. But at the backstage, they know the Earth is flat. Okay, it's simple. They know it.
Knows it.
They are not in this fight, to prove if the Earth is a ball or a flat. They just know it, and they are doing stuff that we don't have access. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like very, sweet that a person, like Raiden, you would still think that truth would be found in Time magazine, or that the Nobel Prize would determine truth these days. I mean, for sure there's people who have gotten Nobel Prizes that have done decent work, but there's also, it's not a prestigious thing anymore. Neither is Time magazine. I mean, the truth speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be, approved upon by propaganda put out by the mainstream military-industrial complex, which clearly has a vested interest in information control and in putting out a certain narrative that benefits their own bottom line. So, I mean, I've heard you say this several times, where you think that science would recognize this truth, and that would be nice. Yeah, if science as a body was, actually using the scientific method, which we all know that a large majority of them are not. And of course, this is a mathematical question in terms of the shape, but if you're discussing the rotation of the Earth or some of the claims about outer space, that might actually potentially be scientific questions if anyone was applying the scientific method to them, but they're not. I'm sure you must have been in here when we discuss how most research is driven by grants. A lot of those grants are driven by the government or just towing the party line. They don't really want new ideas. Not that that's anything new. I mean, I think even before the current structure, which has definitely put a lockdown on information, at least at the establishment level, even though the internet has allowed us to find this information in other ways, it's always been the case that there's kind of been, the closed ivory tower that, only the authorized ideas are going to enter. Like, surely you understand that concept, right, Raiden?
I do, Dandelion, and I can appreciate everything that you said. I'll ask you this. I'm just curious as to what your view is. This is a question about NASA specifically. Do you think that NASA knows what the shape of the Earth is and they're lying about it? Or do you think they honestly don't know what the shape of the Earth is? What's your view?
Well, NASA is not a person. NASA is an organization with many employees. And yeah, I think it's totally possible for a large... I have no idea. I mean, I haven't taken a survey. I don't work there. I have no way of knowing the answer to your question. So if you're only asking for my opinion from what I've observed, I would say it's completely possible for a large majority of their employees to be compartmentalized in their tasks to the point where they don't actually know the fraud that they're carrying out. They could just do their little, computer programming or working on some little technical part or little machinery part of whatever it is they think they're doing. They don't have to know the big picture. That's true of most corporations and government agencies and so on. People just do their little job. They don't need to know. They don't need to know the whole picture. So, my guess, if you're going to force me to guess, it would be most of the people there don't, because that would make it would be just logistically difficult for them to carry on. It's much easier for them just to have all these people being globe believers. You can believe in, they could be, people can believe in the thing and then be doing all their little tasks as if they're doing that thing when they're not actually doing that thing, because the number of people who are actually claiming to go to space is very small. The rest of the people just think they're doing something. So no, I think most of them don't know. That's my answer, but that's totally my opinion.
Did Katy Perry go to space? Because she said she did.
Do you
Thanks for your opinion.
Do you think someone that is a heavy hand in designing a rocket that is meant to go to space, even though they don't get to go to space themselves, they are a heavy hand in designing something that is meant to go,
allegedly,
that they are being deceived?
Yeah, I can post the names from aerospace engineers. Okay.
I skydived with a guy that is like one of the head guys that built the SLS rocket.
And what's more? What about it?
Let's just ask, did Katy Perry lie about going to space?
She didn't even claim to be actually. I don't think they even claimed to be in space, dude. They didn't go.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
They didn't even claim to go high enough.
Jesus Christ! Solaris! Jesus Christ!
Why you bring up? They're bringing up Katy Perry, man. That's just dumb to bring up Katy Perry.
Of course it is.
There's a video while she's in space. She said she was in space.
So what? Yeah, did she go to space? Technically, yes. Is she an astronaut? No.
No, she's not an astronaut. But if you guys don't believe in space, at a certain point, you can't contain the conspiracy when Katy Perry, pop artist,
I didn't say that I didn't believe in space. I do believe in space. Did she go to space? Technically, yes. Is she an astronaut?
No, she didn't went to space. Okay.
Technically, yes.
She just went up. She just went up and down. That's it. I can post from the book.
That is how going to space works.
Technically, becoming an astronaut only has to deal with altitude, and technically, Katy Perry went above the altitude that
Listen, Bill, we have an astronaut. Listen, Bill. We have an astronaut.
Jesus.
We have an astronaut, okay? He doesn't want to say his name, okay? But he did say, from above you don't see Earth as a ball, and there's a barrier. No rockets went out. It's simple. You accept it or not?
You're saying that you have.
You think this gas pressure is next to a open? Let's say it's open to a vacuum.
Yep.
How come that works? Yeah, show me the experiment.
Absolutely.
You have a vacuum, and you have a vacuum, and you have a gas. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Does that work?
Yep. Certainly does.
Yep. Your mother. Yep. Your mother. Okay.
Oh, okay. If you want to ignore how it works, go ahead.
No, how it works. Yeah, I'm gonna post it. How it works.
Go ahead. Yeah. How many?
Yeah,
how
look
many,
at it. Look at it. Look at it. Okay,
go ahead.
Debunk this. Debunk this.
Okay. Again. Go ahead and show me the math. Where how many tons of gases are produced on Earth versus how many are lost to the vacuum of space. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just post to you. I just did post to you. It's impossible. You have a vacuum. You have a vacuum, and you have a gas. You know, it's there.
You're showing a fucking.
You're making up shit talk. You're just making up shit talk, not proving anything.
You're showing.
You are there. You know, I saw you there at the side chat, talking, not proving anything. Okay.
You're showing parlor tricks. Go ahead. Show some more.
You have nothing.
Yeah. Nothing.
We did show to you the math. Is that radio 67 times larger?
All you have to do
is that radio 67 times larger? That's the math.
I just told you to just ask that simple question. Ask yourself that simple question. How much gases are produced on the Earth versus how much gases are lost to the vacuum of space? I just proposed that question. You're not even.
I just debunked you. I just did debunk you.
You're not even.
With a demonstration. I just did debunk you. It's over. It's over.
No, you're not even willing to see what the answer is.
You cannot prove it. Okay?
You're not willing to see what the answer is.
My job to find you.
Give you the question. All I did was give you the question. You're not willing to see what the answer is.
I just said to you, you cannot have a vacuum. Okay.
Again, you're just making proclamations.
No, I did post. Did you have an experiment show that you can have vacuum without without a chamber? Can you have a vacuum and an atmosphere? You know, not mixing. Because that's impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's physics and it's a facts. Okay, you are not proving anything. You are not proving anything. Okay, you are just talking, not proving anything to us.
I understand physics. I mean, I've taken a college class in physics. Have you? I'm sure that we both have at least taken a college class in physics.
Yeah. So what is gas pressure?
We must at least understand it.
Oh, you don't want no. Way. What is gas pressure? Right? What is gas pressure?
What is gas pressure? What does that question have to do with what I proposed to you? I asked you.
I just see that you don't want to prove anything. Okay, you don't want to prove shit. You just want to talk. You are not proving anything to us.
Miguel.
Nothing.
Miguel.
You are just a time waster. Okay. You don't want proof. You just don't want us to destroy your illusion of that ball Earth. You know, in that vacuum, you don't want us to destroy that. So you keep that illusion in your head. It's your problem. You know, you cannot prove it. It's your problem.
All right, look, Miguel. If you're really,
you can believe in Narnia. You can believe in Narnia. That's your problem. Okay, I'm over. It's over.
I'm not about believing in Narnia. All I did was ask you to propose the question. How much gases are produced on Earth and how much is lost to the vacuum of space? All I did was propose the question, and you are immediately denying.
Before that, I did ask you a question, and you did not answer. Again, okay. Before that, I did ask you a question. You didn't answer, and you try. You jump to another thing. But anyway, you are not proving anything to us. Where is your proof? Post it at the side chat. Post it.
I already did, and I've been trying to tell you.
Show me gas pressure without a container or a vacuum next to a gas, not mixing.
I mean, you can. I gave you the question to ask.
No, you didn't post it. You didn't prove anything. You are just talking.
Yes, I am asking you to show a little bit.
It's over. Okay, it's over.
Solaris, you're asking him to state how much gas disappears in the vacuum of space, where the vacuum of space is the thing in question.
No, so that's not what he's. That's not what he's asking. That's not what he's asking. You're adding something that he didn't ask.
No, it's something you just said.
Oh, no. You're adding an extra part to the equation.
You literally just said that you asked him that.
Oh, I'm not exit.
If he was to do the equation that I gave him, that I am presenting, then he would have the answer he seeks. You are adding an extra part to that equation, which then becomes an entire other equation.
What equation? You can test it. Test it. Show that experiment. You are showing anything?
Miguel, you bring up saying physics, and yet you understand that physics, the majority of the time with physics.
What is gas pressure? What is gas pressure? Do you know it?
With physics, you keep bringing it up.
What is gas pressure? What is gas pressure?
Oh my God! How many times?
Miguel, you might as well just get it. You might as well just get a second and just define it for him, because it's not going to go anywhere.
Gas pressure. The gas particles are colliding with each other and with the walls of its container. Even NASA is saying that. Even NASA has. I can post a link from NASA. Okay. So to have gas pressure, it requires a container. It's simple. You cannot prove it.
Not true.
Gas pressure without a container. Hey, Maj, I don't care about you. Okay. You are just a waste of time. Okay.
Yeah, likewise, buddy.
I was not talking to you, Maj. Okay.
You are not talking to me. Okay, then talk.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm over with you. Okay. I did talk to you at politics and religion, and you just ran away. Okay. I don't care about time wasters. This is over to me. Okay, Maj. Or pretend a clown. I don't care about you. I was talking to another guy. Okay.
Okay. Well, other guy, just know he's.
Shut the fuck up. I don't care about you. Solaris, go get some some experiment to show you can have gas pressure without the container. Okay, Miguel, it's over to me. It's over. No, it's over. Bye.
Stop, Miguel. How would you want me to observe gas pressure? What would you want me to do? Let me ask that.
He's actually asking
how would you want me to
provide a demonstration obtaining gas pressure without any containment.
Yeah, I'm asking him even just a hypothetical. It doesn't have to be accurate. It could be a hypothetical.
That would be that's up to you.
It doesn't matter. I'm willing to accept a hypothetical. How would you walk outside your door, your house, walk outside your front door and measure gas pressure? How would you do it?
Well, that would be circular reasoning.
I'm not asking you.
The gas pressure that's in question.
I am not asking you.
Doesn't matter. I'm clarifying for you. He's asked you
to
demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
That has nothing to do with the conversation. He's never really posted that.
It does have something to do with the conversation.
He has just denied my point. But all I'm doing is asking a question. I have not made a claim. All I've done is ask a question, and he keeps denying the question.
So you've, from my understanding, you have a mathematical equation that you have.
Do you?
Is supposed to show how much gas is exiting our atmosphere into the vacuum of space.
Well, I
correct?
mean,
And you're
obviously,
asking him to do that
my question
Hang
has
on.
been out for over 30 minutes now. My question has been out, and apparently, no one in this chat has actually
Okay, so
bothered
what's the
to ask it.
question? What's the question?
I've already asked it like fucking 15 times.
Well,
if you came late to the conversation, that's on you. And now you're trying to argue with a question that you didn't even hear.
No, I was clarifying for you.
You're a second-hand. You're a second-hand troll.
Gas pressure.
Yeah, you're a second-hand troll. Second-hand troll.
Now, second-hand troll. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what you're a second-hand troll.
I was clarifying for you that Miguel asked you
You're a
to
second-hand
demonstrate
troll.
gas pressure without a container. Now, if you don't want to repeat your question, that's fine. I won't answer your question, but you can answer Miguel's.
That's great, because I wasn't asking you. I was asking Miguel. Thank you for finally acknowledging that after 5 minutes.
No. I was clarifying for you because you're trying to reverse the burden.
I don't need you to clarify my question. I presented it quite clearly.
Now, what I did here was you talking about Miguel doing mathematical equations that somehow show the amount of gas that is exiting the atmosphere into the vacuum of space. Is that correct?
Again, no, I didn't ask him to do an equation. I asked him to perform the question. Just ask the question.
You're asking Miguel to ask you a question. What is the question?
Not ask me the question.
Well, Miguel's not here anymore, so why don't you just have the conversation with AJ, who's talking to you?
I'm just
AJ has already shown that he's going to be dishonest about it because he's willing to argue something that he didn't even read in the first place.
I've asked you a question, you fucking idiot. Do you know what that means?
So you didn't even read it in the first place, which meant that you would have had to have read the text.
No, because I was driving in the car listening to the conversation.
See what I mean? See what I mean? You were willing to argue with something that you didn't even know.
No,
you didn't even know what the argument was, and you were willing to argue.
If you're not going to be an honest interlocutor and have the conversation, I will just put you on mute. It's very simple.
I'll just do it myself. That's fine.
Good.
Do it yourself.
Getting in his feelings, is he?
Oh, yeah, it's getting heated in here, AV. It's getting heated in here.
I mean, there's been
he answers.
Yeah. I just got here, so I was just trying to clarify everything because he was trying to reverse the burden on Miguel. So I'll just read what's in the chat before I jump back in.
Yeah, he answers questions with questions and other claims and distracts and it's ridiculous.
Well, there's nothing really being said within the past 5 minutes that I was listening to him. It's just bloviating about somebody coming into a conversation that perhaps they heard or did not hear, and so he's just really upset about that. But so that's all that the conversation has been about for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but he's been asking a non-question the whole time, AV. He was asking how much gas is being sucked into the vacuum of space. It's like, dude, you're asking a question that it makes zero freaking sense for anybody to be able to answer.
So I wasn't wrong in what I said then, that he had some sort of equation showing how much gas.
No, he was just asking the question. He was just asking the question. He wasn't asking for an equation. He was like, how much gas is being... And it's like, brother,
he's asking. He's asking the room. Was he asking the room, or was he asking someone specific?
No, he was asking Miguel, but what I did hear him say was that there is an equation for this. Would you like me to give you the equation, Miguel? So I think Miguel got the shits and jumped out in the end. But
I never once said equation.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
All right, so multiple people heard you say that you had an equation.
I never once said that I had an equation. I only postulated to ask the question. I only postulated to ask the question of how many gases are produced on Earth versus how much is pulled away from Earth due to the vacuum of space. That's all I'm asking.
Okay,
And yet every single one of you that wants to argue with me hasn't even bothered to look it up.
Relax, dude. Relax. The reason why everybody was asking you specifically is because they want to know where you're coming from. So it's just a question of clarity. They want to know exactly what do you mean by what you're saying.
There's no clarity to it. Ask the question. That's all I'm proposing. There's no reason for clarity. Here's the question. What clarity do you need for a question?
Miguel answered it. He said that there is no gases. He said there is no gases escaping into the vacuum of space due to the fact that we require containment to obtain pressure. And you denied it. He then asked you to provide or show gas pressure without containment. And then you tried to reverse the burden and ask him, what gases would you like measured? How do I do this when I step outside my front door? Which is circular reasoning, because now you're trying to propose gas pressure on the Earth, and this is the argument or the discussion that we're having. So your answer is...
I even said that, and I clarified that the vacuum of space is the very thing in question. And you're asking him to answer the question of how much gas fucks off into space, the very thing that's in question, and then you went off on that too.
All right, so supposedly you're asking him a question, allegedly, that the globe has already given an explanation to. Is this correct? Sublime, or whatever your name is?
Solaris. Yeah, that's correct.
Solaris.
He's asking us to look up what the globe tells us.
AJ, I just need clarity from him. I want his clarity. I want him to bring forward whether or not this is the case. Solaris, is this what you're saying?
Say it again.
Okay, so you're asking a question that already has an explanation. Is this correct?
I have yet to hear an explanation.
Sir, are you asking a question that already has an explanation?
I have yet to hear an explanation.
I'm not talking if you heard an explanation. Is there one for the question you're asking already?
Is there an answer? Yes.
Yes.
Have I heard it?
My God.
Have I heard it from anyone?
I'm not asking if you heard it. I'm not.
Is there an answer? Yes. Have I heard it from anyone in this channel? No.
Okay, so what you're meaning to do is to see if anybody knows the answer that's already explained. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You see how easy that was? That's all we wanted to know. At least anybody that was trying to ask you what the hell is going on.
I thought my question was simple enough.
No, well, it seems like in this specific realm, when you're asking these questions, they're leading. They're leading questions, and
It's
everybody
not a
in here
leading
wants.
question.
It is because you already know the answer to it.
It's not a leading
That's
question.
why it's leading, because you know the answer to it.
It's
So
like
you know the
asking
answer.
you what's 2 + 2. Just because
Okay,
I know the answer doesn't mean it's a leading question.
Listen, it is because you're asking.
He's just too ready to
Listen,
talk.
dude,
He's
you're-
not
you're
listening to
asking-
you, Alpha.
You're asking.
Shut the fuck up.
You're asking a question that already has an explanation in your mind as to what the globe Earth explanation is, according to you, right? So you want somebody to at least give a response to what you already know the explanation is for the Earth having an atmosphere that's leaking or whatever. You just want somebody here to respond back what you already know, confirmed by an explanation that you think is true. That's all you were asking for.
I think it's
And
true.
nobody's
Okay.
responded to you of that specific explanation. And it sounded like it was the opposite. Which Miguel was giving you an instance that, well, if we have gas pressure, then it would require containment. So what's happening here is that you didn't get your explanation. So you and
I didn't hear. I actually didn't
check
hear.
this out, Solaris.
Sorry,
So
I
this is
didn't
what
hear
happened.
Miguel
Let
say
me
that.
just tell you
I
what happened.
apologize.
I know that.
Apologize.
No, he didn't say that. Okay, he did not. tell
Oh,
you
he
that.
didn't say that.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So what happened? What happened was at the moment he started saying gas pressure requires containment, you guys started talking past each other. In other words, you were waiting for your explanation, and he was saying he didn't need to give you an explanation. You get what I mean?
No, actually, I was waiting for that answer, and
know
I
that.
apologize that I didn't hear that. I was waiting
he
for that
didn't.
answer.
Okay. Okay.
He
did
Miguel
not give
did.
You, he
I
did
didn't
not
hear
give
that.
you
I'm
the
sorry.
explanation, bro. I'm telling you, as far as you're concerned, for the globe Earth, he didn't give you the response you wanted.
No,
So
I was looking for that answer that you just gave.
I know
then that would have been looking for that from him. Dick, what the fuck,
buddy? Don't you remember when I said Miguel?
I don't need
said,
another
hey,
person in here. It's gonna get convoluted. So here's what's happening, dude. Because you guys talk past each other, you started going on a rant that no one's giving you the answer that you're requiring. So now what's happening is that we're trying to get you on the mindset that your explanation doesn't cover what reality is doing right now, which means because we have gas pressure, which Miguel was trying to talk to you about, because it seems like he talked past, you guys were talking past each other. Now the mindset is, okay, your explanation is just that, an explanation. There's nothing in science that would describe gas pressure being activated by gravity in any way. You don't know that right now, so you think your explanation is it ranks the supreme. It's top, right? That's what you think. But you don't have science to back you up. And so Miguel didn't have time to go through all the rigmarole to put you through the, like the whole, how do you know that there's any science backing up gravity pulling down gases and all that whole thing? He didn't have time to do that. So he just said gas pressure requires containment. So he bypassed all of that and brought you to the fact that if you have gas pressure, it requires containment. That's what he wanted you to know. Not your explanation you were waiting for, and that's what you were waiting for. He didn't give that to you because he didn't need to. Yeah? That was it.
Yeah, and I just tried to clarify, because Miguel jumped out, but I just couldn't get a clarification off this guy. That was the problem.
Yeah, and now that he understands what all it was a case of people were talking past each other because he, on one hand, was waiting for the globe Earth explanation, which he didn't get, according to Miguel was giving him an explanation how he didn't need to give it to him. You get me? So Miguel didn't feel like he had to give it to him, but he felt like he needed one. So at that moment that Miguel negated the fact that he didn't explain exactly what the globe paradigm was, exclaiming, he felt like he was like, okay, no one's telling me what I need to hear from the globe, so I'm not getting my answer. So he would just probably overtalk Miguel or, waiting for his answer that he never got. That's all it was. And then, basically it was chaos, audio chaos from there.
Well,
it's real frustrating.
According to the globe, there's two types of escapes here. There's thermal escape or Jeans escape, and there's non-thermal escapes. And the claim on the table is that there's about 90,000 tons of hydrogen and about 1,500 of helium per year. There's a minimal amount of oxygen. Yeah. So now we've got that clarified. So where do we go from here? How do you verify that this is occurring in reality?
That's to Solaris.
Yeah.
Solaris, if you're there.
He's gone. Oh, no, he's here. Sorry.
We're getting to the base root of what you wanted to hear. AJ's telling you. In other words, we're getting somewhere.
Solaris, no, he's in the side chat, spamming the side chat, saying that we need to now prove a container. So, Solaris, again, I've just answered your question you've been apparently waiting to hear. So what does that mean now? What does that mean for you, for us?
Sounds like he's unwilling to engage.
Yeah. Which was what was occurring when I first jumped in. He thought he had it over Miguel because he was yelling and talking over the top of him and not actually listening. And then he had a little spiral when I come in and started trying to clarify because he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah, it just became audio chaos because he was talking past Miguel, and Miguel was like, of course, didn't need to go into all the whole explanation for the globe, but in the case of what he wanted to hear was somebody at least acknowledge the fact that globe is saying this one thing. So I guess he wanted to know if anybody knew the paradigm explanation. And I'm pretty sure, AJ, don't get me wrong, he doesn't even understand that. I'm pretty sure. I could almost bet the farm that he wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what mainstream narrative is talking about when it comes to at least what they're telling the about the atmosphere at the highest edges of where space is. He wouldn't be able to tell you, but he wanted to hear something akin to what he thinks the explanation is. That's all it was.
But if that was the only question, I was quite happy to answer it. I was just trying to get to the bottom of it, and he's just spiraled.
Yeah, because he was still telling. He was just really stuck on that mode where he just wanted to hear the explanation that he wanted to hear, and everything else was la 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 la. I'm not listening, and so that made it audio chaos.
Yes. And then we had Mage as well, but I muted Mage.
Yeah, Mage is just an anti-flat earther, like trying to get a rise out of anyone in the room. He's not here for discussion. Mage, at your discretion, can be muted at any moment. You don't need to worry wait for him to talk or anything. He's here to distract and do nothing more.
Yeah.
Until proven otherwise, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't just mute him right away.
Hell's Angles, you're hot micing, my friend.
Hell's Angles, are you there? Oh, there. You got it. Solaris Skyborn, are you there?
He said he can't talk. He has his kid in the room with him.
Oh, well.
He wants to go down the gravity route.
Yeah, but I mean...
That's all right. We're not going to do it in text, so until he's free to speak again, he can jump back on the mic and we can have the discussion.
Agreed. Yeah, text is really no way. That's reserved for people who can articulate points and verbally. So going back and forth with his text is not gonna do.
No, it doesn't, because in the text he can just make as many claims as he likes and not be held to them. At least we can hold him to them in the VC.
Yep, that's correct.
Who was the guy?
Not to mention if they just scroll back. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was saying if they just scroll way up to all the pinned stuff, there's tons of good content in the chat right now. If they want to think critically, they could go and look at any of that stuff.
You talking about in the text? Or spoke earlier with
in the text chat. Yeah. They pinned a bunch of stuff earlier, which is really good. A bunch of guys pinned a lot of cool stuff up there. Way back in the chat.
Yeah, I'm reading it now, and he's just denying everything.
Is the other guy still here that was talking just before Solaris? I don't remember.
You mean Elias? Elias was in here earlier. He was a guy who got booted in here.
We got a few names in here that are brand new that I haven't seen. There's Pizza, and there's also The Brick. So if you're brand new to the forum, guys, go ahead and chime in, say what's up. But we're still asking the question, if you think the Earth is a globe, do you have any evidence for it? So produce evidence for the Earth being a globe. If you're brand new to the forum, if you want to interact with this forum. If not, you could sit back and listen. Perhaps there's a conversation that might spark your interest. But if you want to participate and interact with us, go ahead. The floor is open right now, so I would, if I were you, take advantage of it. Because once we start talking to one person, we don't want 3 or 4 voices interrupting. So right now, you have the option to take the floor. Or not. It's up to you.
Yo, what up, brother?
What up, homie?
Yeah, so I downloaded that app, man. We'll get together over it in the future, very near future.
Yeah, man. Jesus, dude, I barely got back. I was busy all freaking day. No, but I the same as before. I think it's got potential, man. It's just I was actually on it throughout when I was driving. I was on the app. I think there's a little bit of lag issue. I don't know if it's the servers because a budding app, and all that kind of stuff. They're probably starting out trying to get their bearings, and maybe it's getting really popular too fast. I have no idea, but it seems like the connection to the server might be a little glitchy. I don't know what you witnessed when you were on it.
I mean, So I backgrounded the app a little bit. It started as kind of like TikTok version of shopping, kind of, but they're branching out, like they're expanding into different realms. So like the debate feature, that feature, I think that's only like 4 weeks old. It's brand new, like 4 weeks old. So they're probably getting a lot of people joining, and they probably have to iron out the bugs and figure out how much network traffic they're getting and all that crap.
So what are you thinking? We can get some realty in there?
I mean, I haven't had a chance to really use it. I only used it like in the TikTok sense, like doom scrolled it for a minute. But
yep.
Yeah, so I'll have to check it out further. That's why I said I would get together later on it. I'm just telling you, I got it. I got the mods. See how it works out.
Yeah, we got to do a couple of dry runs, man. Like, just like me, you, or someone else, a couple of other people. See what we can do with that, and then throw up like a debate deal. I'm really looking too in that app specifically. I want to at least do some FaceTime. Do that FaceTime on that, and see what happens and host like a room.
You wouldn't use Zoom for it?
No, it's a new app, AJ.
Okay.
I'll tell you right now, I don't go on camera.
Yeah.
It's my thing, dude. Dude, there's no photos of me on the internet. There never will be. Fucking, it ain't never gonna happen.
TikTok had the same feature. You didn't have to like turn your cam on, but you could still be in voice while other people did. So the anonymity part of it could still remain, like for you, if you just wanted to be a voice. And that's not like, you know what I mean? Like that's just your preference. You don't like anybody that. What I like about it though, like TikTok did, is you could turn your camera on if you wanted to. That was a feature that was there. It was available to you. But this one, I'm not sure if they're doing the same rules that TikTok did, where you need 1,000 subscribers or followers before you can actually have that feature available to you.
It seems
I don't
like
think so. I don't think
I don't think so. I think there is only one restriction. Like if you want to do a flip, you need to do something. But the flip, I think, is geared for a particular, like a product review or something like that. Yeah. So they have clips and flips or some shit like that, right? Like the clips is open, you can just use it, but it's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's the, like, 2-minute video or whatever. But the flip is like geared for like, buy a product, they send it to you, you review it, and they do the flip. So that's like one way to make money, like doing product reviews on it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that's how it started, but they've expanded it. It's like expanding into other things, because I've seen people that have been using it. I was looking at forums and stuff talking about how they're expanding it and how the app is like, they're like glad, hey man, these new features are fucking awesome or whatever. I just haven't had a chance to like dig in. All I do is look at what other people said, the people that, have used it, see what their experience is.
Yeah, man. I really wanted to dive into, like, see what everybody's talking about and seeing if it has potential, because I mean, it is the right kind of app, at least for me, what I was thinking about. It's right in the, like, where it's not restricting at the moment, like it's got a little bit of free speech, so to speak, So I think
they like challenges, right? You can like issue challenges, and there was a whole bunch of weird shit. Like I said, I didn't really get to go through it, but dude, that would be awesome if you could do a fucking challenge, right? Okay, give your best evidence why the Earth's a globe. There's a challenge. Prove the Earth's a globe. There's a challenge for you.
Oh yeah, and the debate. I think because when you click on somebody's like video, I think even if they're live or whatever, you could debate them. There's a like a option to do that. I think, and
yeah.
Really awesome, dude.
I've seen some posts on Facebook about it. Like people said, yeah, I just got debating on this Flip app or whatever. So, yeah, man, like I'm definitely down for that. And like dude, you said, right? People can gift you stuff. That's like almost like scoring the debate, right?
Yes.
That's literally like scoring the debate. Yeah. So,
dude, this is what I was saying before. I was talking about this. I'm like, dude, can you imagine if we had a an app that would actually act like TikTok. I said this before. I can't believe like the app is already like this is the app. I was saying, dude, if we could like have people challenge you and then you could get into like a debate and then people, depending on the quality of the debate and what they think your debate skills are, they could give you a measure of it. They could gift you like, dude, that's awesome. I'm dropping like $1 for this. You know what I mean? Like just to put an animation in there, these little animations work to say like, hey, gifted Indio 007 and it does like a little crocodile, in a parachute or, you know what I'm saying? Like there's things that would incentivize, like, it's just like, hey man, appreciate you. You can give them a shout out when they do that. Stuff like that, like it's the new way, dude. It's kind of like people showing their appreciation to like, the type of skill set that you have for the realm that you're in, to have the debate like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, or just the quality of your argument, right? Because you can have good skills, dude, but if you don't have good facts, then you're fucked. You know what I mean? That's what's kind of pig, man. Like you always say, right? You're just like you're gonna stick like the kind of pig. Like you make me the greatest, makeup artist in the world, but it's still a pig.
Yep. It's like shining a turd or putting lipstick on a pig.
Polishing a turd, yeah. Polishing a turd with a brick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the potential's there for everyone. So once 24/7 is rooted in this app, because we're on the we're on the ground floor right now, dude. I'm telling you, it's gonna be ground floor.
So, can you get the app on your PC, or is it only for phone?
I was just gonna do that right now when I logged in, but I don't know. Indio, did you find out?
It seems like it's only at the moment. It's only for phone.
So it lives on your phone.
What's the name of the app?
Flip.
Yeah.
Flip.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I can't seem to get it on my PC.
Yeah, it lives on your phone. It's like TikTok. When TikTok started, it lives on your phone. It still doesn't even fully work on the PC. It's glitchy like on the PC.
I mean, you can probably use an Android emulator and download it and use it that way.
Yeah, you could.
Because that's how I used to. That's how I used to play Call of Duty Mobile. I used to play it in an emulator.
Yeah, BlueStacks. I think BlueStacks is another way you can emulate like a phone.
Yeah, that's what I use there.
Yeah, so for those who want to join, 24/7 is trying to make a move into Flip. We're going to be on the ground floor of their debate channels, and they're saying that they're like unrestricted and it's free speech and all this kind of shit. So we're going to test their mettle, see what happens.
Yeah. So it's like their good old freaking sales pitch is, no censorship, real conversations, say what you want.
And fuck yes, dude. That's what we're all about. All about that shit.
Yeah, free speech is clutch.
I'm gonna get APAC to shut that shit down in like 3 days.
Well, let's just see if they're made what they're made of. If they're able to hold, because you know us, dude. When it comes to TOS, dude, we're all about that, right? We're gonna make sure that we're sharp and right on point. So we're not gonna tip the scales in that way, but we are gonna be bringing whatever they allow us to. We're gonna bring that, So we're gonna bring.
You can even make me agree to any TOS when I install it.
So kind of excited, man, to be honest.
Yeah.
But everybody who's hearing us say it right now, if you're listening to us, yeah, Flip is gonna be where 24/7 is moving towards. So download it if you can.
Maybe.
I'm already on there. Listen, I'm already on there. So look for me. You can find my handle. It's always the same everywhere on all the socials. AV_overdrive. I'm on X. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Rumble. I'm on Flip. You can find me at AV_overdrive.
I can't even find it in Google Play.
Do you have your link like attached to your profile? You have all your links?
Well, not in here, but yeah, on that one, yeah, that's going to be how you find me. So, and it's the same. My avatar will always be the same. It'll be AV. I'm trying to keep continuity with with my socials. So but it's the same. Yep. Believe me, dude, it's gonna be fucking spectacular. Like the type of like thing that we're gonna bring this app, because we've dealt with the level of like the academics. So yeah, we're gonna be already established because it's ground floor, as Indio was saying. They're just testing out their debate feature. So we're gonna try to get ourselves like we're gonna move in. So set up shop, be a presence in that app. And the way it works is, I don't know how many speakers, but if memory serves, according to TikTok, there is only a certain amount of speakers. I think it was like maybe 8 or 12. I mean, somewhere between there, 8 or 12 speakers at the max.
Yeah, that's it.
Everybody else is a listener. Is that how? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, for sure. Like I watched this guy on there, Angels of Light, and he only has a few people in there at a time. And if you look at the max open slots, it's not very many.
So our team is going to be the hottest of the hot speakers. You know, the big dogs, the big wigs are going to be the ones on the mic. So we're going to be. I mean, it's going to be, ultimate destruction. So, and then we're going to invite people to have, they're like, hey, if you want to debate, come on over. Because I think there's a feature on that app where if you're listening to anybody speaking, you could debate them, which is lovely, I think.
Well, it's not available in Australia. I cannot download it.
Ah, dude. Hey, VPN.
Yeah, maybe that'll work. I'll have to give that a try. But I found it, and it just says this is not available in your country.
They don't let you guys do anything, huh? Over there.
No, probably because it's not, like you said, moderated as such. There's no TOS. You can say whatever you want. We can't do that in Australia. We go to jail for that stuff.
You go to jail?
Yeah, you can. They've just actually passed new laws in regards to any sort of Nazi symbolism. So if they see that you're even raising your hand like you're doing the salute, yeah, you're going to jail, man. They've got all new laws on this.
Man.
Crazy. So does anyone here think that the earth is not flat?
Good luck. If you think it's not flat, then why would you even do that in 2025? Go ahead. What's your evidence for the earth being a globe, taxation?
Oh, no, I think it's flat. I was just asking if anyone thinks that it's a globe.
Good choice.
Only globers think taxation is not theft.
Yeah, I'd like to hear them make a case for it not being
taxes are tithing for the globe religion.
Tithing?
Yeah. It is, dude. It's like a religious tithe, man. Pass the plate around, man. Yeah, pass the plate around so frickin' NASA can give us some more fake pictures.
Well, they've done away with that already, so Elon's eating sour grapes right now because of it.
Oh, they're not just like riding off into the sunset. Fuck that shit. They're like, dude, you're going in full retreat. They're still getting attacked. I don't care.
Yeah.
What are they doing when he sends up those rockets and stuff?
The amount of money they have is insane.
Yeah, that's all right.
Not anymore. You guys haven't heard the news? You guys haven't heard the news?
Spend it all. Oh, I know, but they didn't spend it all. They didn't spend it all. They already freaking invested it.
Well, yeah. If you look at their NASA's comprehensive annual financial report, last time I looked was probably like 5 years ago. They have something like, I don't know, like close to $1 trillion in assets.
Yeah.
Who does?
I have to go NASA.
What about SpaceX?
Well, they're a private company, and we can't inspect their books.
AI overlord.
They're defunded too, though, dude. So they're fucked.
Who defunded them?
Trump.
You want me to put a?
Is that why Elon is pissed at him?
Yeah, let me put a social media post.
Part of the reason.
This whole thing
go
with
ahead.
Elon and Trump, they're both laughing in the background at us. It's all propaganda to keep us looking at this instead of the other bullshit they're doing.
Well, yeah, of course, but still, that they're rolling back the space propaganda. So it is what it is. They have to
Bro,
get it from India.
At the same time that they released or that Trump and Elon were fighting on X, Palantir created this whole thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but you guys should look into it.
Interesting. Yeah, hold
there's
that thought
this
real
new
quick.
thing from Palantir that just came out, like this database or some shit.
Yeah, hold that thought. Let me just post the social media part of it so you guys can see what was being said. Well, there's at least one part of it. I just posted it.
Yeah,
When Elon Musk came to the White House,
I find it funny people complaining about these companies have their data, and they're the ones that gave it to them.
Here's the other post. This one was basically
rocket ships to nowhere.
Yeah, do you see that? Here's this one. Check this out. This one's coming up.
Did he really? He said this?
Yeah, look at what it says here. This is Elon Musk on X, or formerly known as Twitter. Uh-oh.
Yo, dude, Trump sounds like I've been saying for years.
Yes, dude, it's for real. Fuck's sake.
Dude, I've been saying that for years. Irrespective of this topic, Elon Musk is a welfare queen. Electric cars, none of the crap of his businesses would have ever went anywhere if it wasn't for government subsidies.
So, yeah. This is real.
Rocket ships to nowhere is hilarious.
And then, no more SpaceX.
They're going to be like, are they all lying? They're not going to be like, nah, Trump told the truth. He said rocket ships to go nowhere.
What about his internet stuff, though?
Internet stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, they're losing all the funding that they. Yeah.
Yeah, but how does that work? How does it? It's they
take the money away.
I'm going to tell you guys. Okay. See, you guys think there's a ball in the way, and that radio waves are blocked by this ball. So you have to have something in space to bounce the signal back down to Earth. If there's no ball in the way, you don't need that shit.
They're just sending signals around.
So what do you think the longest? Yeah, what do you think the longest radio transmission ever was?
I don't know.
Okay, go up. Okay, in 1918, they communicated from Cornwall, England, to Sydney, Australia. In 1918, so there's no satellites, there's no repeater towers, it's none of that. Now, how did they do that if there's a big giant ball in the way?
Anybody?
Well, why did it take them so long to do high, fast internet then?
Because they just don't let people. Dude, be serious?
Yeah.
Bro, Tesla, he built this magnifying transmitter in Long Island. Okay, and I'm not here to claim it was a free energy device, but he built it, and it was still there. He had to declare bankruptcy, but the tower was still there. And the Army Corps of Engineers went and blew it up. Why did they blow it up? Because communications, the government wants to control them. Okay? Because they're a security risk. But what happens when, so in Turkey, what's the first thing they did when there were, protests? We're shutting down the internet. We don't want people to be able to communicate with each other. Because if they can all get together and talk and make a plan, they're gonna overthrow our plan. So they want to be able to plan while you can't plan, which gives them an advantage, right? They're always going to try and control communication forever. This is what the government does: controls communication. Back in the day, right? in ancient times, if you published a book without permission of either the Pope or the king or your local monarch, it was a death penalty. If you, I'm going to print a book and I'm going to pass it out. Yeah, you're dead. Your head's getting whacked off. I mean, I think people look at this like a little naively, like there's a government incentive to control communication. Yeah, and if you want evidence of what I said about the communication, look in the chat. Platter posted it. Thanks, Platter.
Oh, it's suppression of information, isn't it? Which involves communication. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you think the justification was for requiring licenses to have a radio station? Why was that necessary?
You still do. I think.
Yeah, but why? Like, I just want to know. Like, the government's only supposed to do what's proper and necessary for good order. Why was it necessary? I can't think of any reason why, especially in the beginning, right? When there's like, 2 radio stations. They're not interfering with each other, right? Like, they don't have enough power to knock birds out of the sky. Like, what? Say that again? What?
I just asked, like, could they not interfere with each other?
They could if they were on the same frequency.
So then maybe that's why they blocked them.
Yeah.
Indio, it's because they know knowledge is power.
Don't you think that they would solve that problem themselves? And they're like, oh shit, we're interfering with each other. Yo, brother,
yeah, they did with the internet.
Go to 1200 hertz and I'll go to 900. Like, they would solve that problem themselves. The government didn't need to come in and say, you can't build a radio station unless I tell you can't, because we own the fucking air.
Yeah, but we still need a license for a ham radio.
Yeah, here too. Same here. Same.
And
pirate radio, dude.
Yep, and a commercial HF marine license you need as well to operate a marine radio. So I had to go.
Yeah, so back in the day, for cell phones, taxi cabs they'd have their CB hooked up to. I don't know if do you have CB in Australia? Did you guys ever have that?
Yeah, I still use it. Yeah, I got it in my car. I use it every day.
Really fucking you? Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, because I do a lot of traveling, so all the trucks sit on channel 40, so you get what's going on, oversized loads, police, etc.
Yeah. But like local cab companies, they want to be able to talk to their cars, right? But just like a regular CB wouldn't work. So they would get like a cab broadcaster's license, and they'd be able to put up like a smaller 20-foot aerial and with more power than like a regular broadcaster. So the way it works is like it depends on the power output of your antenna, right? So if your power output's above like say 5 watts or something, I think in America it's like I think like if you go over 500, whatever, like half a watt, right? 0.5 of a watt. If your transmitter is more than that, then you have to get a license. You got to get a VHF license. That's what they call it. You need a VHF.
And you think license. All of that is bad? It's not good that it's like that.
It's not necessary.
Yeah, I think it is over 5 watts. Because your CB radios are 5 watts, and that's about the extent that you're allowed to have here. So I'd say anything over 5 watts, you're correct.
Yeah. So, why would you think that's like? I mean, maybe you don't believe in freedom, but I don't think the government should control the communication ability of the population.
Well, they do, and we're just talking about that with this new app, yeah? I can't have it in Australia. It's being controlled. And that will be the reason, yeah? At the end of the day, if it's not, if they don't have any rules or TOS in place, then Australia's not going to allow it. There's no freedom of speech here.
Busby, do you believe in like banning and burning books?
No.
Okay. Then why do you think doing like the equivalent to radio communication is okay?
Well, I don't understand the technology of radio enough, but in my head, it's just like if there's a problem of too many people communicating on the same channel, then it makes sense to block it or to like have regulations and stuff.
So let me tell you a story. Since you brought up Starlink, so there was a guy. He was a hedge fund. He became a billionaire from operating a hedge fund. So he decided he's going to make internet like same thing, satellite internet communication. But what he was going to do is he was going to have geosynchronous satellites, and they were going to beam down to a ground-based antenna, which was going to relay the signal to everybody else. And he bought the frequency from the government. They sold it during the Clinton era. They sold a bunch of spectrum, right? Different frequencies. You could license those frequencies. And he bought the frequency that GPS is on, because GPS is an unlicensed frequency. That's right. They GPS. Nobody owns the GPS frequency. They're pirate radio on GPS, on the GPS frequency. And he bought it. And the fucking GPS companies, Trimble and Garmin and all those, were like, they would have had to put a filter on their receivers.
I don't understand when you say GPS frequency. It's my understanding that GPS is not a frequency.
It has a radio frequency. It's a wireless transmission.
Yeah, but every satellite has its own system of communication. So as many as want to exist can exist. Is that not true?
What are you talking about?
Is it not true that as many satellites can exist and they can all communicate to each other, or to whoever wants to communicate to them?
Do you think
how would the receiver know which frequency to look for, bro?
There's specific
because
frequencies.
You can have a system. You can have a system that delineates between them. You can have a call message that says like, "Hey, I'm communicating to this particular satellite," and it's my understanding that's exactly what they do.
Dude, no. Can you imagine a machine simultaneously scanning all known frequencies just in case some sucker randomly put up a GPS? That would never fly.
Well, this is literally look. What?
Let me ask you a question.
I'm a software developer. This is the way that the Wi-Fi and all. I mean, there are different frequencies in Wi-Fi as well, but it's not that you scan all of them. But multiple people can be communicating on the same frequency, and it's no problem at all. They don't interfere with each other. It's just fine.
But is that
I'm in a big apartment building right now?
But is that because they're on a different bandwidth? Because we've got multiple bands in satellites.
Well, you can be on the same band, and you can have methods for communicating to different satellites.
There's specific carrier frequencies for GPS, L1 through to L5. So when you have a particular carrier frequency, just like normal radio, it's how you set up your modulation and demodulation. So you can surf that bandwidth, you can surf that carrier frequency all you like. It's just how you modulate and demodulate. So, for example, WikiLeaks, a lot of their information that they sent was surfing off those bandwidths.
So, Jado, he thinks that GPS is a two-way communication.
Why do you think that?
Isn't that what you think?
No.
Okay, so
I'm just saying you could have a signature to delineate which satellite you're communicating to.
Okay, so no, it's not how it works. Okay, GPS is a passive beacon.
I am almost entirely sure that this is exactly.
I don't care about your level of certainty. You're wrong. Okay, so GPS is a passive beacon.
But I'm just going to say that you're wrong.
So you're not going to listen.
That there is a signature.
I'm going to tell you how it works.
I'm down. So go for it. Tell me.
I'm going to tell you how it works. GPS is a passive beacon. It repeats its signal. It has a Rhinex message. Rhinex is the message format. and it repeats it over and over and over again. And it has a timestamp in it. And your GPS receiver has a clock. And based upon the timestamp of the message it receives, it determines how far away that beacon is. That's it. It doesn't do any fucking other thing. There's no two-way communication. There's no satellites talking amongst each other. There's none of that. It's just a passive beacon. Think about it like this. Think about you could tell how far something away it was by how loud it is. Right? And you turn on your microphone. Like, okay, it's 10 decibels. Now I know that thing's this far away. And the thing just like that thing just keeps sending out a repeated frickin' beep, 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 beep. And, as it gets farther away, that sound gets fainter. And as it gets closer, it gets louder. They're doing the same thing in principle, but they're using a timestamp instead of, decibel. Because the radio waves travel at the speed of light, right? So if you have the GPS says, hey, this signal left here at this time, and then your GPS receiver picks up at this time, now you know how long the time of flight was, and you can say, okay, now I know I can use the speed of light to figure out the distance that transmission traveled. Do you understand all that?
Yeah. Why do you know these satellites so well though? Like, how do they work in a flat Earth?
They actually use flat Earth coordinates. Or
so there are satellites out there?
No. And this is like.
Well, so then what is all this communication that you're talking about? Like, what communication is happening since they don't exist?
They're beacons, but they're not in the sky. They're not
the
in outer
devices
space.
exist. They're just not up there.
Yeah, they're ground based. It's like, I'll give you an example. In Navy in a minute, differential GPS. Another system was called LOS. Another system was called ORAN. Another system was called DECA. Some of these pre-exist the existence of satellites. Some of them pre-exist, like fucking ORAN, pre-exist the idea of satellites, period. No, like as in nobody even thought about satellite even existing. And they had quote unquote GPS.
There's actually a sub-meter, hold on before you go on. There's a sub-meter GPS network, like in Massachusetts, that I researched, and it's got 26 ground stations. And you could be connected to any one of those and completely disregard any other alleged satellite, and you get sub-meter accuracy. So you can be on an entire GPS network from ground-based stations.
This is what I was trying to bring up. So if you go on the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey site, they're decommissioning all their GPS shit, and they're going completely to ground-based. Now they're admitting it. They're saying, we're not using GPS. We're going to use this new system called CORS. And these are all ground-based, freaking quote-unquote GPS.
What is it called?
CORS, CORS. And you can look at a map and it'll have a map of the United States.
CORS is something else, so how do I find it?
Well, can I ask a question about this GPS stuff?
CORS, CORS.
Continuously operating reference station.
I'll tell you how to find it. Type in USGS.
I just found it. Continuously operating reference station.
That's right, and they're ground-based. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So you said that GPS operates on radio waves, correct?
Yeah. I never even got to finish my story about the fucking. What would say that again? Say that. What?
Do they more or less travel in straight lines?
What is that? What does
The
what travel?
radio waves. Radio waves.
Oh, I mean they're waves. They don't travel in lines.
So they don't travel in straight lines.
Waves?
Yeah, radio waves. Like if I point a radio wave in that direction, it'll go in that direction, right?
Yeah, it'll go in that direction. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So this would be an easy thing to test if you had like disruptive or like lead block or something. Like you could put a lead block above the phone. You could surround it, because if the Earth is flat, if we're on a flat plane, then the barrier shouldn't have to be too high before it blocks the signal, and therefore the phone shouldn't work, right?
Okay, were you here when I was just talking about the longest radio transmission is 10,000 miles?
Sorry, no. I got here recently. I apologize. I was just curious about that point specifically.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was just assuming you didn't hear that part. So, like, the longest radio transmission is 10,000 miles, done in the early 1900s. So, you got to think how far that is, right? The circumference is supposed to be 24,000 miles. This would be nearly like what you would think would be in the globe model, North Pole and South Pole. Like, imagine you're standing on the South Pole and you fucking talk on the radio and someone on the North Pole hears you.
And when was this done?
1918.
And this was done without repeaters? It was just a straight shot?
Radio was brand new. Who would have had a repeater?
Okay. 18.
Platter posted the plaque in the chat again, too.
Oh, okay.
I actually have a couple links, too, that like commemorated it because so this was like, they developed this. Okay, so what happened, like, historically? There was an amateur radio guy, and he started picking up German language speaking. So he's from Sydney, Australia. He started, he's an amateur radio. Radio was all like, hobbyists or whatever back then. And he started picking up German radio transmissions during the day. So he's like, oh, this is fucking interesting. He told the Australian government, this is when they were a British colony still. And they told, they communicated with fucking the British government, and they set up a communication system where they could talk from the United Kingdom to Australia wirelessly in 1918.
Just a point of order. Just a point of order. We were federated in 1901. Just letting you know.
Oh, really? Oh, you weren't a Commonwealth then in 1918?
No, we're still part of the Commonwealth, but we stopped being colonies and become a nation, federated nation of states in 1901.
Okay, sorry. That's my bad. It's a sloppy language. You were still like a British. The Queen of England or the King of England, I think back then, was still your sovereign, right? Like they were still like, you had your own government, but like they had a,
you're right. Yeah, we still are. Like our head of state is the Governor General, who's the King's representative. We still are.
Yeah. Okay.
But that doesn't take away from the fact that the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, certainly. And this is just one of them, right? So this is one radio transmission. Admiral Byrd, so Little America is like, I think where they would call McMurdo Station now. He used to give a weekly radio address that would go from what you would consider Antarctica, and it would be picked up at Riverside, Long Island. It had a tower. It would pick up the signal there, and then they would repeat the signal through CBS. I don't even know what CBS stands for anymore. Columbia Broadcasting Systems. Fuck, dude. I forgot that was what it was. And they would broadcast it across the country. So Admiral Byrd was giving like these weekly radio addresses, 9,600 miles away to America. And then there's other ones. There's a whole bunch of different radio transmissions that are like quote unquote impossible on the globe. So the whole point of all this was like, people are like, well, how do I communicate on the internet? I'm like in the middle of nowhere. There's no ball in the way, dude. If there's nothing in the way, it doesn't matter. The only thing that determines like whether you can pick it up is the strength of the signal and how sensitive your freaking antenna is.
How does it get over like mountains and stuff?
I mean, you got Fresnel zones and shit, so you get diffraction. So there's issues there. But that applies to anything. Trees create Fresnel zones. That's going to be true for Starlink or any other thing. You think you're going to like set up your Starlink in the Amazon rainforest under the fucking canopy and start picking up and start playing fucking Doom on your Starlink fucking internet? Imagine playing Doom in the Amazon rainforest, dude. They spear you for certain. I mean, I think the better question is, why do people believe in all these claims of space when it violates the second law of thermodynamics? And the only thing they know about it from like their primary experience is just like being massively saturated in all forms of media that it in fact exists.
How does it violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Gas pressure. Why doesn't the gas on Earth fuck off into the vacuum?
What do you mean? It
entropy
because of gravity.
Well, then why isn't like in the kinetic theory of gases? Why is there no gravity in there?
I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah, so like gravity, if you have a gas, it expands in every direction. It ignores gravity. There is no gravity when it comes to gas. The gas molecules aren't taking little parabolic arcs and falling back to Earth. So if you just look at the behavior of gas, so if you could just do this one experiment, right? You can make a vacuum chamber, insert a little gas, and see if the gas sinks to the bottom, or whether the gas distributes evenly throughout the container, right? So you got a vacuum, and in your supposition, well, it's kind of not yours; it's somebody else's, but the one you're laying out here, the gravity, right, especially on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, should be able to hold the gas away from the vacuum. So it should all be held down at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. So at the bottom of the vacuum chamber, there'd be more pressure than at the top of the vacuum chamber. But that's not what anybody ever actually experiences. The gas distributes evenly. The pressure in the chamber will be even. No matter where I measure it, I'm going to get the same pressure measurement. See, I mean, people just say, "Oh, gravity holds the gas." Yeah, that's a cool hypothesis. But like, do you have anything beyond the hypothesis? That's what's happening. Like, do you have an experiment which can demonstrate that somehow gravity can create thermodynamic gas pressure? Right? Why do we have a gravitational theory of thermodynamics? Why doesn't gravity do work? Right?
Wait,
Yeah, it would be a gravitational.
Because it's not a force.
Look, if you take a gas, right, and you compress it, the temperature goes up, and the pressure goes up.
Correct.
Okay, so that means gravity would be doing work on the gas.
No.
What do you mean no?
So
it means pressure and temperature go up. What are you talking about? It's going up.
Think of it like this: space is flat; it's a sheet of paper. Okay. Then gravity makes a well. Gravity is literally the container. Gravity is the cup that the gas is in. And do we lose gas? Yeah, we do. But here's the problem: as the gas is expands and cools in a larger and larger expanding space, because when it expands away from the Earth, it's expanding in 3 dimensions, not 2. So growth is exponential. So it cools faster, and they're separated, and then they fall back in because that pressure is no longer applied. It's no longer concentrated enough for it to escape gravity. That's why.
Yeah, that's a cool story.
Yeah, it's a cool story. Everything you said.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I literally gave you an experiment.
Yeah, and if people want to look at that experiment, they can. That's fine. I gave you an experiment with the first question I asked you. I said, take lead or shielding, put it around your phone so that it couldn't send a radio wave in a straight line. There's no way it could get one, but still have access to the sky, and you're still going to get a phone signal. Whereas if you put a shielding plate above your phone, right, you can prevent it from receiving a signal. Why is that? That's a test you can do yourself with your own phone with just a little bit of, acquiring materials.
First of all, you made that up.
I just
because
did.
lead doesn't.
Anybody in here can do that. Anybody in here can do it.
Okay, and they aren't going to get the result you said because you made up what would happen. Lead does not block radio waves. It blocks radiation.
Sure.
Energetic particles, radioactive particles, not radio waves. If you want to block radio waves, you need to make a Faraday cage, not a block of lead. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. You just said anybody can go through this. And do what? Show that you're a fucking idiot?
Okay. So since lead doesn't work, right, then a Faraday cage.
Yeah, move on from it, idiot. Move on from it, idiot.
Unbelievable.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. It's not unbelievable because I could have sworn. No, brother. I could have sworn you. I could have sworn you presented this and that it's something you've done, and everyone could just follow your example.
No, it was a thought experiment.
Yeah, sure you did. You did it. You did it. So yeah, it was a thought experiment that you did in reality. Hey, hold on. It's a thought experiment that he did in reality.
Cool. Did I say I did it? When did I say that?
Yeah.
I didn't say you said that. I said you presented it as if you've done it.
No, I didn't.
You said anybody can do this, and this is what's going to happen.
They can.
And because you know what? And what you said will happen won't happen.
I encourage everyone to. I encourage everyone to. Yeah, I encourage
Please, use lead too.
Yeah, I encourage it. Yeah, be the change, bro, and do it yourself, and then tell us how it worked.
Now, aluminum would be more likely to block it than fucking lead. It depends on the electronegativity. Depends on the electronegativity of the material. It's on charge. You don't know anything about this. You're just like grasping at straws, dude.
I'm not grasping. I'm proposing. I'm proposing a potential experiment that, if done, would prove one way or another whether or not it travels in a straight line or not. To you, to any individual who wants to know.
No, it wouldn't.
Why not?
Because you have just because you have a reception angle doesn't mean you know where the source was.
Okay.
It could have been zigzag, jallywag for all you know, dude.
Okay, but how would it do that?
Reflection.
It doesn't matter.
It's called multipath reflection.
Okay, cool. If it can bounce around, it doesn't have to travel in a straight line, then it's not at all remarkable that it went from the United States to Australia.
Then what is it bouncing off of?
No, that's... Okay, so now it's my turn to laugh at you. No, now it's my turn to laugh at you, dude. The charged ionosphere, obviously, but that's not what you would say.
Ionosphere? But you need a sphere for that.
Yeah, because it is a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just champ it. It's a sphere.
Yeah.
So the evidence that the radio waves are not on a flat surface is because there's an ionosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's a sphere. Ionosphere in the atmosphere, yeah. No.
And
you asked me. Okay, you asked me what it was bouncing off of. I told you.
So check this out. What's the evidence for the ionosphere?
What's the evidence for the ionosphere, dude? I don't know.
Yes. Do you want to know what the evidence is?
Sure. Tell me.
The fact that there's 10,000-mile radio transmissions, and the only way they can keep it above is saying the radio waves are bouncing off of something.
I'm sure that's why they say that.
That is exactly why they say it. They even have to invoke things like negative refraction to even make it work in any sort of model. Because every time a radio transmission bounces, it loses power and gets diffracted. So in order to keep the same power, they need to reverse their equation and create negative refraction. So you have or what they call a pointing vector, reverse pointing vector, so that the signal is getting amplified instead of getting smaller. Because it would take so many bounces to bounce between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth, losing power each and every freaking bounce and being absorbed, that there's no way it could get to the other side. It would be the signal would be gone, and every time it would bounce, because the inner radius of the Earth compared to the outer radius of the ionosphere would flatten out the bounce path, because the angle incidence equals the angle of reflection, and you got two different freaking curvature of the surfaces. You're not going to have equal fucking angle bounces, and so it's going to be a flatter and flatter bounce. The only way they can make this even remotely plausible is to invoke fucking magic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, negative refraction, dude. Instead of when it passes through the refractive medium, instead of falling off exponentially, it gets amplified exponentially. You get super lensed fucking radio signals that bounce all the way around the ball.
Yeah, and the only evidence for this, friend, is a presupposition that you put at the beginning of your argument string, and you fallaciously affirm it at the end.
Oh, so the only evidence that we have is the bouncing of the radio waves. I think that's what you said. Is that true?
No.
Then what? Okay, so then how can we know?
No, the radio waves.
What, dude?
Okay, so what was said? Unless I'm mistaken, right? What was said was the only evidence for the ionosphere is the long distance communication. Is that not what was said?
No. I mean, kind of, but not exactly.
Okay, so I was told that's
it's not evidence. No. It's an ad hoc hypothesis to stop the globe from being falsified.
I see. So
right? It's
what
not
is the
evidence.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with other evidences and proofs for the ionosphere, or is that the only one you're familiar with?
Such as?
Oh, I'm asking a question.
Yeah, such as what?
No, I'm asking.
Am I aware of it?
Yeah.
I mean, the ionosphere itself as a concept is pretty fucking shady. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. During the day, the ionosphere is supposed to let your radio transmissions do skywave propagation and go 400 miles. But then magically at night, somehow because it's dark out or something, now you can send radio wave transmissions that go 10,000 miles. Now, how the ionosphere works on one side of the Earth, right? Because according to you guys, it's a ball, and the ball's rotating. And it just happens to be that one side of the Earth is illuminated and the other side isn't. So that means the ionosphere, which is also supposed to be a ball, is some fucking weird asymmetry, right, on the dark side compared to the fucking light side. Right, with the ionosphere on the fucking dark side is low, it has a low elevation, low altitude, but the ionosphere, or on the ionosphere on the dark side is a high elevation, but on the light side it has a low elevation. Well, what's it do with the Terminator line?
Solar.
I mean, are you asking me? Because I asked you, and I didn't understand.
Does that make any sense?
It's because of solar.
It's because of solar. Stuff you said.
It's because of solar.
So what's it do with the Terminator line?
The Terminator line would be.
Does it like hockey stick? Does it like hockey stick? Like where the sun ends, right when you have right at that part. If I'm watching the sun and the sunset, right, and it's on the horizon.
I'll give you a good analogy.
I take one step to the right. Does like the ionosphere suddenly I can take my radio? Oh, it's only a 300-mile transmission. I take 3 steps to the fucking right so I don't see the sun anymore, and now I can transmit at 10,000 miles. Is that how it
why
works?
Why would you be scanning having anything to do with it? It's about the transmission. It's about your antenna. It'd be about
because it depends on whether you're in daylight or not.
Yes, right, because it's solar. Yeah, so it'd be like the same as like thinking about like if you're using your hockey stick analogy, it'd be like having like a bunch of people skating on the rink all day, and there's a bunch of like extra fucking like cuts from like people's like stopping, and there's a bunch of snow on the not snow but like shavings of ice on the hockey rink, right? And then you were able to like go up and you like hit the hockey puck and it would slow it down because there's a bunch of like shavings of the surrounding, which would be like the ice shavings, right? That would be the solar interference, like that would be the solar interference, would be the slowing down of the particles that are waves but are getting directly pushed back by waves at the same time. But I digress. Yeah, I really enjoyed this conversation, so I just want to jump in.
Okay, so just to tell you, the hockey stick analogy is a description of a graph. So when a graph is
and I was just being I know, and I was being facetious because I was trying to explain it with the hockey stick. So I understand what you're saying, but I was just being facetious. So sorry. Go ahead.
Why? Thanks, brother.
But did that make sense? What I said?
Nothing you said makes sense. It was fucking incoherent gibberish.
But I said that it would be it's slowing the puck down through the solar.
The solar what?
Through the solar interference. It's like
they don't say it's solar interference. What they say is that there's a layer of charged particles that surround the Earth, and when you're on the day side, they're at one elevation, and then when you're on the night side, they're at a higher elevation. So you can bounce it further away.
No, it's not elevation. It's that you don't have the solar radiation.
No, it is elevation, altitude, the altitude of the ionosphere, right? So from on the day side, it's like say it's 30 miles. Then I'm on the night side, the ionosphere is 1,000 miles up. So it can travel farther in a single bounce if it's higher than when it's lower. This is what they say happens. That the ionosphere has different altitudes.
But wait. But are you saying why would it matter if it was night or day then?
That's my point.
Yeah, because because it's the particles there's way more particles in the air at nighttime than there are in daytime. And the reason why there's less particles in the air is because the sun is carrying particles, just it being the sun.
God, just stop, dude. I can't take no more fucking gibberish. Someone fucking help me, God, dude.
Well, what about this, right? If the charged ionosphere exists, why is it charged? Out of curiosity. It's from the sunlight, right? Like concentration of energy from the sun.
If the stuff they told you is true, then what? I mean, you're presupposing that all of this stuff is real and testable and verifiable.
It could be from lightning.
Okay, cool. Pick up a globe, like if you have one, and look at it, right? And imagine that one side is being hit by light from the sun, right? And the other side isn't. And we have a charged ionosphere. One side is receiving no supercharging from the sun, and the other side isn't. So I would expect, at least, I would expect the density of the ionosphere to be greater.
Not the density.
The sun. Is that you're correct. That was a misspeak. You're correct. You're correct. That was a misspeak, right?
No, you guys are making up your own theory. What they say is that the ionosphere is at different altitudes. Okay, why are you talking over me? Okay. Fuck, dude. They don't say thickness. They say it's at different fucking altitudes. You understand? Different altitudes.
I do. I understand.
Okay, so if it's at say 100 miles, then it hits the terminator line. Does it just fucking go vertical as soon as it hits the fucking Terminator up to 4,000 miles?
I don't know what specific thing you're asking me.
Oh, God.
Because what? No, okay, no. You're talking about the ionosphere, which is a ball around a ball, right?
Uh-huh. And one ball, the daytime ball is smaller than the fucking nighttime ball. So when you go from the daytime ball to the nighttime ball, what happens?
The daytime to nighttime? The imagine it as the inner ball, which is the Earth, right, is closer to the nighttime side, which would be the ionosphere. And then on the daytime side, it would be further away. And the reason why is because of the charged particles from the sun.
Listening to you is getting just straight painful. You trying to fucking resuscitate something that's dead, dude. Okay, you don't. Yeah, you're not addressing the issue. Okay, the issue is on the daytime side, the ionosphere is closer to the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So let's say it's 300 miles above the surface of the Earth. That means you have a hemisphere that's 300 miles in radius, larger than 3,959 miles. Now let's skip over to the nighttime side. Now that's 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. Now the radius of that hemisphere
Did he stop talking?
Hold on, my headphones died, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I think they're working now. Hold on, let me go. Oh, yeah, we're connected. Good. Okay, so on the nighttime side, the ionosphere is 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. The radius of that ionosphere, that hemisphere that's on the nighttime side, the half sphere, is 3,959 miles plus 1,000 miles. So you have ionosphere daytime, a ball of one size, ionosphere a nighttime, a ball of greater size. Well, they have to connect at some point, right?
Yeah.
At the Terminator.
I already proposed.
So how do they connect to each other? Is it continuous?
I already proposed a possible explanation for this, and that is the Earth is not at the center, right? The Earth, because of the interference of the sun, is not at the center of the ionic sphere.
So you saying it's asymmetric?
Yeah, I'm saying that is a one possible explanation for it. Yeah.
That's a great speculation.
It is.
Or the Earth is just flat and you don't need all this gobbledygook. We don't need to speculate. Hey, dude, it acts like it's flat. Oh, maybe because it is flat. Oh, no, but it's actually a fucking ball. But to keep it a ball, we have to make this convoluted bullshit.
Huh?
We have to use our imagination.
Sorry,
how many times did you say imagine, bro?
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. If your whole worldview depends on imagination, you don't have a worldview that conforms with reality.
Okay. Well, I'm not religious, so.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, you said that. Never mind. It's fine. My ideals comporting to reality. It was a cheap shot at people who are religious. It was not necessary.
Look, if you're running around saying imagine, you're the most religious person here.
Really?
So the globe is a religion that does not have a deity associated with it. That's all it is.
Like I misspoke earlier, right? And the room sort of jumped on me. You just said if you imagine a lot, that's a religion. That's insane.
Okay, no. If you have to imagine a lot. Okay, let's use an analogy. I imagine that when it rains,
That's the fucking spirit of the fucking rain god.
Sure.
And that's what causes rain.
Sure.
Now I can imagine that. Now if I'm trying to like quote unquote explain natural phenomenon, but that explanation is based on me imagining how it works.
Okay.
Is that religious?
Yeah. But the thing that's religious
that's what you
would
did.
be basing the thing that's religious is basing the belief on the imagination.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
No, see, we're critiquing what you said, not what I'm doing. What you said was anyone who imagines a lot is religious, is what you said. So that was an insane thing to say, and you're trying to act like you didn't say it.
Okay, that's a straw man. You didn't quote me verbatim on what I said.
It's
not verbatim what I said.
It's what you said.
You want to rewind the second stream and find out?
Sure.
And then when you're shown to be wrong, you'll get banned. You guys do this shit all the time. You try to straw man play a game, and you guys always lose this game. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not what I heard.
I'm very precise with my words because you guys are weasels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I want to be proven wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Go ahead.
Very well.
I mean, I don't know if we're pulling up the clip. I would like to see it. In 1 year, this will all be AI. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my mic is. I didn't realize my mic was still on. Sorry. Did he leave? Will he be back with the clip?
Oh, did he dip? Fucking sitting here trying to clip that shit.
I mean, I'm still here. I was asking about you.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Okay. I mean, I'll happily watch the clip, but out of curiosity, since you're trying to clip it now, I assume you've seen it again. How off was I with my words to your words, since I clearly wasn't a perfect stenographer?
What he was getting at, I believe, particles aren't people. I think he was basically getting at the fact that you're believing all of this stuff with no evidence of your own. You're just trusting. You know what I mean? You're just trusting that there's an ionosphere. You're just trusting that there's outer space. You're just trusting that this information of gases being lost to outer space and then regained again. I mean, like the mental gymnastics that you're doing with no firsthand knowledge and then sitting here telling everybody, hey, this is how it is, when you have no idea. You know that.
I've been asking questions. You know that. That's what I've been doing, and proposing ideas. I haven't hook, line, and sinker said anything definitively, other than things that I am able to test. Right.
All right. So you're just doing a thought experiment. Is that why you're asking these questions?
Well,
you don't believe the Earth is a ball, and that there's an outer space.
I do believe the Earth is a globe. Yes, I do believe that. But I did not make any definitive statements to that effect. And also, this is not the issue at hand. The issue at hand was his silly statement.
I understand you're on this micro issue about his statement. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. But while we're waiting, I mean, so I propose to you this question: how many completely flat areas does it take to create a sphere?
How many completely flat areas does it take to make a sphere? I don't know. I don't know. What's the answer?
It's impossible.
How do you know?
Can't create a sphere out of flat areas.
How do you know?
You need drop over distance. You need drop over distance to create a sphere. It needs to be measurable and repeatably measurable, and it needs to be exponential in its rate of descent from the observer.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Every curve, if you zoom in enough, has edges. There's no such thing as a perfect curve.
If there's a radius, then there has to be a measurable curve, and it needs to be the same. It needs to be repeatable. Even if the surface wasn't a perfect sphere, it would still need to be repeatable in all of the different areas that you're measuring.
I mean,
right?
So
if you're measuring a ball, you need to measure curve, right? And even if it's not a perfect sphere, you still have to have measurements that are repeatable by everybody, correct?
I've realized you're not asking the question. Just go ahead. Yeah, you're not asking the question. Just go ahead. No, can I? Okay, which thing should I respond to?
How many flat areas does it take? And even if everything has been measured and you don't find any curvature, how is that going to ever create a sphere?
How? Okay, I have a question for you to answer your question. How do you know?
How does a question answer a question, sir?
Because it will. You just have to. It's like 2 sentences long. How do you know that there isn't some number of flat surfaces that equal a sphere? Is it your intuition that you're using to come to that conclusion?
I'm an artist and a builder, dude. I mean, I do architectural drawings, son. I mean, what I'm trying to explain to you is level is level, right? If you put level surfaces together, you're going to get level. If you're not going to get a sphere out of level surfaces.
Okay. How do you know that? Did you do a personal first-hand experiment to come to that conclusion?
Oh my God,
use your imagination? Did you use your imagination to come to that conclusion?
Like I posted our little discussion in the chat. I never said what you said. I said anyway.
Okay.
Sphere is defined. The definition of a sphere, the property, is that it's equidistant from the center. A flat line can't be equidistant from a point. Period.
So I'm not.
No matter what, it can't be. No, I want you to listen to it.
Oh, okay.
No, I want you to listen to it.
Yeah, I'll go listen to it real quick.
Oh, someone not banned. Anticipating being banned, buddy? So this is a new one. Like I've heard this 2 times now. I heard it yesterday and today. The infinite straight line sphere. John, were you in our home server yesterday? Did you hear them saying that yesterday too?
Oh yeah. It's my favorite. It's my favorite rebuttal to the globular argument. It's like, listen, man, how many flat areas does it take to make a ball, guys? Come on.
As many as it takes.
It's like, don't believe your eyes. Trust us.
All right, I heard it.
So no matter how flat it is, just keep looking to the sky for the answers, right? Keep doing thought experiments about outer space and infinite space and burning balls of gas.
Doing thought experiments to come to conclusions about how it's impossible for a flat surface to ever come to a globe. It's something you haven't tested and couldn't know.
Water always seeks to find its level, genius. The Earth is covered in water.
What does that have to do with infinite surfaces?
Go out in the water. No matter how far you look, it's always going to be flat.
What does that have to do with infinite surfaces never making a globe? What does that have to do with it?
It's not infinite surfaces, son.
Yeah, you have to use your imagination.
That's the point.
Yeah, you have to use your imagination to come to that conclusion,
No, we're talking about what you can actually measure and witness here. We're not talking about imagining things.
Okay, then how did you disprove that no amount of flat surface could ever equal a globe? How did you disprove that mathematically?
I just told you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. The definition of a sphere or a circle is equidistant from the center.
Okay.
No line can be equidistant from any point.
Okay.
Right? Because that makes a triangle. And the hypotenuse of a triangle is longer than the side. Right? So say I have a line, and I have the part of the line that's closest to that point. I have a point, and I have a line that's not on the point. And I go, hey, where on the line is it closest to this point? Okay, here. And then I draw another line to the end of the line, right? From the point to the end of the line. Now that makes a triangle. The point to the closest point on the line, and the line to the end of the line, right? That makes a triangle. Now the hypotenuse has to be longer than the fucking side, the closest length, right? The fucking line that's on the shortest line has to be this way. They can't be equidistant.
Okay.
So you can't have a bunch of lines to make a sphere, because the sphere has to be equidistant to all points.
Okay, so one of these lines, you must have an example of one in reality that I can compare and make sure they're parallel, right? Or is this something that we imagine?
No one said parallel. Who mentioned parallel?
Okay.
No one mentioned parallel.
Equidistant from a point or whatever. It's fine.
Equidistant means if like I draw a dot, right? Boom, there's my center. And I wanted, and if I draw a circle around it, every point on that circle is the same distance, the radius, to that dot, right?
If it is in the center, yes.
Okay, yes, so that's the radius, right? That's equidistant. That's what I mean by equidistant. Has an equal distance to all the points. On a sphere, it's 3 dimensions, so every point on the surface of the sphere is equidistant from the center.
Okay.
This can't happen with a line, period.
Okay. Is the Earth, like people who say the Earth is a globe, do they purport that it's a
Okay, why the fuck you asking me a question? Just acknowledge that we demonstrated you can't have a fucking sphere with infinite lines. Because that violates the property of a sphere.
No, I do not.
You're fucking muted forever. Fucking douche now.
Yesterday they didn't know about triangle. Today this guy doesn't know what is a sphere.
No, or a circle.
We have to open like a geometry class or something.
Dude, like third grade geometry.
Yeah, third grade is too high for them. I think we have to go kindergarten.
Bro, I had to fucking hold in the biggest laugh right there. Holy crap. Got the whole family sleeping. I'm about to fucking start dying laughing, dude.
Yeah, you say you do construction, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, I do a lot of shit. But yeah, I build stuff.
Imagine getting this guy as a newbie at the job site, and he's like, you can have a sphere with fucking made of infinite lines. Like, bro.
We're gonna do an arched bridge, but we're gonna do it level. Yeah, imagine that. I want an arched bridge over my koi pond. And this guy builds you a level. Well, if you just go far enough, you'll see the arch. It'll start arching. You just gotta.
Yes, engineer. How are we ever gonna make this? There's a fucking curve in it. Just use this level.
Unbelievable. Oh man. You could totally make a ball with flat areas, dude. I mean, wow. Yeah, you almost feel bad, right? Education system has failed you.
Well, the thing is, these are the guys that think like mankind is so smart and wonderful. We're like these high technologists that like we're way beyond. We're like freaking mega brains in the modern times. And like, you don't know what level is. No wonder why you think every other human being's a mega brain.
He's too busy pondering what's going on in, like, Andromeda galaxy or something. Or the Andromeda cluster or some crap like that.
He was just talking about the ionosphere. He doesn't know what level is. Come on, dude. Like, bro, you're way out. Like, no. Can't take you seriously. Are the fucking ions level? Like, how do you level ions? Like, you should worry about that.
The sun's particles. Oh, God. That was brutal.
When I was listening to that part, I was wondering why didn't he just say it was like a graduated, you know what I'm saying? Like it like just tapers off, you know? I mean, at least say that, right?
Yeah, he already had like the CGI image in his head of like the Cosmos episode that he was referring to.
Wouldn't that have to be the answer, though? Like, if it is what they say it is, it's 1,000-mile difference. Like, wouldn't you have to say it fucking tapers off in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, that would be like the logical way to look at that specific, explanation. But still, there's just so much stuff. You have to just be like, take it on faith. Okay, I trust you guys.
No, I totally get it. But he didn't even say that. I was waiting for him to at least say that. And it's like, come on.
So now we got flat spheres and water hills. Yeah, he can't be serious with the flat spheres thing. He's got to be. He's got to be kidding. Yeah, he's still going on in the chat.
Platter cracks me up. He's always on the ball in the chat.
See how I'm trying to keep my faith in people? You can't be serious. It can't be real.
Well, it's just crazy, dude. Like, they only act like this because they're talking to flat earthers. If they were talking to regular people, like if they're talking like in real life, and they didn't have their bias, they wouldn't say the things they say. They lose their mind when they come in here.
Oh, I mean, I have to refer back to like the people on the street questionnaires that really boggle my mind when I hear the responses. So, yeah, I'm like 50-50 on whether or not he's really that thick.
Well, what George Carlin said in one of his acts, he was like, you know, the average person is really fucking stupid. But what's scarier is that 50% are dumber than that.
Oh man, that's comedic gold right there. That dude was a genius.
I mean, I'll mute this guy if you want to keep talking to him. I don't know how much you can bear.
No, I'm good. I'm good with it just like it is, man. I feel a little bit better now that I don't have to hear it anymore. Morvis is asking why he's muted.
Morvis is asking why who's muted? Morvis said he's self-muted. Morvis is muted and deafened. But that's on his end.
Maybe he doesn't understand. Maybe he didn't give the app mic and mic permissions or something. Who knows?
The only one I see that's server muted is the dude we were just talking to.
All right, we're gonna. You guys are debating anyone? Or what's going on?
I mean, we can debate, have a discussion. Whatever you want to do, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be on here super long because I got to get up in like 3 hours.
Well, okay. So I guess you guys want to start with any topic? You guys like talking about gravity or pressure or measurements of the globe?
Curvature? What do you guys? Measurements of the globe. What are those? Anyways, let's talk about gravity. Now, let's assume that there's a physics model that predicts that a bunch of matter particles would form into a ball. Wouldn't that model eventually have to be tested against reality?
You mean? I'm not sure about the
model. Like models have to be empirically verified, right?
Right.
Okay. So has anybody ever observed a ball forming due to gravity?
No, not with their eyes. We observe it through evidence left behind.
How do you know that's evidence left behind?
Yeah. So are you asking for evidence in particular for the Earth's shape, historically?
No. No. The claim is gravity forms balls. You're saying, hey, that's never been observed.
That gravity formed balls.
But we see balls, so that's how they must have been formed. That's circular reasoning.
Gravity doesn't just form balls, but masses that are large enough, yes, they will coalesce into some structure.
Masses that are large enough. Can you define what mass is? I have no idea what that is.
So classically, mass is understood as a measurement of matter, which is understood as... No. Scratch that. Classically, mass is understood as both a resistance to inertia and a response to... Well, actually, let me make this right. Because there's gravitational mass, and there's inertial mass. But it was concluded that these are actually the same mass under Einstein's theory. But inertial mass is just mass. A mass is defined as that which resists acceleration. Gravitational mass is defined as that which interacts with gravitational fields. But these are the same mass under Einstein's theory.
You still haven't defined what mass is.
I just gave you two different definitions that you can use.
How is that a definition? What's that? I don't get it. What is?
That's it. That's all it is. At least classically. Classically, that's what it is. It's a mathematical quantity.
So if I count the number of particles in a substance, then I'll know the mass of the substance?
Well, prior to the 20th century, you didn't have the capacity to do that. So working with the definition that you had in classical physics, you would measure mass as how much some substance is accelerated in response to in response to a push or a pull. That's it. It's like
okay.
At least classical. Yeah.
Okay. What are you measuring?
So you're measuring the resistance to acceleration.
Okay. So how do you know what that is? How do you know what the resistance to acceleration is?
Yeah. So F equals ma. So like right now this.
So, but hold on. You can't use m. You're trying to define mass.
You didn't let me finish.
No, but you're trying to define mass. You can't use the same word in the definition.
Well, just let me finish. Right. If we move the terms to.
Are you going to argue you can?
I'm not done yet. Right. I haven't just this M, right? This M that we don't know what this M is. We just know that it's some proportionality. It's proportional to force and acceleration. So we just rearrange the equation, and we can define mass in terms of the force applied divided by the acceleration that that force induces. And that's our definition of mass.
Well, where did you get the force from?
The force? That's just a push or pull.
Yeah, but where did you get its value?
Its value? Like, so you're saying, yeah, that's going to be determined by
the mass times acceleration, the thing you're trying to define. What I'm trying to point out is that it's circular. The reasoning behind this is circular.
Let me think. If there's a way I can explain it.
There's no way you can explain it. People have been trying to do it for 200 years. It's not explainable because it's logically nonsense. That's why I asked the question, dude. I'm like a lawyer, dude. I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to. Want me to read what Max Born said mass is? So in his Max Born Nobel laureate, in his Theory of Relativity from Dover Publications, he wrote, in ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of a substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. So I can say it again. In physics, however, as we must strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. Other than that given by formula, it is the measure of the resistance to acceleration to changes in velocity.
Right, yeah. That's what mass is defined as operationally.
But these things have no ontology. They're purely conceptual.
Concepts are real.
The concept is real. Yeah, it's a real concept.
Yeah, and concepts can predict or say something about the world. Right? You don't know what a chair is. You just have a concept of a chair. But you don't know what it is. No, you don't know what a chair is. You just have a concept.
Is mass?
Fall out of your chair and see what you don't know what a chair is.
That doesn't what is that? What does that prove?
Proves everything you just said is nonsense. Chairs exist. They're physically real.
There's something there, but you don't know what that something is. That's noumena, right? That's raw sense data. All you have is just a concept of what that thing is. You just have a concept of a chair, but you don't know what the chair is. No,
there's a real physical chair. It's a real physical chair.
It's a real physical chair that you have no epistemic access to other than your senses and your perceptions, aka concepts.
No, my senses aren't concepts.
Your senses are going to create concepts in your mind, like a chair.
Yeah, but that's a secondary effect. But you can have sense data you can have sensation without conceptualization.
They're
would independent of each other.
Like maybe like a bare animal could, but humans
people in a permanently vegetative state respond to external stimuli with no brain activity.
Yeah, that's sensation with no perception. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. If you're perceiving things, you have concepts.
Well, it becomes conceptual when you're
you can't divorce perception from the concept that you are perceiving in that moment.
Look, if you could do it, and this is a very hard task, you can perceive without conceptualizing your perception. So you can perceive it with your senses, right? The raw sense data, without forming any opinions, concepts, saying imagine this, imagine that. You're like, you can do this. It's not impossible. It's difficult because our minds are polluted, but it can be done.
Well, my point is that you have no access to reality. You just have access to your perceptions. So all you're going to
do... That is utter. That Descartesian stuff is bullshit.
Okay, then prove that external reality exists. Like you
Prove
can't.
that external. Okay, what would constitute proof?
Some kind of justification or reasoning.
Okay, you're talking right now, right?
I think it's a personally a properly basic belief and rational to believe without proof.
No, it's not. It's arguably more rational. It's more rational to believe that there is no external reality.
No,
Actually.
do you know about the philosophical idea of properly basic beliefs, or is that new to you?
Properly basic beliefs? No, I don't think I've heard that term.
Okay, it's the type of thing philosophers use when they talk about this kind of thing that we're rational in believing without proof.
Oh, I would say that you can't even have an internal world without an external world. That it would not even exist.
You have no way of knowing that. Like, can you prove that?
Yeah, because you exist in the external fucking world. You were born, right?
You're begging the question. Like, that's the thing I'm asking you to prove.
Okay, let's say you're born devoid of senses.
Uh-huh.
How would you know you're born? How would you have any thought whatsoever? What would you even think about?
Yeah.
Is thought with some previous or current external stimuli even possible?
Wait, but like you're begging the question by assuming that it's external. Like, how do you know that there's even sense data?
No.
How do you know like a demon's not controlling you or just creating your perceptions?
Okay, because if we're going to say internal versus external, the very fact you're saying internal means that there's the opposite of external.
That's what you've made.
You've given up the ghost as soon as you say internal, dude. You've given it up. You've conceded there is an external world.
Yo, like an idealist would say that which you call external is actually just in your mind.
Well, just in your mind is saying that it's only internal, and you have the same problem because now you created a dichotomy.
Well, I've never said that there's when I say external, right? I'm just referring to that which we perceive. But you're the one that's making the claim that no, it's more than just perception, right? There's a reality outside of the mind, which I'm.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I'm asking you to prove that because no one can prove it.
No, you've heard that no one can prove it, but I just did prove it.
No, you just begged the question.
No, I didn't. You can't have an internal world without an external world because the internal world, right, acts upon sensations that are experienced in the external world. It doesn't act upon itself. No, I'm not. Because
that's the thing.
How can it act upon itself?
I'm asking you to prove.
How can nothing act upon nothing?
Wait, like prove that there is this thing called sense
how can
data,
nothing How can nothing act upon nothing?
Okay, like an idealist would say that there is something, and that something is just the mind.
But but how is the mind created, dude? What does the mind act on?
How the mind is created or causal connections between mental objects is irrelevant. Like the what is relevant is proof that
it's not irrelevant
more
because
than just
you don't
mind.
have mental objects without an external stimuli.
You're just saying that. Like, prove it. What's your argument?
Okay, because my argument I just told you. Because without some a priori external stimuli, there's nothing from which the mind to act on, including itself.
Prove it.
The ancestors, dude.
Nothing can work upon nothing, dude. That is proof. It's going to be a mathematical proof.
An idealist would just respond with no, like you have an immaterial mind.
Yeah, I know. They just decide with like you are.
Well, like yeah, because you're making a claim, and then I ask you to justify that claim, and your justification is because it can't.
No, that's not anything even remotely what I said. I said nothing can't act upon nothing.
Yeah, sure. There is the mind. There we go.
No, where did that come from?
Let's say it came from God. Next. Carry on. What's your proof?
What do you mean? Let's say it came from God. What does that mean? Is God external to the mind?
An idealist would say that no, they're not. An idealist might say that all minds are contained within one mind called the mind of God, and so it's all one internal mind.
Well, you just said contained within. That means there's an external world.
That external world being the mind of God. Yeah.
So what? It's external to you, right?
It's external to one mind, but the claim that you're making is that there's sense data inducing perceptions. Like there's an external world that is creating your perceptions because there's sense data that a mind is taking in and interpreting. That's what you need to prove. Because how do you know that we're not all just within the mind of God?
Because there can't be a mind without an external world. I keep telling you over and over again. It can't exist because it has nothing to act on.
So, Indio, if God existed before creation, that would be an example of a mind existing without an external world. So I think he might be right about it's hard to prove, but it doesn't matter because you don't need a proof for the external world. It's a properly basic belief.
I wouldn't say so. I think thoughts are, so you can call that a properly basic belief, like you're having thoughts, but the nature or source of those thoughts and the ontology of the reality containing those thoughts, that's where it gets really, really tricky. That's where you can't really prove anything because you can't step outside of your mind to make claims about the reality. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
You can ask me.
Your parents were here before you, and all of your elders were here before you.
Yeah,
and people will
there
be
are
here after
minds.
you.
There are minds that are outside of your mind that can tell you that you exist.
I can't know that. Like those could just be.
How do you not know that? Then who are you talking to, yourself?
Those could be false perceptions. You could be false perceptions. I could
talking
be
to yourself
right now. There's no
you're
way.
Talking to yourself about entities that somehow you created mentally that have no bearing on any external world. They're a complete fabrication and creation of your own mind, and you're talking to them, saying and just pretending that those fictitious humans, they're saying, yes, you have a mind. No, you're not really telling me that. That's me telling myself, yes, I have a mind.
Yeah, I don't know if other minds exist but mine.
Oh, fucking brother.
Indio,
Like,
how do we get from gravity to
I don't know
this?
what you're complaining about. Like, you have no way of proving that I am a mind.
I already did. I already did.
No, you didn't.
Okay. See, you've taken a viewpoint, right? Your presupposition is that the eternal world has primacy over the external world. Because that's the way you interact with it, with your mind. The external world exists independent of your mind, dude.
But that's what I'm asking you to prove. And your proof
I
is
did, because
that, well,
if there was no way, then I did by telling you, if there was no external world, if there was no external world, if there was no external world, what is your mind acting upon? And where did it find the reference from which to act with?
A Cartesian might say is inducing those actions.
Even if the external world is a complete mental construct, you differentiated it within your mind, creating a distinction. Internal. This is internal. This is external.
This idea comes from no external world, then dude, that's just a false distinction. Like that would just be a false perception. Like when you have false perceptions, what are they called? Optical illusions. Yeah, like your differentiation between your internal mind and the external world could just be an optical illusion. Like, how do you know that's not the case?
But you created it with your mind, dude.
This idea is like from the Hinduism. It says everything is happening inside of you. The outside is Maya. It's illusion. So this is what makes
the problem here is that it's self-referential, right? So if you think of it as, you can almost think of it as like a nested set or a nested container. You have a container. Let's say we have this thing called the mind. It's the container, and there's no external world. Well, within your mind, your little internal world. That's all there is. You go, hey man, I'm having all these hallucinations that appear to be outside my mind. Well, I'm going to create this distinction and classify those as external, and I'm going to draw an arbitrarily fucking line by definition that says those things that I think with my mind that aren't really external, I'm going to consider them as an external world. And I've created a distinction, okay, in my own mind.
Wait,
right?
but now
so I have a space, and I've taken that space and I've cut it in half. Okay? I've cut it in half. And you're trying to say, well, even though I made this distinction in the mind, and I said this half is external and that half is internal, I'm going to look at the thing that I said is external, and I'm going to say, well, I don't really know that's external, even though I created the distinction myself internally. It doesn't even matter. By definition, we've created a distinction. This is internal, that's fucking external, okay? And if you don't have something external, you have nothing for your mind to even fucking think about. It can't think about itself because the mind itself doesn't exist without some external reference. Because it's all relative to something else, right? It's all relative to something. The way we think, right, is... Well, think about the way we think is by making distinctions between things. Particular, right? Okay. So this particular over here, this particular over here, there's some separation that you perceive. Now, whether that's an artificial separation or an actual separation is irrelevant.
Oh yeah, no, we're not talking about whether or not, like, you're probably talking about mereology, like, do composites exist or do we construct them? But I'm saying, how do you know that that table you're looking at actually is a table that exists independent of your mind or purely a construction of the mind? How do you know one or the other?
Because, you know what? Because if it's pitch black and I don't know what's there, I'll fucking trip over it.
How about I made it?
Yeah, but how do you know that you're tripping? How do you know that you're tripping
if
over?
the external world is a construct, how come you can be hurt by shit you didn't even know? How can you be hurt by shit you didn't even know was there in the first place?
Oh, because the demon put it there, and he's making. Sorry, no, he didn't put it there.
Demon?
He put it in your mind. Oh,
the demon that's external to you?
Yeah.
Oh, there is an external world. Thank you. Case closed.
Yeah, but are you just saying external or physically external?
Oh God, dude, we're gonna dig down into fucking external to your mind, dude. There's a world external to your mind. Well, but in this case,
it wouldn't be external to my mind. It would be there would be a world outside of my mind.
You don't actually believe anything you're saying. That's the hilarious part. You guys argue shit you don't actually believe. You don't actually believe any of this shit.
I don't know how you're not tracking this. Like, in this scenario, there is no chair. There's just a demon in you.
Then how come it hurt? How come I fell over? How come I didn't know it's there?
Because the demon injected those.
Where did the demon come from? Where did the demon come from?
It's just always been there since the beginning of time.
That's nonsense, dude. Look at the mental gymnastics you have to do. You have to peel the fucking timeless fucking infinity.
Isn't that what God is? I don't know if you believe in God or not, but like that's not a new idea.
God's a demon now.
No, he's
well, we could change it to God. The reason why Descartes used the demon is because he believed that an ethical God.
Why do you follow this guy's train of thought, man? Like Descartes.
Oh, hold on.
What is so special about like trying to think perceptually, like as if?
He invented calculus, so he's a pretty smart guy.
Just let me wrap this up with him real quick.
On a couple things.
Alpha, just let me wrap this up real quick. Now, think about what you just did for the last 30 minutes, Mage. Pleading and saying, I don't even know the external world exists. Well, 30 minutes ago, you're trying to convince me that an abstract mathematical fucking variable was real in the physical world.
No.
But now you're saying you don't even know the physical world exists.
Yeah, that's a philosophical, side.
What's the difference? There's no difference there, dude.
I'm honest enough to say that I can't know if there's an external world. I'm taking that on assumption.
Do you know if mass exists?
Mass exists in the sense that we construct it
in the external world. Does it exist in the external world?
I don't. We just have models. Like I don't know what it is in the external world. Yeah, the honest answer is I don't know because all we have are models.
Dude.
So that's the problem, though. If you don't know, think about it, man. If you don't know anything, then you can't propose to know something.
No, I know things. I know that our models
you can't know things. No. That's the problem, though. That worldview is completely, it implodes when you start to think about if you're able to describe reality in any sense. It implodes.
Yeah, we're just all figments of your imagination.
We're describing reality, but
no, you're not.
Picking at the nature of reality is a very different question.
You cannot describe.
We can describe reality.
You're describing your hallucinations, brother.
Yeah, you
we can describe reality, but
dude,
no, there's no reality. You're describing your hallucinations.
Whether or not
you're just describing the hallucination of your internal world.
I don't think is like we can't know that.
Yeah, okay, so you can't know that, right? You can't know that. That's what you keep saying. So if you can't know that, then how can you know some things?
Yeah, you can know the things that we can know are going to be based around what we can perceive, and we can perceive that models
what do you perceive? What do you perceive?
The things that you know. What is it? No, Alpha. He threw out perception. He threw it out, saying, "I don't know that anything that I perceive is real." You threw that shit out a long time ago.
With the table,
right?
Yeah, I don't know if anything I'm perceiving is real.
All right,
we're taking it on
what
assumption.
You're doing?
That's it.
See, this is a giant circle jerk for you. You can't know something, but then there's things that you know, but then there's within those things that you don't know if you know those things.
No, I think you're a bit confused. Like there's a category.
No, you were confused. Why are you saying that I'm confused? I know exactly where you're coming from. Your worldview is completely.
Then let me respond.
It's
the category of propositions that we can't know is going to be related to what is external to the mind. Like you can't know. Are there really atoms, or is this just a mathematical model?
Okay, you can't know that. What are the things that you said you know?
The things that you can know are, do our models predict reality really well? And they do.
Okay, so you can know that, but how much of a degree do you know that to be true?
To the statistical degree that our model predicts reality correctly.
Yeah, give me a ballpark here. What are we working with?
So usually scientists will aim for within like 5% of error.
What are you aiming for? What are you aiming for?
I generally go for 5%. I think that's fair.
Of knowledge of something?
No. Of probability that whatever model you're using to make a prediction, that prediction is correct due to random chance versus your model being correct.
Yeah. So then you may not be correct though. That's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
Oh, okay. So then,
but Avi, he just conceded that he doesn't know if that model actually is reality. He said that there might be a mathematical model of atoms, but he doesn't really know if the atoms exist. So even if he has a 95% chance that the atom is fucking accurate, even if it was 100% accurate, he doesn't know if that model's real.
Oh no! If it was 100% accurate, then we could say that that's like pure knowledge.
But you'll never reach that
nothing
conclusion,
of the sort can be said. Any measurement you make is always going to be uncertain.
He'll never reach that conclusion, Indio. So in his worldview, there's nothing that he's ever certain of at any time. Even if he says he can know some things, when he's saying that, the audience doesn't understand to what level of degree he's saying it to. He doesn't know it to be true 100%. He's saying the things that he can know is only at a variable scale. So he's not going to know them to be true like what we would say foundationally or truthfully.
And this is going to be true for everyone, right? Like the only things that any mind could probably know with beyond a shadow of a doubt is that they exist.
Guys, straight man here.
Like a mind is having
hear what
thought.
He said.
Like that's
what
something I know for a fact.
The guy
like I don't need anyone else to prove it for me.
Mage, what is the last thing you said? The other guy interjected when you were finishing.
Oh, I said that the only thing I can truly know is that I have thoughts, but everything else is up for grabs.
Okay, truly know as in what percentage are we using with the truly know?
Oh, in this case, there's no percentage, right? There's just I know.
100%?
It doesn't make sense to apply a percentage here because we're not making a prediction.
Because a certain a certainty where you can't be moved. Would be
like
100%.
Like not in a Bayesian sense, just in an internal confidence sense. Yeah, I'm 100% confident.
It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only absolute truth that I can say. Everything else is up for grabs. Everything else is going to be I could be wrong about this. That's going to be everyone.
But then again, is this coming from the internal world or the external world?
So if we're taking on assumption that there is an external world, then this is going to be about the external world.
Okay, so now you're assuming that the external world can be known with this absolute that you're saying on a percentage.
No. We're assuming that the external world even exists. Like, even exists. I don't even know if it exists.
And there's an absolute in that?
No. There's no absolute. The absolute that I can't know if the external world exists?
Yeah.
I mean, I would just take like yes, but that's the same thing as saying that all I can know are my thoughts. Like it's just restating.
Yeah, all you can know are your thoughts, but you're saying that you can be absolute with that, yeah?
Yeah, that's the only thing I can be absolute with.
And what makes you so sure that you're not just delusional?
Well, because then there would be something that is deluded, which would be me. So
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. How come you don't know that you're not flawed? What if you could be schizophrenic?
Well, then it would still be the case that I'm having thoughts.
Right, but how do you know their thoughts? What if they're just somebody else's thoughts that you're just mimicking?
Then it would still be the case that I'm having thoughts, just someone else's thoughts.
Yeah, but the thoughts themselves are not yours.
Yeah. So then you're talking about the self, and so let's just remove the self.
Well, then if you do that, the internal world is gone.
Mage,
the internal world is gone. The external world was gone. Now the internal world is taken away. And the external world is taken away. Now the internal world that you thought maybe that's a last ditch effort to hold on to something. Well, that's taken away now because I've already told you. What if you were delusional and somebody else was feeding you these thoughts that you're mimicking, and you didn't know if they were yours or not. You couldn't differentiate if they were your thoughts or not, but you thought they were, but you didn't know. You can't be too sure if they were your thoughts.
So I'm not saying my versus their thoughts. Like I don't even believe in a self. All I'm saying is that there is something having thoughts, and it's localized here called mage.
But how do you know that?
Because I'm having them right now.
Yeah. So what? So what? What if they're? What if you're just a? What if you're just a figment of my imagination? What if you're just a figment? What if you're just a figment of my imagination, Mage? Mage. What if you're a figment of my imagination?
Then I would still be having thoughts, just in your imagination.
Yeah, but telling me that you have thoughts.
Yeah. Oh, are you saying like you don't know if I exist as a mind?
No. You're declaring that you do, right? Internally, you say that everything that you feel is what you say is true. But what if you're just a figment of my imagination and you're not really real, saying that you're having these thoughts?
Yeah, that's a completely fair thing to say. You can't know that I'm having thoughts, and that's why I said.
So then I could write you off and say that you could be incorrect to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said like I don't have to prove it to anyone, and I don't need anyone to prove it to me.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is you can't therefore say that what you're saying is true. Absolutely, that your thoughts.
No, I know it's true. I know it's true.
What I'm
I just can't convince you.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you convince me or not.
There's nothing I can say that can convince you that I'm perceiving things.
So then what does that mean then? We're living in a world where nobody makes any logical sense anymore because I've concluded that you're just a figment of my imagination, saying that you think that you have internal thoughts that are consistent with you saying that internally you can say absolutely thoughts are your own. And I'm telling you that you're just saying that I'm hearing voices right now in my head saying that that's true. But what if you're just a figment of it, my imagination?
And overdrive, that's the epistemically honest position, and it's called the problem of hard solipsism. You can't know if the things that you're perceiving exist outside of your mind. All you can know is that you're having thoughts. I can't know that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I could ask myself the same question. What if my thoughts aren't coming from me? What if they were coming from Indio? What if I'm a figment of his imagination?
At the end of the day.
What if I was a figment of his imagination and I'm telling myself that? What problem do I have then?
Then that's just the problem of hard solipsism. He can't convince you that he's having thoughts.
No. I'm telling you from my perspective. You could say that for your perspective. Even though I thought of thoughts, what if my thoughts are actually given to me and not of my own?
Then you would still be having thoughts. What is confusing here?
But they're not mine. So that I couldn't claim.
Forget about the self. Like when I say you, I forget the self. Right? I'm just referring to that thing in space, which is having thoughts.
So what are thoughts?
Whatever is the subject of the mind.
Okay. How do you define a mind?
Yeah, that's
it's the
have
thought.
No idea. Yeah. If you are a mind, then you know what a mind is. But I don't know how to define a mind for something that's a non-mind.
How do I know what a mind is?
Let me get this straight.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Albert. Let me get this straight.
All the thoughts, all of the opinions, the perceptions. That's your mind. But what are those things? That's pretty hard to define for somebody who doesn't have a mind.
So, Mage, let me get this straight. There's a possibility that there is no external world, that you're a figment of my imagination trying to convince me that you don't exist?
Yeah. I think that's a possibility, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're saying that you were saying that it's my mind. So whose mind is it? So there is somebody outside of your mind, right? That's what you're saying?
Maybe.
So if you're a figment of my imagination convincing me that you don't exist, what's trying to convince me that it don't exist? It's non-existing. The non-existing thing.
Give like a
the very act of something trying to convince me that it doesn't exist proves that it exists.
Yeah, no, because like it could just be a demon tricking you.
Yeah, it would have to exist. The demon would have to exist, right?
Externally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like if we're going back to the argument of is there an external world, like if you're saying something external to the mind, like another mind, like I've already conceded that, but it seems like what you're saying is that no, there's like a physical world that like there's sense data. This is like a physicalist view.
There is. There is the reality in which we exist in. There is the external and internal. There's the physical, and there's not the metaphysical, which would be emotions and all of that. So
I'm fine taking that on assumption, but this whole tangent was because he thinks he can prove that. Like, which
it doesn't matter.
I did prove it. Like you just don't understand that it was proven because.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
To argue against it's a contradiction.
It's okay, sure.
You're in a performative contradiction. You're trying to say, "Oh, you can't prove there's anything external to you," but there's something external to me telling me that. Saying it doesn't, I can't prove it. It doesn't exist. But the very fact of me perceiving that there's something external to me telling me it doesn't exist proves that it does exist.
All you have are perceptions. Whether or not those perceptions are real or corresponding to real objects, you have no way of knowing.
You know what the funny thing is? Hold on, mate. You know what the funny thing is that you have to borrow from a worldview that logic exists in order to have this conversation. Did you know that, Mage? In order for you to have a coherent conversation about thoughts that you say that you don't have or that you do have, you have to borrow from a worldview that actually lends over the idea that we have to speak to each other in a way that's coherent. And logic would then be the way that we would be able to pursue a conversation like this. Without it, there would be no coherence. It would be illogical and just discombobulated gibberish. You wouldn't be able to make any sense of anything. So the fact that we're using a standard to speak to each other right now with words that mean things, that means that you're borrowing from that worldview that actually means something and words have meaning. But then you want to go to this idea using logic that things don't have any coherence. It's just asinine, dude.
No, that's not what I said. I don't know if you're tracking. Like,
no, it's what you're portraying. It's this character that you're portraying. You're portraying a character that you don't have to be held accountable for the things that you say or do based on this, completely erroneous worldview.
How is any of this relevant to whether or not there's a external reality?
Yeah, you're borrowing from logic right now in order to have this conversation right now. The standard that which we speak to each other.
Yeah, I could be a mind that's capable of logic, and there's no external physical reality. Like, those are not mutually exclusive. What's your point?
Do you have a body? Do you have a body?
I don't know. I perceive a body.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, this is...
Okay, let's hold on, dude. Let's fucking end this nonsense. And
yes, please.
The point of this exercise was it's well known that mass is just an abstract concept, but you tried to reify it so hard. But when we dig down into your own fucking worldview, you can't even reify yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody can prove external physical reality exists.
You don't have the same standard. You're just a fundy zealot for the globe, and that's all there is to it.
You want to make it seem like you want to make it seem like your knowledge reigns supreme, and it doesn't. Just because you can say that you don't have to be held accountable to things that you say.
Well, hang on a sec. You don't need to prove. You don't need to prove external reality. Even Naxborn said that substance is just self-evident. Self-evident.
Substance is self-evident, really?
Yes.
Is my cover self-evident? That's substance.
You're going to
I
change the
gave
world.
an example of how it's self-evident. If you don't know something's there and you trip over it, your mind couldn't have possibly created it.
Can I trip over the edge of the earth then? Because it's
Here's the thing.
What edge?
Even in physical reality, right? Even if we take it on assumption, there are people in physical reality that perceive things which are not there. Sights, sounds, and touch that are not.
You know what?
There's no physical source.
And want to know what they do?
Of course you can.
And then what
What are you
happens,
talking
Mage?
about?
But then what happens?
They medicate
When they perceive things that's not there, they go, something's wrong with me. I need to go to the doctor.
They do? Really?
Yeah, they do.
I didn't know that every schizophrenic knew that they were schizophrenic. Holy shit.
Yeah, they do, dude. They do.
What's evidence of the evidence of a globe Earth is the 24-hour sun.
Hold on, dude. The problem is whenever you, like, Indio gave you a perfect example. Think about it like this. You give an example of somebody who's not in their right mind or that probably has a condition, right? So if you're, like, Indio would describe somebody in the dark, right, going to get a glass of water in the middle of the night, and they stub their toe against, a table they didn't know that was there, right? Let's just say that would be the case. He didn't render it into reality. It's just there. Outside of themselves, they stub their toe, right? That's one thing. Then there's the other guy, right? The one that needs medication, perhaps. That guy is saying that there's a table there, but third-party perspective confirmed that there is no table there. So we can see, like, the thing is, right, when Indio would have stubbed his toe, right, when he was getting his glass of water, he turned the lights on, and maybe his wife comes out and says, hey, you didn't see that table there? She could see the table there. But in the case for the guy that needed medication, of course, he said there was a table there, but there wasn't one there. Yeah, you get it?
Right.
Externally, there wasn't a table there. But in Indio's case, there was.
Everyone but that one guy doesn't
So
see
then
the table.
you can't then therefore say that something that exists externally from you is there or not there based on somebody's just trying to think about it rendering in reality based on their own mind, saying that something's there. That doesn't follow. Because whether or not you think something's there, it is there.
Yeah, but you can't know that.
Hold on. We're going to take an intermission.
How do you know?
We're going to take an intermission on this subject. I want to deal with Blue Mania for a second. He's talking shit in the chat. This will be very brief. Bluey Mania.
Yeah, I was on the side.
Hold on before you start yapping. Can you tell us how a 24-hour sun proves the globe?
The 24-hour.
Can you tell us how?
Yeah, it's a 24-hour sun. How can a 24-hour sun be? How can there be a 24-hour sun on a non-globe model?
Okay, why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you how a 24-hour sun proves the globe, and you're asking me a question.
How does it prove it?
Why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you a question. You said 24-hour sun proves the globe. I asked you, how does it prove a globe?
Okay, the way it proves how globe is because of the 23rd axial tilt, right?
Okay.
And the Earth is in a position of its orbit that the tilt means that a part of the globe, but the North Atlantic Circle, plus some other areas, are covered in 24-hour sun.
Okay, so how does that prove the Earth's a globe again?
How can you help?
Because you just said it proves the tilt. You didn't say it proves a globe, right? So what if we saw a 48-hour sun? Could the Earth still be a globe?
Now you're misrepresenting what I said. I said
could the Earth still be a globe if there was a 48-hour sun? Yes or no?
What? No, now you're misrepresenting what I said. What I said is that the reason
still be a globe if there was a 48-hour sun? Yes or no?
But there's no 48-hour sun.
If there was, would it still be a globe?
Well, no, because it would be unrealistic, right? That's not.
No, the Earth would just spin fast. The Earth would just spin slower, right?
Yeah. The thing is,
the Earth would just spin slower, right? You're not listening to the answers, dude. Dude, no. You're not. Listen, motherfucker. You're not the mod in here. I am. Okay. It would just mean that the Earth spins at half the speed, but it would still be a globe. Okay. So I want to know how a 24-hour sun proves a globe.
Do I have to repeat myself twice? Or I'll tell you if you want to misrepresent my position.
No, you mentioned you didn't say. You said something about the tilt, dude. You didn't say anything about how it proves the globe.
I said it's because of the 23 degree axial tilt, and that Earth is in the position of its orbit, and orbit cannot exist if it's not a globe. That the tilt means a part of the globe north of the Arctic Circle plus some are always lit by the sun, right? Conversely, you have parts of Antarctica which is currently having months of winter nights because it's
great. We know this story, dude. We know this story. Okay, that's a cool story, but I want to know how it proves the globe.
Story, then why do you ask?
You're not telling me how it proves the globe, dude.
I'm telling you how it proves the globe. I literally just said it.
No, you're telling me how it would work if it is a globe, but you're not telling me how it proves the globe.
I said it proves a globe because that's how it works. That's literally how it works.
No.
Like,
Okay,
is there any way
give it an illogical syllogism. Okay, give it an illogical syllogism like this.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, you said it proves a globe. There's only one way to prove things. It's using deductive logic. So we wanted it in a syllogism. I went to Antarctica. I saw the 24-hour sun. That's premise one.
Wait, no. Full stop. You think
premise two is ...
Is the only logic that can prove things? You're out of your depth, dude. You're crazy.
Oh, you can prove things with non-deductive logic? Which one?
Dude, there's almost an infinite amount of logic. Yes. Like, what are you talking?
There's an infinite amount of logic. It's fucking nutball, bro.
Don't let him devolve the conversation.
Okay, hold up.
Yeah.
Look, hold up.
No, I'm going to finish what I said before I was interrupted, motherfucker. You're not in charge here. You're not in charge. Okay? So, really simple. We're going to do a logical syllogism. You know what one of those are? You know what a logical syllogism is? It's how you prove things. So I'll give you an example. Aristotle's a man. True statement. All men are mortal. True statement. Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
Yes.
Right? So that proves that if those two premises are true, the conclusion is true. Okay? Real simple. We see a 24-hour sun. True statement. ...
Yes.
Therefore, the Earth is a globe. So give us the ...
The ... what?
Yeah, the second premise. So the first premise is we see a 24-hour sun. True statement. The second premise is whatever you think you have to add to that to say, therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Well, first would be, okay, like you said, we can observe a 24-hour sun. Then the second premise would be that on a globe Earth model, that would mean that the Earth is there for a globe, right? Like I said, because of the
globe Earth model would mean it's a globe. So the globe proves the globe. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, because the premise is that does this prove that the globe Earth model is, which is real, right? And that is in fact true.
You know what this is? This is called Ipsy Dixit, where you're just saying the same claim over and over again. It's a globe because it's a globe because it's a globe.
Right, it's not even circular reasoning. It's like it's before that even. You didn't even get to be circular. It's just
okay. So I said it's really simple. I saw. Did he bounce? He just fucking dip. You motherfucker, bitch.
Oh, that's what they do. When they're held to account, they dip. Unless they want to make it their own show, then they just talk forever.
Well, I mean, he was like, the easiest proof of a globe is a 24-hour sun. You got Lego in the chat. Yeah, man. So I'm like, we got to put Mage on fucking back burner, man. I got to deal with this shit. Anyway, sorry, Alpha. Fucking Alpha dip too. Shit, man. Not so bad.
Mage, you can put Mage on perma-mute, man. I mean, you know where he goes. Unless you want to just keep doing that thing that...
I mean, I don't... Like, I was only bringing that up because I knew it was going to... But I didn't want to go that deep into it. I hear you giggling. Adoka, how are you?
Dude, is that one of those yes means no and no means yes? If you don't know the answer, you shouldn't ask?
If you have probably. Okay, Mage, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. If your statement or claim contains a logical fallacy, can you prove something with it?
Contains a logical fallacy? Can you prove something with it?
things with logical fallacies?
So I don't understand your question. Statements themselves don't.
Can you make a proposition with a logical fallacy in it and prove something?
Propositions don't. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll just say yes. Like
you can prove things true with logical fallacies.
Arguments are fallacious, not propositions. This is like day one stuff, dude.
Okay. A proposition. Is Aristotle a man? A proposition? Aristotle is a man. Is that a proposition?
That is a proposition. Yeah.
Okay. So it's propositional logic. If my proposition contains a logical fallacy, can it prove something? Like Aristotle doesn't exist. So if I said Aristotle doesn't exist,
give me an example of a single proposition.
Aristotle doesn't exist.
How is that fallacious? Like what fallacy is that committing? A single proposition. Then you're applying. Then it's a group of propositions, not a. So again, your question is ill-formed because fallacies apply to groups of propositions.
Okay, how about this? All sentences are true except this one.
What about that particular proposition?
The contradiction.
Okay.
You would know.
Yeah, I would, because I sucked your dick and you came in my mouth and I drank it.
That seems about right.
You're saying it's a self-defeating proposition, but what's the fallacy here? That's not a fallacy.
It's a contradiction.
Dude.
You know what a contradiction is?
Yeah, a contradiction is two propositions one proposition where the negation is taken to also be true.
No, the truth and negation exist in the same proposition. Okay? The affirmative and the negative exist in the same proposition. The affirmative and the negative exist in the same proposition. Okay? But you're trying to be pedantic. You know what I'm talking about. Can you prove things using logical fallacies? Yes or fucking no?
So, like, if a group of propositions is
yes
fallacious,
or no? You're only going to be allowed to say yes or no. Can you prove things using logical fallacies? Yes or no?
I guess I'll just say no.
Okay. All inductive logic claims involve the logical fallacy of affirming the fucking consequence.
Oh, they do?
All of them. Yes.
All of them?
All of them.
Can you tell me what affirming the consequent is?
It's a logical fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
Yeah, right. What's your point?
Okay, goodbye.
Okay.
Playing dumb is not going to work, dude. I said deductive logic is the only methodology to prove things. So there's only abductive. Well, I guess it's reductive. But abductive, inductive, deductive, and reductive logic, the only one that can prove things is deductive, because the other three forms have logical fallacies in them. It means they can't prove things.
You know what's funny is they only make a logical fallacy is if you use them to make a conclusion of the truth of the statement.
Oh yeah.
If you end in therefore this is true, then you make the fallacy. But if you say therefore this could be true, then you don't.
She was 3 to 4 days old, standing outside.
Yeah, but they can't bring themselves to use the word could.
So I brought her. Is it Blakey's? Kelly, and this is Tunia's story for Geo. The first night she slept cuddled up next to me in my neck, similar to what a kitten or a puppy would do. In the day we do, she can come out she'll let me know when she needs to go outside to go to the bathroom. Petunia, what's wrong?
Hello, you're hot mic in there, lady.
Her twice, and Mom went away into the house.
Okay, it was good, everyone. I got to bounce, man. It's fucking late, dude. I got to wake up at 6 something. 6:10 or something. Fuck. I'm fucked. Anyway, peace.
AI, have you been listening to this for long?
Yeah.
Yeah. So painful.
I'm actually working though, so I can't really do the unmute thing. So I got to go back on mute.
Got it. Sorry.
I used to burn myself a lighter, so no judgment.
Yo, is this channel here to like debate if the Earth is flat? Because I have an argumentation.
An argumentation, really?
Yeah, I got an argument. So, can you explain? Why is it that when I put my phone on a flat? All right. Why is it when I put a water bottle on a flat surface, it stays on perfectly, but when I put it on a round surface like a sphere, it falls off? Because the Earth has to be flat to contain everything that lives on it. If it was round, we would all just fall from the sides and just die. Any refutations?
Yeah, you kind of lost me there.
Yeah. Okay, how?
Your actual argumentation.
Yeah, you can't refute it.
No, I said you kind of lost me there. The understanding of your argumentation.
Okay. You do know who you don't know, like, you do know who you're talking to, right? Like, I am the best.
I just don't understand your argumentation. What's your point?
We're actually going to be so bad that we turn.
Hey, I gotta go. I'm gonna go to bed.
I was talking more than the globe. With his argumentation.
If I had to steel man his argumentation, I'd say that he's saying, why does a water bottle fall off a round table? He's trying to argue for gravity or something.
I think he was saying that, the water sticks flat always. When you put it on the globe, it doesn't stick to the globe. It falls down. So I think he was more pro globe than more pro flat Earth than globe.
Really?
But his argumentation, it was not very good.
Yeah, no. That's why I asked. I don't understand. But if I had to try to steel man it, I would have said that it sounded like he was a glober trying to say, why does a water bottle fall off a round table. Like, well, he said round. He said round, but I assumed spherical, and that it would fall.
If I put my button on my phone, it stays flat, and when I put it on the ball, it falls down. So that's what. Yeah.
I don't know.
But I think he had enough of whatever he was on it.
Out of curiosity, if you take that bowl and get it wet, and the droplets of water, you hold it sideways, as they go down past the point where the line of the bowl is perpendicular with the ground, will the water fall straight down, or will it continue to adhere to the side of the bowl?
Are we talking about, like, oh, God.
Well, he said water would fall off. I'm just asking a question about water falling off. When does it fall off, and why?
Oh, he's done. He's not here now.
Do you mean like a drop of water, like literally on a bowling ball, for instance?
Sure, yeah.
How is that even anything to do with reality?
What about the gallon of water in the bowling ball?
I'm talking about reality. I was talking about a bowling ball and water, or a bowl and water is what I use, but yeah.
What about if you put a gallon of water on a bowling ball? What happens to it?
Oh, is that the ratio of water to earth that is proposed?
I'm just asking.
So we're talking about surface tension?
I'm asking a question.
Wait. Why is there surface tension if water always seeks its own level?
Because you're talking about the scale of a drop of water on a bowling ball is what you...
I am. That's conceded. Right. Just like talking about the scale of oceans on the earth. Yes.
How does that scale?
What do you mean, how does it scale?
Yeah, it doesn't scale. Because if I took an ounce of water instead of a drop, it doesn't scale.
Yes, I agree it doesn't scale, right? But I wasn't talking about it. I wasn't talking about
2 drops.
I wasn't talking about it being perfectly scalable. The question I asked was about water adhering to a curved surface after it passes the point of being perpendicular to the earth. That's the question I asked.
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
My question was about when a droplet of water, a bead of water, will fall off of an object that it is stuck to or whatever, right? As it goes down, it will not fall off the object and towards the ground once it passes perpendicular to the earth on the curve of the spherical object. It will continue to go down along the curve of the object. It adheres to the object.
Yeah, but how do you relate that to the Earth? Because that would mean that all the water would accumulate down the bottom, right?
So the specific claim that I was trying to refute was not about gravity. The thing that I was trying to refute was about this idea that water would not adhere to a globe. I'm giving you an example of how you can see that it does.
Yeah, but it's not analogous. It's not analogous to the Earth.
It's more about the existence of gravity than anything.
Yeah, you're just talking about surface. You're just talking about surface tension, though.
I know.
But you just said you weren't talking about gravity, but then now you're saying in the end of your spiel that you're talking about gravity.
I'm using it as an analogy for gravity, but that's fine.
It's not. All right, it's not analogous, dude.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't.
But you can agree to that. Yeah, like it's not analogous.
It's not directly analogous. I agree. It's not directly analogous. I agree.
Yeah. Cool.
Timbo's got a better vocabulary than probably I do. That's what I meant by it doesn't scale. It's not analogous. Timbo.
Yeah, sorry.
I also agree that it didn't scale. I agreed with both things.
Yeah. Because, like when you're talking about something small, because you can get static electricity to move water as well. Like if you rub a balloon on your shirt, You can get static electricity to move, and then you run a tap lightly. You can get that water to bend coming out of the tap. But that's a different phenomenon, yeah? That's static electricity attracting water. Now
try to do that to a waterfall, right?
Yeah, that's right. Try and
That's
do it
what
to
I
a
meant.
lake.
That's kind of what I meant by it doesn't scale.
But every example that's been given has been one where the amount of water greatly exceeds the size of the sphere, when what we're talking about is a globe that greatly eclipses the amount of water.
What do you mean?
Okay, every time you guys make it doesn't scale example, you always use an example where the sphere is much smaller than the amount of water, much smaller, in a way to illustrate that a small amount of water wouldn't stick to a larger sphere. It's
okay, fair enough. So at what size would it start doing what you're saying it's doing?
I've already said it doesn't scale. I've already said that. I'm just pointing out how the examples you use to prove the point
our excuse
don't prove the point you're trying to say. No,
it's not our excuse then.
I was.
It would be everyone.
I was commenting on the weakness of the examples used to prove the point, nothing else.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the globe examples are weak. Yeah, I agree with you.
You did not get what I said, apparently.
I gotcha. I'm just turning her back around on you, man.
Okay.
I'm just playing around.
So how much water there is on your globe then?
But the globe examples are weak. Right?
Because you have to say how much water there is on the globe that's sticking on the side of it.
What's up, guys? Are people talking here, or is everybody just mute?
No, we were talking up until you must have just jumped in and caught a stage where we were having a little bit of a break, and you think that everyone's just not talking because no one's yelling over the top of each other.
Like a 4-second break.
So, what were you guys talking about before?
We were just saying that water going down the side of a ball and not dropping off at perpendicular is not analogous to water on a globe.
Wouldn't you say that's common sense?
Who said that?
Well, does it really matter who said it? The question is still there. Crickets.
Would you have any proof that you live on a spinning globe?
I don't have any proof. NASA or NASA, whatever, they are lying about it, I think.
I don't know about that.
You don't?
Yeah, maybe. It seems to be that way, yeah, because it measures flat and then they show you a ball.
Yeah, that's why I said I think they're lying about it.
Someone is.
All right.
Well, he's gone. Holy shit. He left. I was just going to say, NASA's an organization. It's filled with many people, and there's a lot of people that probably believe, so therefore they're not all lying. I was going to give him that stupid spiel.
Well, it's true,
He's gone.
It's not stupid. It's right.
Well, I was going to give him that spiel, but he's gone.
The one we've heard 1,000 times but never get sick of.
Yeah.
It's a funny topic, isn't it? Never get sick of hearing the same thing. So what are you guys going to do now that all the funding's gone from getting cut from NASA, SpaceX? No mission to Mars. No one's going to the moon. That's been pushed back down the road. The Artemis project. People going to so-called space, but not going to space. Then saying that they're going to space, but they're not high enough to go to space.
We're going to go to Mars soon. Damn.
Yeah, no, that was so close. All it was going to take would be more money. That's it. We just need more money. We're back. I'm just going to the supermarket.
What's up? Are you guys here?
You're back. What happened?
Dude, look at I just came across this shit like this blog made a post about this fucking server.
Yeah, but what happened? You left and now you're back?
Yeah. Are you happy?
I don't remember what you were talking about.
Okay.
Wasn't
just
that
look
long
at what I
ago?
fucking shared in the chat.
Look.
Dr. Alistair Reed. Did you look? This is insane.
Why don't you give us the snaps?
Even Crit is mentioned in this shit.
All right, what is it? Give us your
And you're in this shit.
Not me. I'm not noted.
I think you are, actually.
I can't be.
You are.
Yo, you deadass are. Like, open that shit up. You deadass are.
You are Oblivion. You and Timbo, all of you.
Okay, so some retard puts some shit on the internet and then copy pastes it and then posts it the same day. What the nobody cares. I am in it. Stupid.
That's crazy. You're famous. The cost of delusion. The 24/7 Flat Earth channel is more than a harmless curiosity. It's a case study in how modern platforms can be used to cultivate and defend baseless ideas.
What's the baseless idea?
Exactly. Let's see the.
I don't know. Ask Alistair Reed. He fucking wrote it.
Oh bullshit!
If you got time, just read the article out.
Yeah, I'll read it. You want to read it?
Yeah, man.
In the vast interconnected ecosystem of Discord, communities form around every imaginable interest. The politics server is one such hub, a bustling forum for debate on current events, yet nestled within its channels is a peculiar and troubling anomaly. The 24/7 Flat Earth channel is a digital echo chamber dedicated to one of the most thoroughly debunked conspiracy theories in human history. This is not a place for good faith debate. It's a fortified outpost of pseudoscience aggressively guarded by a handful of key proponents who substitute genuine inquiry with hostility and logical fallacies. Our investigation highlights the tactics of its most prominent voices.
Logical fallacies? Where?
And revisits the overwhelming evidence they choose to ignore, the architects of obfuscation. Observation reveals the channel's discourse is dominated by a few core individuals whose method. Wait, we're gonna talk about the famous people here. Individuals whose methods are remarkably consistent and profoundly unscientific. They do not engage in debate. They seek to shut it down. Among the most active are users who go by the monikers Crit, Effie, Batman, and Alpha Veritas. They are joined by other vociferous proponents such as Timbo and Oblivion, who are particularly notable for their aggressively anti-scientific stance. Their collective contributions are not characterized by evidence, but by pattern of behavior that is both rude
You just wrote
and
this now.
vapid.
I
did not write. This is in the channel. I didn't write any of this. I'm just reading the goddamn shit. What the fuck are you giving
Somebody
me shit
just
for?
wrote this shit, posted it tonight on the internet.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Dismissal of evidence. Any photographic evidence from space is immediately labeled as CGI or fake without any analysis. Any scientific principle is dismissed as pseudoscience or theory, demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding of the scientific method. Ad hominem attacks both ignorance. Figures like Effie, Batman, and Alpha Veritas often present themselves as guardians of hidden truth, while Crit's commentary is frequently laced with a dismissive hostility. The addition of voices like Timbo and Oblivion only deepens the intellectual vacuum, creating a toxic environment.
All right, stop, because Effie Batman doesn't talk. So someone's just written this now.
No shit, because I'm not even on here all that much.
Yeah. They've gone to AI and said, write me an article about 24/7 with these people in it.
It's a whole ass website, though.
Bullshit.
And anyway, I think when it talks about what we're doing, I think it's projecting about Globers. Because what unscientific methods are we talking about? We're not even talking about science.
Yeah, when we're talking about geometry, he doesn't even know what is science. The guy who wrote it.
Yeah.
I know it's bullshit.
Fallacies. What logical fallacies are we performing? Like what?
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It just says a bunch of shit, but doesn't back anything up. It doesn't even mention QE. Interesting. So that's why I know it's bullshit, because it mentions my name.
Yeah, and my name, and I'm only in here usually during the week, and I don't talk that much. So it was just picking people who were in here at the at that moment. It's funny. Baseless claims. What? The Horizon is a baseless claim?
Wait, click on go to the link, click on science, and it reads some bullshit. Click on technology, it reads the same bullshit. Click on culture, guess what? Reads the same bullshit. Click debunked. The navigation is just the same page.
It's a whole website. With one page.
Yeah, it's called The Rationalist Tiny Site. It's just garbage. It's somebody made this.
Now. Someone made it now.
Yeah, literally just today. Just now.
Because I jumped on, 20 minutes ago? And that's the only time I've been in since yesterday afternoon.
also define echo chamber. If it was an echo chamber, we wouldn't allow any dissent.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
wouldn't allow any discussion.
Isn't this Dr. Reed like is the guy with the glasses that he did many debates and he got debunked in all his things and he thinks like he's very intellectual and scientific guy? Maybe it's that one. I saw him here in this channel.
Well, I hope it didn't take him that long to make that page because it's pretty gay.
Wait, Lego said, I'd say that the most common fallacy here among flat earthers is affirming the consequent. Can you explain that, Lego? Obviously not. If on a flat earth, I would not observe curvature. So you're agreeing that you don't observe curvature?
The horizon is observed curvature.
Horizon. Okay, so the horizon is a physical place.
The horizon is the observation of curvature.
It's what, left to right or back to forward or?
What do you mean?
Oh, curvature, like if the Earth is curving in all directions, there would be a left to right curvature, correct?
No, if the Earth equally
Only front to
away
back.
from you in all directions, then it would have a horizon in all directions from you at about the same distance on a flat ground where there are no obstructions.
Okay, so a flat horizon.
No, you know what I mean. There are without obstructions. Take the word flat out. So if you're standing on a spheroid object, right, and you look out in any direction, at some point, assuming the curvature is uniform, the distance the horizon is from you will be equal in all directions.
Okay, so that's a physical place that you observe.
You can physically see the horizon, but it's not a physical thing. It's different for every observer.
So is it always in the same place every time?
If you stand in the same place, yeah.
So that would be physical then.
It's relational.
If I stand,
but
if
yes,
I stand
it
in
is
the same
physical.
place,
It's a physical, relational.
I'm going to see the horizon in all. Say I'm on a boat in the middle of the ocean. I would see the horizon at the same position in every degree that I turn.
I don't know the answer to that question, but unless there's some weird quirk I don't know about, yes.
All right. Would you have a horizon if you live on a flat plane? Would you have a horizon?
I don't know. I think what I would expect to see would be things get smaller and smaller and smaller until they got fuzzy. That's what I would expect to see.
Yeah, and then they would disappear, right?
Not across a sharp horizon, no. No, they would become more and more fuzzy until we couldn't see them anymore, like what we observed.
Almost like they were disappearing bottom up. Yeah.
No, I've seen things disappear over horizon, and I've seen things disappear past where I'm able to see. They look completely different than a setting sun or other things.
So
that
I've seen.
Horizon.
I live near the ocean, so I've seen boats getting larger as they move away, which is weird.
Yeah, that does happen.
And I've seen boats when they don't disappear bottom up, they just keep going and going and going and going and going. And then I've seen boats kind of look like they'd start to disappear bottom up at a really close distance too.
Okay.
So 3 kind of contradicting observations.
Well, what type of measuring instrumentation were you using to collect this data?
I'm not measuring. This time I wasn't measuring. I'm just observing this time.
If you were eyeballing it, that's not worth anything.
No, it was through a camera.
What kind of camera?
I've got a Sony. What's it called? Haven't pulled it out for a while. Can't remember what it is.
Meantime, you can define what is horizon for us, maybe. That will help us.
But with a long zoom anyway. So, and what you can do is you can get out Marine Tracker and you can look on Marine Tracker and you can see where these boats are, at what distance away from the port. So that would be horizon definition would be where the land and sea, where the sea and the sky in this situation, where the sea and the sky appear to meet. So even the definition is an apparent position.
Yeah. I was asking to him if he knew, not to you, Timbo.
Yeah.
Because I think he doesn't know what is horizon, so.
Yeah.
The horizon is the distance that you can see. It's the horizon. That's what we're talking about. It's a barrier. Well, not a physical one, but
not a physical one. Okay, then. There you go. Argument over.
What do you mean?
You just said it wasn't a physical place. So an optical place.
It's, like I said, relational, definitionally. So if we are in different places,
relatively not physical.
If we both see a horizon, and we're in different places, and our horizons are different depending on where we're looking at from. So we know it's not a physical location you can get to, because no matter how far you walk, the horizon will always be the more or less the same distance away from you, unless you change your elevation.
Incorrect.
Okay. So what's the niche little thing where that's not true? Go ahead. Did he leave?
The horizon should be on the globe.
I didn't quite understand what you said. Let me turn you up real quick.
If it's a globe, it has to have a physical location.
Wait. Wait. So you think if like I'm in Australia and you're in the United States and we both look as far as we can see, then the borders of as far as we can see will both be a physical location named the horizon, and it'll be a physical location we could both go to, but it'll be different for both of us. Is that kind of what you're saying? Because I'm saying it's relational, and you don't seem to understand that.
If it's a globe, it has a geometrical distance from where you're standing.
What do you mean?
Well, it'd be defined by the curvature rate, right?
I did say elevation.
Based on your height. Based on your height and the rate of curvature, right? So, yeah, there's going to be, if you're on the surface of a sphere, then you use Pythagorean theorem, right, to determine the radius value of the Earth, your observer height, your line of sight to the extent of the surface of the sphere that you can see before you can see no more of it because it's curving down and away from you because you're not tall enough, right?
Agreed.
Right. So a fixed geometric point, a fixed geometric limitation to your view.
To my view, yes.
If I'm 6 feet tall, how far should I see the horizon?
I mean, I guess I could go look up the equations. So I don't have them memorized.
Okay, go and look for it.
All right. So curvature of the Earth, based on 6 feet of height, where the horizon should be on a clear day.
Yeah, that's. Yep.
All right. Let's see. So rate of. Okay, could you re-ask the question, because I've looked up. I have a formula, I have a result, I have several things. So what was the question again?
You have a bunch of cum in your mouth, homo, cocksucker.
Super helpful. Could you ask the question again, please?
If I'm 6 feet tall and I'm standing on the beach, on the shore, how far should I see?
About 3 miles.
Okay, so that 3 miles will be if I'm in Australia on the shore, if I'm United States, if I'm England, if I'm in China, if I'm in Africa, it will always be 3 miles, not more than that. Right?
About that, yeah. And I did specify on a clear day, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So what about if I can see 23 miles? What happens there?
Can you see ground level at 23 miles?
When I'm standing, for example, 6 foot, and I can see 23 miles. Or if I'm 1 foot elevation, I can see 10 miles. What about that?
Okay, what can you see that's 23 miles away from you when you're standing 6 feet above?
An island.
A what?
An island. An island.
Which island? Which island?
There is Santa Catarina. That it's famous. You can see it from California.
You said, okay, island that can be seen from California.
Yeah, it's 23 miles away. I think it's more. And you can see it from the shore.
Seen from shore. 23 miles. So let's see what that brings up. Santa Catalina. 22 miles southwest of Los Angeles.
hundreds of observation of this island from many different people. It's not only one person. And I will show you another one.
Hold on.
Which is very.
I mean, I would love to look at pictures. That's fine, but I would need to know the height the pictures were taken at and how much of the island is visible. Because any amount of the island, yeah, I know. Any amount of the island that's visible, you see an island coming up out of water, right? So
you can't see the beach, man. You can't see the light on the beach.
Okay, cool. Do you have a photo of that? I would love to see it.
I don't know which one will come first. Okay, I show you this one. No, not this one. Okay, this is another one from something.
I don't see a beach, really.
This is the oil rigs. This is another one.
Okay.
Because I'm on my phone now at the moment. I don't have all the files, so I'm checking on my phone what I can get for you.
Yeah, that's fine. It's such a small video. It's shaky. It's moving.
It's taken from 1 foot of observer height.
How far away
and
is
if you check,
wait, hold on. How far away is this oil rig?
The first one is 6.4. The second one is 9.6. No, the first one is 6.6. The second one is 9.4. And the horizon is behind that. So it's like
we're
almost more than 10 miles.
Cool. So we're focusing on the oil rigs, though, right? That's what we're looking at.
Because the oil rigs, they are like stuck on the ground. Yeah, it's not floating oil rigs.
Well, okay.
Okay, let me try to find you another one.
Well, the video that's showing, okay, it goes back.
That one is from 8 foot height.
Okay.
The video.
Well, 8 foot from sea level, or 8 foot from where he's standing, which is already several feet above sea level.
From sea level. From sea level.
Okay. All right, my friend. One claim at a time. Are we looking at this shaky, grainy video of the oil rig, or are we talking about the island, or are we talking about the coastline? You pick one thing.
No,
let's look at it.
I was telling you the island. I'm telling you, I'm not on my computer now. At the moment I'm on.
Okay. That's fine. I'll do all the looking up, but we do have to pick one thing, and then we can examine it.
Okay, so this one has all the... Okay, I will send you this one.
All right.
And this one has all the measurements as well in it.
All right. So is this the best one that you have?
This one is, you can see it. This one is the same oil rigs, but it's taken from 1 foot elevation. So the first one, platform hill house, is 2.1 mile. The second one is the platform habitat. It's 9.4 miles away. From 1 foot elevation.
Were these taken
This is in Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And this one is taken from 1 foot elevation. And where is the horizon? It's behind the oil rigs.
Okay.
If you check on your calculator, from 1 foot elevation, you will only see 1.22 miles, and you cannot see more than that. Yet here we can see 10 miles away.
I mean, like I said, I'm looking at secondhand information collected by somebody else. But even if I assume that it's true, like when I take a for example, that oil rig, you can get a picture of what it looks like up close. Its legs are longer than what you see here. Like some of it has been eaten by the ocean. Now, how much of that is quote unquote curvature versus tide? I can't know. That's a problem. So it would have to be like, okay, we're comparing this at this time and blah 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 blah. So that being said, when I look at the information you've presented, first of all, I can't tell anything from the shaky, grainy video. The photo is much better. But the photo doesn't.
When you are on
taken from the video, or
yeah, it's taken from the video.
Okay, then why is it at two different distances then?
No, what? It's not the same video, but this one,
okay,
the photo is taken from the video. It's not the same video. The video I showed you is from 8 foot high. And you still can see behind the oil rigs. The video, the picture is taken from another video, which is from 1 foot elevation.
Okay. I'm okay. So I see the video and I see this image. And why do you find this more convincing than pictures of the Earth from the moon? Out of curiosity.
Because I've never been on the moon.
Have you been? Have you been to this site where these photos were taken from?
No, but I have been other places.
Oh, okay. So then I'll ask again. Why do you find this to be more credible
the location
than a picture of the moon or a picture of the Earth?
Because it's a location that I can go if I want to. If I have the time and I have the money, I can go there. I take a vacation for 5 days.
Wait a second. The location really is irrespective.
But we actually have sent people to the moon. I hate to be the one to tell you.
Hey, wait. I thought are you guys not talking about the Black Swan?
Yes.
Okay, you are. Okay, the location's irrespective, bro. I'm sorry to tell you. All you need is a large enough body of water, and you have a distance marker, right? And you're able to view the horizon beyond the geometric limitations of a spherical Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's all you need. It can be there. It could be in Africa. It could be in Europe. It could be in Antarctica. Who cares? Like, as long as you got that large enough body of water and a demarcation distance, a marked distance, right?
I don't disagree with what you're saying in theory. The problem is that the evidence provided here was shit tier, and I think you would agree.
So are you capable of accessing such a type of body of water that's large enough to extend past the geometric limitation of the Earth's curvature from a certain height?
Not with already existing distance demarcations that I'm aware of. Right now, I live about an hour and a half away from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's a large body of water.
You could find a peninsula jutting out or something like that, some sort of island. You could even use a boat tracker or a ship tracker to track a ship's distance and then go, fuck, I see the horizon beyond that ship and it's supposed to be at like 15 miles away. I can see it from 1 foot or something like that, right? With high-powered, with high-powered camera or telescope or something.
I'm trying to understand the objection because I don't think I understand the objection. Are you saying the horizon behind the object and then I can see water behind there, so it's not sitting on the horizon? Are you saying that's the problem? Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, that's right. Correct. You don't even need to necessarily see a horizon. If you can see the surface of water beyond the physical geometric limitation of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and based on your observer height, like if you're at if you're at 6 foot and you observed the water surface beyond 3 miles, right? It didn't stop there and end, right? And you could see no more surface of water. You've falsified that globe radius value. You've falsified that claim. That's the geometric limitation of your view due to the Earth's curvature. Yeah, and this is something that's achievable for you. It's an observation that you can go and make, right? It is not outside the scope of possibility for you as an average inhabitant of this place, right? But to say that you can do that with NASA photos and shit, nah, you can't. You can't verify those things in that manner. But you can do this, what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I'd have to buy some relatively expensive equipment to do it, right? Like a high zoom camera and such.
You might just need even just a small telescope that can see at that range, or binoculars. Yeah, high-powered zoom device of some nature, like a camera. Yeah,
right, how much zoom would I need? How much zoom?
Geez. Well, a lot of people are using the Nikon P900 or P1000s and all that, but I think you could do it with something like something with a little bit less capability, just has extra zoom, than what is capable, with the human eye.
Okay, so how much do I need to see the effect? Because I'm going to go do an experiment. That's what I do. I go out and I test things. I love to. So what amount of zoom do I need to see the effect that you're claiming disproves the globe Earth?
Yeah, well, yeah, you potentially you could do it with the human eyes,
then hold on. Actually, wait. So now comes the part where I ask you, have you done this?
I've made observations over large bodies of water where not necessarily I've seen with eyes, been in like water at like head height, like just head above the water.
So you haven't done the very thing you're saying I should do.
No, I've made observations of water and shorelines, right, and objects on shorelines beyond the geometric limitation. Yes, I have. I've made those observations, but with my human eye. But with my human eye, with my eyes, right?
And you haven't.
Not with a high-powered zoom scope camera or telescope or anything like that. No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, I haven't done that.
So how did you confirm it?
The point is, it's verifiable. Right, so other people are going out and presenting their observations of this actual thing, right?
I know, right. And I'm saying I'm going to go do it. I'm saying
cool.
And I'm asking you, because I thought you had done it since you were talking about it, but apparently not.
Not with high-powered zoom technology, no. Not with high-powered zoom technology, I have not.
You were referencing zoom technology and then saying you did it. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it was my mistake. I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll look it up about how much zoom I need. Or actually, you know what was the camera you said people used?
You said you live in California.
Yeah, Nikon P900s.
Oh, I live in Texas. I used to live
in Nikon P1000. So it's like 85 times zoom or something like that.
Okay.
But I think that's probably in excess of what you need. But if you wanted to that's like that Black Swan. I think that was a P900. That particular image. Let's snapshot from a video. If you want the video, we can link you the video too. He's made many observations.
The P1000 has 125 times optical zoom. There's no possible way that you could have detected that with your naked eye. It's impossible. Your observations aren't useful.
Yeah. No, but you can make observations with the human eye, which break, which go against the the claimed geometry.
Where can I view that?
Go to the Santa Catalina. You can go to the California beach and watch Santa Catalina. 23 miles away, and you can see it. You go at night and you can see the lights on the beach. The cars, they are going on the beach. The beachfront, you can see that 22 miles away. With a naked eye. You don't need high power zoom.
All right. So my question would be, at noon on a clear day.
Yes, of course, it has to be clear day. I mean, you don't want to go when it's raining, when it's cloudy, when it's foggy, and you cannot see like 2 miles. I mean, it has to be clear day.
I mean, like I said, I'm going to go test this, and I fully expect to see boats disappearing from the bottom up at the distance the calculations say they should. That's what I'm going to expect, and if I don't see that, that's going to be interesting. I mean, seriously, has nobody in here done the experiments themselves? Nobody? I mean, maybe there's a lot of people who aren't like here; they're just AFK or whatever. But that is, I
What was the
cannot believe that.
experiment?
That's crazy.
What's the experiment?
The zoom experiment with a high-powered zoom camera to see the curvature.
It's not experiment; it's observation, man. You can do it anywhere. Even you can see mountains. You can see mountains like 80 miles away. You can see mountains when you are climbing, when you are in altitude. And the mountains, they are there. It's visible at its eye level. They're not bending over.
They wouldn't.
I mean, you can have so much. You can do so much observation. It's just like think about when you are looking to something. Look how far they are and how you see it.
Yeah, I'm literally saying I'm going to do that with a high-powered zoom and demarkers to know exactly how far away. I'm saying I'm going to do that, and I'm asking if anybody else done it.
You can do it with a naked eye. That's what I'm saying.
Kilometers. I've done it over 10 kilometers and approximately 20 kilometers. The second one, I couldn't give you an exact number, but approximately 20, and I've done it over 10. So over the 10 kilometers that I did it was from a beach to a beach on an island. From my height above sea level, there should have been 7 meters of curvature, but I could see the beach on the other side with people sitting there.
Okay. Are you okay with telling me what beach this was?
Yep. So that was in Australia, in a place called Townsville, and the beach is called the Strand. And I was looking across to a beach out on West Point of Magnetic Island.
Can anyone prove to me that there is one here?
And you used a high-powered zoom?
Yeah, just a camera, on a tripod.
Yeah.
How much zoom did you have?
A camera, that makes, surfaces flat. I mean, that's, pretty good force, I guess.
I mean, I'm talking to AJ about how much zoom he had because he said he did the experiment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is it just a normal 4 or 5 times zoom from a regular camera?
No. I've still got it actually. I've got a Canon camera with quite a big lens. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the zoom is now.
Okay.
But you can definitely go and check those distances. I'm actually going back there shortly. I'm going to actually do this again. And a few other ways, and I'm going to film it all so that I've got and keep all the details, because this was just something I did when I was first introduced to flat Earth myself, and I was obviously arguing against it, and I did spend a lot of time on the water, and I started noticing, the distances to certain objects out over the ocean when I was out on the water, because I used to go out a couple of 100 k's offshore fishing out at the reefs, and then when I sort of realised this, I'm like, okay, well, that's about 10 kilometres across there. So I got my Google Maps and pinned out a point that was 10 kilometres across and grabbed my camera. I also did one with the drone there where I sat the drone just above the water and flew it as far as I could across. I didn't get about halfway, but and then I went from there out to another point, which is called Cape Cleveland, and shot back towards an area called Nelly Bay on Magnetic Island.
You know what I think would be the my first question would be, can you zoom in enough to see people at the beach?
Yeah, you can. Yes, so I could see the waves. Cool. I could see like the waves breaking on the shore. You can see people there. Now, there's actually this is very interesting. There's security.
Wait, hold on.
Hang on, just let me say this. There's security cameras along that beach on the Strand, and I used to work with the monitoring room there. But across that distance, you could zoom up pretty close to people. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Then my next recommendation would be to get a actual person on the other side of that beach. So that then you can just communicate, be like, all right, walk right up to the edge of the water, and I'm going to zoom in on you, and I want to see if I can see all the way down your ankle to, where your foot touches the ground. Or can I see only your knees and downward? Is the fact that I can see sand just making me believe I can see the whole beach, or is part of the beach consumed? Like, these are the things that I would want to do.
Well,
I would want to put in restrictions.
That's cool. But you got to remember too that there's supposed to be 7 meters of curvature blocking my view, so I should be seeing maybe the tops of some buildings, trees, the mountains over there. I really shouldn't be seeing anything on the beach. But I also want to try and do a mirror flash, and I also, if I can, I've got to look into lasers because I'm going to have a little bit of time, and I actually want to do this because this is a really good location to do it.
And you said it was 10 miles?
10 kilometers.
10 kilometers.
So the real point is, if your observation is in excess of the claimed geometry of the Earth that they say we live on, right? Despite whatever effects you think you're observing, like bottom-up obstruction of view, okay? Because that can be, you can come up with other reasons why you might not be able to see, like, someone's feet on the sand.
Yeah, okay? You could, yeah. What we're talking about right now is the existence of a sharp horizon, right?
Yeah, that or just surface of water beyond the geometric limitation, right? Based on your height and the radius value of the Earth.
Okay.
Like there's one here the DJ likes to present. It's a Utah observation. Like, so the guy uses, I think, a P900. He makes observations in the day, and then they do a laser test at night, and they film it all, right? So they're seeing straight across 21 miles of water, right? A lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Straight across, one side to the other, right? And there's no horizon, right? The horizon should be at, what does he say? It's like 2.5 or 2.7 miles or something. That's where you should see a cutoff point of water, and then things in the distance being obstructed from view beyond that, right? As the Earth curves down and away from you beyond that point, anything on the surface within that, a certain range, up to 21 miles would be an obstruction of view of something like 220 feet, right? So anything 220 feet or less, you won't see it, right? You shouldn't see the top of it or anything. It should just be covered from view, right? No, they're just saying straight across that shit. Straight across the other side, seeing buildings, car lights, whatever, like just all that shit. Lasers.
There's video. There's video of this.
Yeah, there's lots. There's shitloads of this. Like, we got a home server where you can go to one of our channels, in our additional information section called Laser Test, and then there's also one for long distance observations. You got one for the horizon. Like, I can send you a DM to join that server and you can have a look through our library if you like.
I was more interested in that one video you referenced of a.
I can post that for you, man. I'll grab it. Hang on.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
There's a few others I can drop you as well in the chat. FE Laser Core is a pretty good one as well, which are a heap of laser tests or observations over different distances. And they have got all the videos with the data, the temperatures, the heights, it's all included in there for you. And I think the longest was 24 miles.
there you go. I've posted that for you now. I've really got to shut up and get in this kitchen because I'm the kitchen bitch tonight, and I've got to do some shit. So I'll leave it up to you, AJ or Migu Wigu, others. Cheers, man.
No worries, man. I'm sure we'll all have something to add.
What are you cooking?
Who was that?
I said, what are you cooking tonight?
Just some missiles and veg.
I'm not cooking tonight. I've had a gutful. I'm going to buy something.
It's 8 degrees here in Melbourne, and I made the great decision to start a stew at about 2 o'clock and cook it. Just had it. Absolutely delicious.
I just got back off the mountain here. It's opening day of the snow season. And I had a heap of stock to take up to a shop up there this morning and then back up again this afternoon. And it's like a 40K trip up the hill, and everyone's got snow chains on the fucking bitumen doing 20 Ks an hour.
Yeah, well, I'll be the same people that will drive off the side of the mountain with snow chains on or off. Doesn't matter.
No, as I'm saying, they're putting chains on at the bottom at the moment. It's from the base, right at the base, probably 30 Ks up. The snow wasn't right until the last sort of 5 kilometres on the road, and they've driven 20 Ks an hour. The whole mountain on the bitumen, no snow, and you get stuck behind them. It takes hours to get up and hours to get down. Oh. I'm like ripping my hair out. The road's not even wet, and they've got... Yeah, anyway. Going on, CB?
We already have snow in Australia. Wow, man. I thought it was just the beginning of the winter.
Yeah, we've had no snow till today. Like opening day, it has snowed all night last night and all day today up there. But we had none prior to today. They were making snow. They had one run opened, and everyone's flocking up there for opening day and their one green run.
What mountain are you on?
I'm in Jindy, so I'm at the base of Perisher and Threadbow.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah.
Victoria's mountain's probably got about 10 centimetres as well last night and today.
Yeah, the whole lot was snowed over. But that's even the lower than Mount Dandenong at 600 metres.
Yeah, well, we got it to 1,000 here.
Yeah, they're talking about. Sorry. They're talking about early snowfalls for us up here in the next few days, in northern New South Wales, like potential snowfall at high altitudes.
Yeah, it'll probably push that way. I think we got another 3 or 4 days of snow, so yeah, it'll start heading your way. Man, people are desperate for opening day though. Like one green run, wet, sticky snow, and they're all lining up there. Oh, I wouldn't even bother riding it.
That's all right for all the newbies. All good.
You know what we get now? We get all the Indians from Sydney, and they come up, man, and they take up the whole entire car parks. The town's packed, and they go up there and they toboggan.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to pull any race cards out.
No, I'm not being racist. It's a fact. Yeah, there must be a big influx in Sydney. Yeah, and then they all come up here for their holidays, but they they clog everything up and then they just toboggan. But they also can be quite rude. Yeah, and like I've had a few instances up there at the resort where they just eat their lunch on their bonnet and throw their rubbish in the car park, and like, yeah, I've had not good experiences.
Oh, 2 million of them in 18 months. They've got to participate somehow.
Yeah. All the shops and servos have got rid of their microwaves and all that because, yeah, they don't buy anything. They just microwave their own food and then sit down in your restaurant and eat it at your table.
I swear to God, Earth is round. Swear to God.
Uh Okay, you guys exhibited excellent talent and timing in being silent all at the same time. Now everyone talk at once.
Why is everyone muted?
Are you guys really a bunch of flat earthers?
This ironically has to become a joke channel, right? Crap, be right back.
Oh my, why is it always quiet in this channel? You guys are never talking about anything. You guys are scared. The Earth is obviously flat. You're obviously fat. You're obviously very round. That's why you think the Earth is round. You're round, kid. Shut the fuck up. No. That's
I don't know how any of that.
And that your life is short.
The scientific community does not say there is no God.
The scientific community absolutely forbids the option of creation.
Well, they'll argue. Fields of science will argue against certain stories of creation because obviously, if it doesn't match evidence, then they're not just going to accept it.
What about you? Where do you stand?
I'm not a young Earth creationist.
You don't believe in God?
I have questions about God. I have questions about the nature of God.
So, do you put your focus on academics?
Well, generally, yeah.
University level, quote unquote, science?
Well, I was at university.
So, yeah. So, within those teachings, God is not the creator.
But it doesn't have to be premised on God is the creator. You have Christian academics, you have Muslim academics, you have Buddhist academics.
You're not going to find that in the universities.
No, there were some professors who.
You're just saying stuff that's out of the averages, the norm, the secular aspect.
Okay, but people in higher education are less likely to be religious. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, not less likely. It's forbidden. The topic is a no-no. It's purposely sidestepped. Yes,
it's not. There are Christian societies at pretty much every university.
There are Christian societies, but we're not talking about those. We're talking about Harvard, Yale, Princeton, these types of things. At those academic levels, God is a no-no because we can't have the earth being the center of anything in a unique position, being geocentric. We can't have those types of options in science, in academic, because you're too smart as a human, right, to submit to a creator.
You can if you want. You just need to present them compelling evidence, wouldn't you? That we're at the center of this, cosmos that you're not exactly defining.
No, it wouldn't be necessarily a person presenting compelling evidence. It would be more of the individual as a seeker, seeking more compelling evidence.
This isn't.
You can rest in your laurels of what the academic community tells you, sure. It's not up to them to tell you anything. It's going to be up to you as the seeker. To what you want, what you settle for, your standards.
We aren't, but in science and just generally, we aren't going to be individual seekers of every single claim.
Why not?
Because if you put fuel in your car, you're not going to strip apart the car and test every single claim manufacturers make about how a car works before you trust that it's going to take you from A to B, are you?
If you're a man, you know how a car works. Every single bit of it.
Well,
every single bit of it.
That doesn't even.
Fix it. That's right. Now that depends on what you want to know. Do you want to know about the car, or you want another man to fix it for you?
Yeah, exactly. But you wouldn't say to me if I say fuel drives the fuel provides the energy for the car. Would it be a reasonable claim for you to just say prove it?
What if I told you it's easier to figure out the Earth is flat than it is to figure out how the car works?
Something for the individual.
How much easier? How much easier?
I could do it for $20 and a friend on a Saturday morning.
Okay, how would you do it?
All right. Go to a hardware store, find a hanging door mirror, get a cheap one. Doesn't matter how good it is, as long as it's got a nice reflective surface. And take a buddy out to a lake. Maybe you got like a 3-mile lake somewhere. Have your buddy mirror flash the sun just above the surface of the opposing side of the lake to your face, which is resting on the water. And if you can see the mirror flash, then the law of reflection has debunked globe curvature.
The law of reflection. The law of reflection is debunked. The law of
angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection.
As debunks the law of refraction.
No, law of reflection debunks curvature of the globe.
No. So, are you accounting for refraction? Because this is a common thing I see among.
Yes, I am. And refraction, the law of refraction specifically does not apply in this case.
It does not apply.
It does not apply. No. Do you know what the law of refraction entails and what it is? What the ratio means in physics?
Like Snell's law at a basic sense.
Yeah, exactly. Snell's law does not apply to a gradient index medium like gas in the air.
Yes, it does.
Okay, show me how it is, and I would like a reference citation that it does. Because I got stacks of papers that say otherwise, that n sine theta is not conserved through a gradient index medium. Therefore, it does not apply. And there are physical rules of nature that we can follow and understand why that's the case. But, I mean, it's your call now. Why don't you go drop your sources?
It's literally a natural inference.
Natural inference? Now, why don't you go drop some studies right now? And maybe just cite something with a reference. We can take a look at it.
Well, if you're the one that made the initial claim, then you just drop the reference.
No, I'm not making the initial claim. You did. I said it does not apply. You claim it does. It's up to you. Don't reverse the burden of proof on me, please. That'd be unethical.
Wait, so are we just saying like mirages aren't a thing?
That's not the law of refraction.
Yes,
not at all.
No way. Yeah, yes, it is. It's things refract.
All right, good. Can you drop that source too, please, while you're at it? So first, I want to see.
Do you want the wiki on a mirage, or do you want something with a bit more gusto?
I'd like to see what your standard of proof is by this exercise. So the first thing I want to see is that Snell's law does apply to the air that we breathe. And the second thing I want to see that refraction is the cause of miraging effects. Those two things. Because those are your two claims.
Right. So just drop a source in for you, literally talking about how mirages are due to refraction.
Yeah, drop a source and then cite from the source what it states about it, and we can talk. The first thing is Snell's law's application to the air we breathe. The second thing was that mirages are a consequence of Snell's law. So those are two claims. Those are
go
two
down.
stacked claims.
So go down to where it says it's the heading mirages. Mirages are produced by atmospheric refraction and are mainly seen in
the
settings.
First thing, we're going in order. First thing is Snell's law is refraction, the law of refraction applying to the air we breathe. That was the first one. Let's take that first one down before we move on to this one.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay, can you drop the source and read from the source a citation that says it so we can talk about Snell's law, the law of refraction applying to the air we breathe? That's the first one.
I mean, refraction is literally due to Snell's law.
Still waiting.
Still waiting for the definition of refraction.
I'm waiting for you to drop a source that we can discuss and then quote from the source. That's called a citation. The relevant part that discusses, makes the claim, and then describes how Snell's law applies to the air we breathe. I feel like I'm repeating myself, so excuse me if I'm sounding frustrated. There's another way too. I mean, you could just concede that you don't really know what this is about. And that's a perfectly fair answer. And then we can move on.
Provide a source or concede. It's a very lazy tactic.
That's not a tactic. I'm trying to be...
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm trying to be very rigorous with you, and I'm trying to teach you what academic integrity is about. Do you have it? Do you have the source?
You're asking for me on the spot, so obviously I'm just looking at sources.
Okay, well, we can hit pause. You can spend some time, if you're inclined, to go look for the information you need to back up your claim. And then when you're ready, later today, maybe tomorrow, whenever you're done, we can talk about it. I'm not asking you to produce it necessarily now. I thought you might have had it handy now, but if you don't, that's fine. Take your time. This does not mean that we're going to use the time in between to go gish gallop on other topics. So maybe you might want to put yourself on mute while you start, to do your research, and then we can talk to somebody else.
I am interested. Why do you guys think atmospheric refraction occurs then?
That wasn't my claim at all.
So you don't think atmospheric refraction occurs?
No, I know that the law of refraction does not apply to the air we breathe.
You're wrong, though. It does.
Wait, when you say you know that based on what?
Based on what the law of refraction is.
A law?
So I want you to provide that source so that we can describe and discuss for the audience what that is.
Being selective on
You claim that is the case.
You don't know what it is.
You claim this is the case. I said it's not
I provided you a source.
You to back up your claim that it is.
Why would you be selective on the law and then claim you know what it is when it is in fact the law? I mean, you don't know what it is because you don't know what a law is. You're being selective. You're playing selection games with something that is a law, meaning it must be applied consistently across the board. And you're playing favorites with it, and you're saying you know the law. Well, no, you don't, because you don't know that it's a law. You don't know what a law is, so no.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know what the law is because you don't know what a law is as a law.
Point of a law being universality, like all cases where it can apply, it does apply.
The atmosphere goes all the way down to the ground.
Snell's
don't
law,
you know this? In fact, it even goes below the ground. The atmosphere starts several what is it, like tens of thousands of miles, whatever, and it goes down and it reaches even below the ground, even below the surface level, below ocean level. The atmosphere continues. Didn't you know this?
Like I said, if you need time to research, that's fine.
Refraction is a law of nature that occurs with magnetism. Anything that provides the smallest source of the magnetic field will refract light. That's a fact. Yes, the air that we breathe does refract light, even in front of our faces. Yes. What are you talking about? Our eyes reflect light. Rain droplets reflect light. A vacuum refracts light. Yes. What are you talking about? Glass reflects light.
What's a condition for refraction to be true?
Light. A magnetic field and light.
Sorry,
those are the two precursors, the two prerequisites. No, you can't local. You can't local mute people in here. It's against the rules, dude.
I can't locally mute, and I'm a fucking mod. Excuse me.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have a reason to mute me, and then the server mute me. You're not allowed to server. You're not allowed to local mute
you're
people
actually
according to the
being a
rules of the server.
belligerent dick right now. So
Okay, then turn me down. You're not allowed to mute me according to the rules of the server.
What's wrong with this weirdo? Just get him the fuck out.
Point is, the two conditions.
Bye.
Yeah, he's just a weirdo, bro. What's wrong with him?
Why would refraction
field
not
is
apply?
causing the refraction we experience. Like, what the fuck? Dude? The magnetic field is refracting light in the air. That's why the Earth appears curved, but it's actually flat. But it appears flat, but it's actually curved.
Hold on. What is light? Light is electromagnetic radiation.
No, it's not. I don't know.
You robot. You're roboting for me.
I don't know what light is.
You don't know what light is. Well, I mean, I can't personally solve that for you.
Right.
But yeah, I could say I don't know what a boat is. Like, okay, but is that everyone else's problem, or is it mine?
No. I mean, I think you have the same problem.
I don't know what light is.
Yeah. So I got to know what light is. Question. Why does the length of its wave matter for a perpendicular hole for the light to go through?
What specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about
That's a fucking mystery, dude. So if you shine a light through a hole, the wavelength will determine whether or not the light can coherently enter a hole. Why is that the case when the length of the wave perpendicular to the hole matters for the size of the hole that's perpendicular to the wavelength for propagation through that hole? Why is the length of the wavelength relevant for the perpendicular size of the hole for it to fit through and pass through coherently? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how any of that shit actually works. Do you?
It determines how it interacts. Like in terms of like
that's what I right. Why? Why does the length of the wave perpendicular to the hole matter for the size of the wave to fit through the hole?
Because based on when it comes in, if you're talking about like a slit, it's going to, when it propagates outwards, you're going to have destructive waves and constructive waves that can produce like different patterns. It's based.
I know, but that doesn't address my question.
Because it depends on the frequency of the wave. If it's a different frequency, it's going to produce a different pattern.
Which is orthogonal to the size of the hole that is dependent for whether or not that wave can pass through the hole. The length of the wave. We're not talking about the amplitude. We're talking about the wavelength.
Because it depends how
the length.
Yeah,
90 degrees orthogonal to the size of the hole opening. Why does that matter?
Because it depends how the waves. It depends how the waves interact and scatter.
Oliver, don't try to debate with them. They are kind of,
I mean, we're just asking questions. I mean, if the person I'm asking questions to wants to start bullshitting for the audience, then we got that live recorded. They get to hear this. And it's their choice to open their gaping maw and let a bunch of bullshit to fall out. When they could just say, I don't know.
You realize science is just the study of mechanics. Like, you develop a hypothesis, you test it with like the slit experiment, and then you see what the explanation that best agrees with the evidence. That's all science
I know
is doing.
Science is.
So when we're talking about wave propagation, the study of natural phenomena.
That's part of it.
Well, that's the most basic definition you could give without getting into the weeds.
Well, I think it's better to say it's studying the presumed causes of naturally occurring phenomena.
Yeah, it's studying the behavior. It's studying the
By the
behavior.
way,
Through
if
through
Earth
interaction
was
with the
flat,
presumed cause.
Moon would collide with Earth. Moon would collide with Earth if Earth was flat because
I'm
of the
not talking to you.
gravitation.
They don't make commitments as to what the moon is, which I find is ridiculous because
It's called academic integrity, something I'm trying to teach you at the moment.
No, because the most logical inference you can make from just looking at the moon is that it's clearly an object. It has craters.
Oh yeah, can you prove? Can you prove something with inference?
That's how science works. You look at the most logical inference.
Actually, no. That's how to build a hypothesis through inference, through abduction and induction. The hypothesis tests through deduction, which is not inference. You don't know what you're talking about. That's how to employ the scientific method.
So right. Hold on. So
okay. So you agree with me?
No. So you agree with me? We can play this game if you want.
Well, you said right. You started saying right several times after I got after I finished describing what it was to you.
Because right,
yes, you agree.
Hypothesis, right, is going to be a syllogism.
Yeah.
It's just an
argument or abduction.
Yeah. So then, right, you test through deduction. And you see,
correct,
right? Does experimentation, right? Does what is the most logical inference that can be made from this?
No. When you rule out a hypothesis, you don't have to infer anything. You've proven that you've ruled out presumed causes definitively.
Yeah. So what I'm saying?
No inference required.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is no. Hold on. What I'm saying is science is just developing the most logical inference that seems to best agree with the evidence available.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Did you do science in school?
That comes later. So you might want to build a model which describes and then a theory afterwards that explains. That comes way after the fact. That's not within the method of experimentation itself, where you're interacting with nature. That comes way, 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 way after.
What? Yeah, your theory is the collection of a body of evidence, typically.
Yeah.
So what? Yeah. So what I'm saying, when we say we develop a theory, right, to explain all of these observations. Because the thing is, you can have a wide-ranging hypothesis. You can have quite a closed hypothesis.
Right, and it's based off of rational deductions.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is just saying the moon is an object is a rational induction and deduction from me making observations and me just inducing about natural phenomena.
You didn't do anything with the scientific method to say what the moon is and declare it, though.
You're observing.
Give me a scientific hypothesis for proving what the moon is.
A celestial body orbiting the Earth.
No. Give me a scientific hypothesis. I specifically said that for a reason.
That's what. So
variable, dependent variable, deductive syllogism connecting the two.
The deductive syllogism is the observations. And the argument you create from the observations.
Okay, what is a dependent variable?
Yeah, a dependent variable is something which obviously it's dependent on the criteria you set up.
Is that your presumed cause or your observed effect?
The dependent variable in an experiment.
Is that your presumed cause or the observed effect?
Yeah, I'm asking you what do you mean.
The dependent variable is your observation. It's the effect. The independent variable is the presumed cause, which you will have to manipulate through rigorous experimentation to determine if it causes the dependent variable. If P, then Q. If independent variable, then dependent variable. That is a scientific hypothesis framework that you can use. Now I want you to apply it to the moon and proving what the moon is with it.
Yep. So you create a hypothesis, right, about the moon.
Yeah,
what
please
the moon
give it to
is.
me.
Yeah, try not to sound like a lunatic.
So you're just saying the moon is a celestial body, right? Orbiting
No, that's
the Earth.
you saying that. That's your assertion.
No,
I
that's
want,
the-
you
that's
said
the-
that you
that's the
can prove it
hypothesis.
scientifically.
That's
Your claim is
the
that you can prove.
hypothesis. Yeah,
No, that's
the
not a hypothesis. I gave you the answer, and I gave you a framework to use. And you're
How would you
rejecting
even?
it.
How would you even conduct an experiment if you had no initial
don't know.
hypothesis as to what you're investigating?
You're the one that claimed that the moon is a scientific
Yeah.
proof.
So that's what I'm saying.
Great.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You can't conduct an experiment if you can't even establish what you're conducting.
Good job. So the assertion that the moon is a rock in space is not the result of any scientific experiment.
Yeah, that's what you're testing for.
Yeah, so why did you tell me it was?
I said that's what you're testing for.
I think you're using a lot of words and you don't know what they mean, and it's really hard to communicate with you.
Yep. Do you have a theory as to what the moon is?
I don't care, honestly.
Right, okay. We have our answer then.
I don't care what the moon is. Sorry that bothers you so much. Why do you try to put a burden on me to explain what the moon is? And I don't give a shit. Oh, did you leave? Yeah, he left. Oliver, you are such a card. You did this in the home server yesterday, too. We all heard you. Master Evo, the golden monkey, manhandled you yesterday, and here you are back on a different side of our community, trying the same bullshit. Not working out well, is it? Special thanks to our YouTube hosts for recording this interaction. Feel free to clip it and send it to your friends. Doesn't know what the law of refraction is, but claims it must be true and must be happening. Doesn't know what science is, but claims he does, and claims that the moon can be proven to be what it is based off a scientific experiment. It doesn't know what experimentation is, doesn't know what induction means, doesn't know what inference means, but claims that inference proves things, and then claims no, that it actually provides at best probability of things being true. I mean, this is freaking mental illness all over the map. This is a kind of nonsense we have to put up with. And it almost takes a skill that you have to develop independent of all other skills to talk to people like this who have extreme cognitive dissonance. Kind of like how a psychologist develops a skill to talk to crazy people all day and try to reason with them. This does not come naturally, folks. Interacting with people with extreme cognitive dissonance that has riddled their brain with malformed connections is not something most people have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. But it's what we do. It's a labor of love. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Speaking of mental illness, folks, you can't make this shit up. You say the earth is flat and people lose their fucking minds. What was that, some like Islamic prayer yapping? I mean, what's next? Is like freaking ISIS terrorists going to come after the flat earthers now? Like, holy crap. Oh, man. Hey, anybody else live with me right now? Is this it? Just me talking? Who do we got? T-Dub, I know you've been here off and on. Roto, we were having a great chat earlier. Old Hoss, I heard you pipe in a few times. Good to see you. Yeah, we got some folks here. Crit, of course. All right. Yep. I had to ban that ISIS terrorist. Freaking talking about bombs and shit. Good Lord.
Yeah, a whole lot of Glober talk, man. It's funny with the
listening to all that.
Yeah, man.
Did you catch all that?
Pretty much.
Oliver came in. It was obvious to the audience he had no clue what he was talking about, and he was taking up a position he was incapable of defending. I gave him several outs, and I even gave him information that he could have used to prolong the discussion, and he chose to reject it.
Well, yeah, of course. They won't open the door of detail. As soon as you start asking about things like an independent variable, how many times does it derail? Almost instantly.
Correct.
You know, and it's funny about the academic consensus club. That's really what it is. It's a club of pompous wannabe intellectuals that sit around and imagine things and get on in a geeky, bard-like way of thinking this is powerful because it gets put into the school systems.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just
What's
a club.
Frustrating is,
go ahead.
Yeah, that club of consensus nerds, they're also the ones that have tried to change the definition of things like science itself so that they could shoehorn things that are not science into it and feel good about themselves. So now fields we used to call soft sciences or even pseudosciences like sociology. I mean, even in the field of economics, modern economics today says that they're applying science. And other fields that traditionally cannot be classified as science are now accepted as science because they figured out that they could apply the scientific method in a way to help them come to new understandings and discoveries, even though they aren't actually applying it the way that it was meant to be applied. So they'll take a structure and form of like the hypothesis and they'll apply it to statistics, which is fine, but then they'll call that science.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's just statistics. And the thing about it's very important to parse out the definitions to what they actually are, because it's what distinguishes natural science as in a league of its own and the parameters of what natural science is. And just like you say, you know, in psychology, yes, it used to be called a soft science. I mean, because look at what you're dealing with. You're dealing with statistics. So basically, it's people watching. So you get something like most people will pull their hand away from a flame. 9 out of 10 people will pull their hand away from a flame, let's say. 9 out of 10 people, come to find out, will react in this way. It's a statistic. So then you have something that's outside of that norm, which is a deviation from the norm. So they're just looking for statistical norms, which is just opinion. It's statistics. That's not science. So even in psychology, You say this is normal behavior and this is deviant, meaning it deviates out of this normal herd like. This is what most people act and how they act or react. But here's your deviant from that norm. Yeah, that's not science. That's people watching. It's a lot like stargazing. It's just observations really and some statistics. But absolutely, the exalted nature of what actual natural science has definitely the definition has been widened to a very sloppy and vague extent, and that's how they're getting away with it. Consensus, they're trying to throw the consensus into the science basket, but consensus is their number one because it can be so sloppy and up to interpretation and not held to rigorous aspects like you were pointing out earlier to Oliver, the rigorous experimentation, right? The independent variable is a big deal, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it can be very frustrating to even figure out what it could be before you even get to testing it. I mean, so you might have to go through a whole bunch of presumed causes before you find it. And then once you find it, you want to be sure that that's the only one. Because there may be others. There may be other causes that you don't know about, or other ways to produce the effect that you don't know about either. So, yeah, I mean, this is why there's rigorous experimentation. It can go on and on and on and on, and then you might be lucky to develop a theory. And then from theories that hold true in every case, you might be able to say you discovered a law. And
well, definitely. A person would have had to have hit on something with the independent variable to get to the theory part. I mean, something has to go correct in the independent variable. So if it's just all null, you don't have a theory if you've disproved yourself through the same rigorous experimentation. So yeah, just so people even use the word theory so sloppily. Recklessly.
You do. Yeah, they'll say that you come up with a theory that you test with a hypothesis, and that's like, okay, no. A prime example of this frustration that you brought up is like the quest for the cause of gravitational acceleration, right? So nobody has shown or demonstrated what causes this. I mean, we can maybe explain it with the principles of buoyancy and density. So when we ask for a proof of, scientific proof of the cause of gravity, this implies that there must be an independent variable that has been identified that can be tested and produce results, and nobody can produce one. And then we hear all these explanations. And then they think the force of an explanation offers evidence and proof of something true. And then we get things called moderator factors or moderator variables, moderating factors, which often creep up in statistics and experiments. And people try to cleverly disguise that as an independent variable. So what is a moderating factor or a moderator variable? It's something that is linked to a potential independent variable, but is not the independent variable itself. So when we hear people say that, like, if I'm testing whether or not water boils, my independent variable might in fact be heat, but a moderating factor of that heat is the temperature, which can moderate, which can change. So it'd be false for me to say that the temperature itself is the cause of water boiling when it's actually the application of heat, the energy use that gets dumped into the system itself, not the amount of the energy, but the energy itself, not the delta X, but the X.
Yes, and to even more specifically, a boiling point, like a flash point, a particular temperature.
Right.
Just like a freezing point.
Right. So, like the number of joules isn't necessarily the IV. The number of kelvins is not the IV. That's just measuring the degree of X, and X is the actual heat source itself, and the mechanism that it works. Yeah. So in this case, when we ask for the cause of gravity, and people say, well, in Cavendish, if you take two masses, it's the distance apart of the masses. The distance is the cause of gravity. No, that's a moderating factor.
Let me ask you this, brother. When you ask a glober the cause of gravity, what are you thinking? Are you giving them the word gravity gratuitously, or are you? Is that in your vocabulary?
It's a trap. Right. It's an honesty test. It's a shit test. It's like when you shit test a cheating girlfriend or something, right? You give them an honesty test to see what they come up with. And that's a lot of our questions are designed this way on purpose. Flat Earth is a huge shit test of people's academic integrity, particularly the academics that come in here, the consensus-based reality nerds that you alluded to earlier. We give them the shit test and they fail. And this further underscores things we see, like 70% of PhDs in this one field were awarded PhDs without anybody validating their papers or even evidence of them reading them in the first place. You got these award committees for advanced degrees where it's a buddy system and everybody gives all their friends degrees, and then those, I mean, it's kind of sick and perverse. So a lot of what we do exposes a lot of this corruption too. There's a lot to Flat Earth. Flat Earth just lifts up the rug, man. Flat Earth is lifting up that nasty old rug in the basement. And people hate it. They hate to take a look.
There's a lot of stuff growing under there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this topic is absolutely going to be handcuffed to corruption. Mm-hmm. And there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a sad state of affairs of that aspect. This isn't just knowledge seeking. Yeah, there's definitely, for the individual, the listener, there's going to be a psychological reckoning with the way of people, the way of men. And it's going to be, it's a jagged pill to swallow for a lot of people. It's so unacceptable to the landscape of possibility and the thought of it's akin to the why would they lie, but it's also very naive to be suspended in the realm. The globe is one example. It's naive to be suspended in that realm. So it may hurt some people to ring out of that, but to others, it won't. In fact, they may be a little, have some grudge against the system that has suspended them for so long as they step out. You understand, yeah, there's collusion, there's corruption, there's greed, there's power, all the crap that people were suspected but pocketed the end of it all by saying they just wouldn't lie. It's too grand of a concept to believe that funded groups would to the civilians, to the population. So it's very difficult for people to get a grip on that this is actually the way of the world.
I mean, we're giving them a suppository and they're trying to swallow it instead. That's
right. It really is funny because it challenges the individual. It's an earthquake of sorts for some people to internalize really what's going on. Now, I mean, really what's going on? It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a threat. It's not that big of a shock. Human behavior has been the same since the sun. And the spectrum of what people will do and why has always, most of why criminals get away with it is because they can, meaning there's no opposition to it, meaning who's stopping me? If being criminal is the academic aspect of this, so to speak, right? We're moving against others, not with true crime, but information crime. This is an information crime, is what this is, a robbery, if you will. And what this movement is a reclamation. We're taking that back. It's always been, this is the place for it. This information, meaning for every individual, its original place, it's always been a plane. We're taking it back. This isn't anything new that we're inventing. This has always been the discovery. It's just been covered up. And that's hard for people to fathom, to internalize, that it has been covered up. It's been pathically generated to where we're at right now. Whether each step has been willfully intentful, if it's some of, well, this is where we're at in 2020, as they're making it up as they go along, were the plot points plotted out decades in advance? Are they as smart as people give them credit for? Right? Could it just be a bunch of funded idiots, and this is what it looks like when you put all the commercials out there? This is just an ROI. This is just a response. Of course they're going to net some fish. Of course they're going to net some listeners. It doesn't make them that profoundly smart, though. NASA, etc. There may have been a time when there was more integrity and, hey, let's go adventure and find out what's up in altitude. Let's press the limits of altitude and see what we can do with pure intent. But then maybe they found some things out. Oh, yeah, we have found those limits. Should we tell everyone? Who knows what the process was, but here we are. Here we are. Today. So really, it's just the individual gets the information. They either nod or they don't. As it has always been. You either accept or you reject. And that's the beauty of free will. So it doesn't matter what they put out there. It's never going to change. People are going to have discernment of what a lie is or is not. And it doesn't matter the mouth that it comes from, the funded mouth or your next door neighbor. But that's what I like about this server, for example, and just as one example of what's happening in many places these days, is that the individual is truly waking up to information. So it doesn't matter what these guys like Oliver or whomever come in here. The more they come in here and the more the audience hears this repetitive tactic, let's just say, oh, Oliver, well, what is the scientific method? Right? They wiggle and run. The audience hears that. Well, that's what the last guy did. Well, why do they keep wiggling here when this question's asked to them? What scientific method are you talking about exactly? Right? Vague, 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 run. Oh, the audience is hearing that over and over. Where are all the strong globe personalities that should be just wiping the floor with us? Right? We should be the muse of the academic community. It's just humorous every single day. This is why I listen in here. It's entertaining at this point to watch the daily sad attempts that come in here. Repetitive stylings, template cookie cutter stylings, straight out of page 1 of Google. That's not swinging for the fences. Any Globers in here right now? Any kind of lame, soggy rhetoric? Limp, like a old piece of celery. Come on, Globers. Any fat kids hiding behind a skinny tree? Anybody? Step up to the plate. Bring it and swing it. PhDs are preferred. Come on now. Any big boys aiming for the stars? Anybody want to come in here and land a rover? See the back of your own head? Any of that? Anyone eclipsed with the information here? Pretty fascinating. Globe representatives. I like how you treat it every day as flat and stationary. It's funny. All the Globers should have to hold up a plumb bob and spirit level and then start talking. That should be a minimum requirement. Just so you look stupid. Tell us about the moon rocks. Katy Perry's an astronaut. Anybody refute that? She went through all the training, more so than a jet pilot. Oprah Winfrey's girlfriend went up there too. She's 70. She's an astronaut. She's also a trained jet pilot. Poor jet pilots. I would love to see Katy Perry try to fly a Thunderbird. I would pay money to see that. That would be an under 11-minute flight. I'll guarantee it. Be hilarious just trying to watch her get down the tarmac.
Yeah, would Katy Perry come into in this chat room and have a little chat? Would she do that?
Oh, that'd be great. Oh man, I'd love that. Talk about some highbrow convo. I do want to hear about her flight training though. She probably had to do like 5 push-ups.
Yeah, her only instruction was, don't open the door.
Women.
Hey, sound check.
Yeah, you're on. Well, it was pretty cool when we sent the monkey into space. You know, he had the little uniform on, he had a little helmet and a set, right?
Yeah, did the monkey survive?
I'm not sure.
I know the Russians. Yeah, I know the Russians sent a dog into space, but I don't think it survived.
Yeah, dogs, monkeys, lizards, Katy Perry. But the headset on the monkey was a pretty cool touch. Plus, he's at the helm. You know what I mean? Pulling levers and pushing buttons, communicating with mission control. You know, so he doesn't go into gimbal lock. You know, the trials of space flight. It's not easy being a biped in space. Steering that thing. Roll, pitch, yaw stuff, you know, thrust, such. But it was taxpayer money well spent. For the picture alone, with the little headset, man, just adorable. It's almost as adorable as the flopping satellite dish on the dune buggy on the moon.
Did they put a monkey into space before or after Planet of the Apes come out? Because I would have just said, look, no, I don't think it's a good idea to send a monkey into space. You know, we're going to end up being extinct by a master race of super intelligent monkeys, obviously. Good chance of that. So I just thought, no, I'm out.
I gotta admit, Planet of the Apes was pretty cool.
Oh, extremely. I saw one of the new ones and it just ripped. It's really good.
Oh, the ending? Oh, just blew my mind. But it goes to show you that's the kind of stuff that science fiction is made of. It can be riveting and it can be thought provoking, as if to say, could that actually happen here? And that very notion of how the mind processes that right there is where science is at today. Could that possibly happen? Well, let's put some math to it and fit these equations into that possibility. And if I do it, then you do it, then we have a consensus. So now we have Planet of the Apes as a theory. That's pretty much how sloppy it is. But it's also a testament to the audience. The people enjoy imagination. There's something about it that's stimulating. That is to say, your mind says yes to imagining things because it's exciting, maybe. It's adventurous, even though it's in the mind, just where your thoughts can go. The possibilities of things. Then concepts like Planet of the Apes come to being. But is that reality? Is that an objective truth? Right? How do we start disseminating against objective truth in our imagination? Objective truth is finite and limited, and there's a solution, and the imagination is what's not that. Limitless, endless, no defining lines. Subjective, what you want it to be. One may be more exciting. But if you can't respect old, boring, objective, granite foothold truth as being the same every time, simple and the same every time, there's nothing really to learn or explore in academics. There's no funding for that solution. It's just a bunch of children with toys, really. Academics, that is. What's the excitement of the next unopened present? The imagination is the carrot in front of the horse. It's the motive and the drive. But wow, how you can go wayward from the truth with that kind of interest. Jeff Bezos is a damn dirty ape. Little Planet of the Apes reference there.
Flat earthers say gas needs a container. So, what's the container of Earth? Or gas pressure needs a container.
Yeah. I'm glad you were a little more specific.
Honestly, the details don't matter.
The details don't matter.
Yeah, just like we know that you have parents, and I don't need to know anything about them. I know for a fact that your existence requires you having parents. I don't need to know jack shit about them. Their name, where they live, if they're even alive, doesn't matter. You only exist because they existed. The same relationship applies with gas pressure in the container. We don't need to know jack shit about the container. It has to be there because we have gas pressure, just like you and your parents. There's no different in terms of the relationship. Are you familiar with what an antecedent relationship is?
Yeah.
There you go. So then, in that case, we don't need to know anything about the container. Just like I don't need to know anything about your parents.
Yeah, I'm questioning why it's antecedent.
Well, I just gave you an example, my friend. Do you understand the difference? Like, you and your parents would be an antecedent relationship. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm saying how that extends to the gas pressure on Earth.
Okay. Well, you understand like the relationship with the parents. How about like the relationship between like a tomahawk steak and a cow? Well, you don't really need to know too many details about the cow. You know that you couldn't even have a steak unless there was some sort of cow. The details don't matter, right? So, yeah, it just applies with the gas pressure as well. Unless you can provide us an example where you have gas pressure without a container, and honestly, I don't know why we're asking because we know it's not possible. But if you think it's possible, you should try to make that happen. And then through your efforts, maybe you'll realize it's not possible. So, do you have anything for us in terms of an example of gas pressure without a container?
There's one thing you can show us in, well, I'd just say the Earth. But
no, you can't do that. Well, that would be a problem, right? Because you would be using the thing that you're trying to prove is the case as the proof, which is a problem. You can't do that.
Creation Bear, sorry to butt in. Oliver needs to provide a couple of citations. I pinged you in the main text chat. I can't chat right now, but please take a look.
Gotcha, Oliver. You need to provide those 2 citations and references 45 minutes ago. You need to provide a citation for Snell's law applying to the air or Snell's law explaining miraging.
No, I don't need to explain. It's just the antecedent of Snell's law.
No, you're just trying to be smart now.
But that's what the antecedent is. If it applies, if I come from parents, then obviously it applies. The Snell's law applies to air as well. It's the antecedent of the argument.
I don't know if you could even demonstrate. I think you're just trying to be smart right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tell. I can tell.
But this, if this is the level of argumentation we're setting, I'm applying by it.
Oh, you guys always do this. You guys want to be like flat earthers so bad because we're clearly.
Oh, right. Okay. So, do we have to set some criteria for what a?
Honestly, why don't you just give us an example then? Because you can't use the Earth as the example. That's the thing you're trying to prove. That's the thing on the table that you want to prove to be true. So you can't use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof. That's a big problem.
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah. So do you have an example of gas pressure without a container? Without using the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof?
Well, moreover, hold on, but do you believe that the pressure that you are existing in is contained or not?
Yeah.
Oh. So you believe that the pressure that we exist in order to have it, it must be contained in some fashion.
Yeah.
So what do you think about a container then?
That it's contained by the force of gravity.
I see. So you
Okay,
have
well,
a
that's the
container.
claim on the table.
You have a container on the globe, but you just explain it with gravity. Gravity is your container to explain gas pressure. So you don't claim that you can have gas pressure without a container. In fact, you're promoting the fact that we do have gas pressure, and the only way we can have it is with a container. Is that what you're saying?
Well, are you guys defining a container as like some sort of physical boundary? Like,
are we defining, or some people who
That's how it's
define it?
defined. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be applying by that definition. I'd be saying it's the force exerted.
Can you put that citation that gravity, like a force, is behaving like a container from anybody?
Literally look up anything about what.
Can you give me the name of the person and the citation? John Smith, 1972. Let's say like this: the gravity force, it's behaving like a container. Can you do that?
Right. How do you define pressure?
Can you do this, John Smith?
It's not our job. It's on you. You're the one saying this is possible. So can you?
Right. So we're not even sure what pressure is.
No, we know what that is. You're just saying you're making claims that
if you know what pressure is, then you know what I mean.
You're making claims you can't back up. So we just need you to stand on what you're saying. Don't worry about.
You're saying gravity is
back up a definition we both agree on.
No, it's not a definition. It's not a definition. You're saying gravity contains things. Citation, please.
Yeah. That gravity is a container.
Citation for definition.
You don't know what pressure is? No, that's not the thing on the table right now.
Is that your citation or from some other source?
Yeah, it is probably your citation, isn't it? That's funny.
Right. So pressure, force exerted per unit area.
We don't need a definition of pressure. We just need you to back up what you just said. Gravity contains gases. You have a citation?
Yeah. Guys, why would you care about a citation if you think the entire
because you're making claims that you can't back up, obviously.
is wrong about this? Making claims I can't back up. If I give a citation, why would it matter?
That's the thing. You can't give a citation, so there's no if I give a citation. You can't do it.
We already know that.
Right.
We already know that about you. You don't have jack to offer. We already know that about you.
Of course.
You're not going to have a citation that gravity acts as a container.
Wait, so Rotowalks, you don't know what pressure means?
And you were speaking about subjectivity like 5 minutes ago, and he didn't listen.
Okay, do you want this as a source on gas pressure? And it literally makes reference to the
citation for the exact thing that you said.
Yep.
That's what citation is.
Yep. So
before you get pressure,
I just gave you it, you dipshit. Just read it.
No. Listen, we're in there. That's oh my god. Where's the citation, retard? You know what a citation is?
It just gave you the citation.
That's not a fucking citation for what you just said, bro.
Do you know the formula for gas pressure? Hopefully you do. But before you get that pressure, you're going to need a container.
All right, let's go to find our page. Find your citation for you.
This is why I said it's pointless giving a source, because you don't even look at the source.
You don't even know what a citation is.
Right, what do you define as a citation? Go ahead.
Now we have to define citations for this guy.
let's say
First of all,
I
your
say that
source says gravity in the on the page 2 times, and that's it. So where in here does it say gravity is container for gas pressure? Where does it say that? Because that's what a citation is, right? If you say something,
the
you go to
Earth's
a source and pull
atmosphere.
out the citation of what you said. That's what a citation is.
where did you get that source? Where did you read that? Is that from you or from somebody else?
You asked me for a source, so it's obviously
No, we
from
didn't.
somebody else.
No, we asked you for a citation, retard.
Right. Again, what are you defining as a citation?
What now? We have to define citation for you. You know what a citation is? You even said, "Well, I provided a
keep
source."
bringing it up, so you keep putting it.
Is there a difference between a citation and a source, perhaps?
Are you on crack?
Is there a difference
your brain missing from your head?
Source? Is there a difference between citation and source? Or are those the same thing?
No, they can be defined as the same thing. You're an idiot.
No, they're not the same thing. They're not.
I write papers. You're a fucking idiot.
The fact that there's two different words is probably an implication that there's two different things there.
Right. Look up synonym.
I don't need
for
to look it up.
citation.
I don't need to look it up. You yourself said, "Well, I provided a source."
Fucking idiot.
You don't know what a citation is, retard.
Right. You're not saying. So what am I supposed to take from it?
What do you mean?
All right, so you're saying that gravity is a container.
The chat's roasting you right now.
A bunch of flat Earth retards are roasting me.
We're educating you. You don't even know what a citation is, dude.
The swearing will not help. You can find the source who said that gravity is a container, and citation and proof for that. Not you, You can claim it. I can claim it. For example, the water is boiling if you add ice. And you said citation. And I said, look at on internet, it's written. The water is boiling when you add ice. You said the same sentence. The gravity is behaving like a container. Now we need to find these two things. The water is boiling with the ice, and the gravity is a container.
You got to prove that gravity is the cause of the pressure that you exist in. So now you have an experiment at hand, don't you? Now, who has done that is the citation that we're looking for. What man or group of men have witnessed and agree that we're in pressure with the air that we breathe at a particular point, right? 14 point that we're in, all of us, right? To have pressure, we're going to need this containment. That's what we know. That's what we've come to in this actual scientific method of understanding pressure.
You haven't
will
done
always need containment. Now, you have to prove. You haven't done.
You haven't done any science.
You're not gonna yap over the middle of a sentence, by the way. So
just simmer down, Ollie.
Yeah. See, what you don't have is an experiment to show what you're talking about. You do not have a scientific experiment to show that the reason that we are existing in pressure is because of a gravitational container. That's quite a leap, and you'll never show that. Because your first mistake is assuming gravity. You're going to have to prove a gravitational force to begin with, and you haven't. You don't have that. So as far as mankind knows...
He keeps joining and leaving, dude. He's not actually listening.
That's okay.
You've given up, Oliver. We're just going to ban your dumbass out of here.
Ollie, your tantrum, he's tantruming.
I'm just going to put him back on server mute and just kick his dumbass out of here. Unless you guys want to keep toying with him.
It's toying with them all at this point, man.
I know, literally. Can you believe this shit, dude? Honestly, I literally just woke up. This retard is like, doesn't even know what a citation is, dude. What the fuck? Man, you know what's bad? You know what's really bad when you're getting roasted by CB? Look, I'm not in here trying to be like some super intellectual, but if I'm cooking you, you're fucked. Honestly, it's pretty bad. Ay.
But that force was for proving how the things falling or pulling to the center of the earth. There was nothing about behaving like container in any publication.
Golly, bro.
The irony that even actually requires container is just fucking hilarious.
What do you say? What? I missed that.
Well, that's a big difference right here, guys. Is from so two sides of this fence. On the other side of this, they're going to say that there is a container. They have to concede that, like Oliver just did. But the reason, what it is gravity. Now, on this side, yeah, we are in pressure. Therefore, what we know about pressure, the law of entropy, right, is that you have pressure.
Let me say real quick, because all these niggas talk about that bullshit.
Yeah, but anyway, we don't make any claims about what the container would be.
By the way, you're mute, retard.
That's a big difference.
What's wrong with these people, man?
But you never learn in the school that container is some kind of force. Any kind of container.
By the way, the source that he provided mentions gravity 2 times max, and this is what it says in the chat. I can't believe he doesn't know what a fucking citation is. He's like, oh, I write papers a lot. Okay, and you still don't know? What the hell? Yeah, it's like, why are they 2 different words? Well, they mean the same thing. Oh, really? What's the difference? My God. It's actually pretty scary how often this happens. The citation source thing, that happens frequently. That is not a one-off situation.
Even if they give you information from a source, what you're not going to find are actual experiments that uphold the scientific method. They can't provide that. So the question of what we would be looking for are those that have done, through the scientific method, actual experiments of physics. It's the only thing that holds weight. If they don't agree with that, then their standards are different. And that's up to them. But if any listeners have higher standards of actual physics of the natural world, there is a method that is used for a particular reason, for particular and specific reasons. It's the best method that humans have. It's the gold standard of the scientific community because you're searching for the cause of a phenomenon, an effect, first of all. So there's no leaps of logic. And through the method, specifically, there are no leaps of logic. In fact, one of the proving aspects of a step in the method is to disprove yourself in a roundabout way by finding the null. You are being honest with your experiment. That's the best men can do. That's why it is the gold standard, the method for science.
That's another thing they can't grasp, is the method.
Well, they don't want.
I know. They want to make up their own version. They want to do it differently. No, you don't have to do all those steps. You're being too rigid. That's crazy, dude. When I first joined this whole community,
which scientific method?
Exactly. What do you, dude? What is Palma with us, or is he one of the ops? Palma, you a flat earther, bro?
But did you see how he started?
You never go back, my dude.
Huh? What?
I said, once you go flat, you never go back.
Yeah, fact. When you said which scientific method, that cracked me up, low-key. That's so true.
Yeah, because that's what they ask, like retards.
I know, dude. I know. You're cooking right now. Honestly, that's so true. It's like, how many scientific methods are there? That's a great question.
3,959.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
There's one for every horizon.
Oh my god.
I think they think scientific methods are like genders now.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Oh my god, we're so cooking right now. Damn. Who would have thought? No, genuinely, who would have thought? When I first joined this whole community, they were saying we were science deniers. Wow, that couldn't have been more of a projection. Isn't that crazy?
And then they came out and started saying that science doesn't prove things.
Oh my god, I know. Holy shit, dude, I forgot about that. That's funny. Yeah.
But they're pseudoscience acceptors. They just want us to accept their pseudoscience as science. It's bizarre.
Well, they think for some, like, I don't know if you guys remember being young, like, you know, like, boys would play with, like, fucking action figures or whatever, and girls would play, like, tea parties and shit, house. And when it comes to, like, the tea parties and playing house, you get to make up your own rules, right? If Sally's in charge for the tea party, like, well, we're all going to drink tea with our left hand and all this stuff, right? This is, like, the mentality of Globers. They want to have their own tea party, make up their own rules, their own scientific method, own physics. This is that BYOB shit that we talk about. They want to bring their own version.
Yeah, they're demanding we drink their tea.
We're not drinking that shit, bro. Are you serious? Nah, we ain't drinking that. I find it funny, you know. That's where that BYOB thing spawned from. You don't get to bring your own version of reality, physics, science, all this stuff. We're already locked in, you know. So if we're being called anti-science or science deniers, we would be denying the science like as it's presented, not your version that you made up on the fly. How are we denying something that you made up? Your own ideas. We're not denying that. Well, maybe we are, but like, I just find it funny.
But Stevie, did you see how he started? He started like this. So you flat earthers saying that there is a container for the gas pressure. We say yes, of course. But he will never start like this. So you flat earthers saying that surface is flat.
Right.
And then we go into that, you know.
He got nicely cooked. I think he got cooked on the parents thing because, you know, he was clearly hurting when he's like, oh, well, I can just say that too. They always do this. They want to be like us so bad. Oh, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but they try to steal our swag so often, dude. Citation, please. Like, you'll hear them say that shit, or like, calling out fallacies, like the things that we do, they've taken note and they want to be like us so bad. Have you guys noticed this, or is that just me?
Brother, you can't fake swag.
I know.
And if you try, it's easily seen.
Facts. So true. It's very obvious when they try to just steal our shit. He's like, oh, well, it's an antecedent relationship. Like, oh, really? Walk us through that. Why don't you? Well, it's just like parents. Oh, okay. Damn, bro, you want to be cool so bad, dude. Not gonna happen.
Well, it's a paper tiger.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Imagine trying to emulate the people you find to be like trash or like low, dumb. You're emulating your haters, your ops. That's wild. Like, you're saying this group of people's retarded and you're emulating their behavior. You don't see the problem in that?
Yeah.
They project so much.
But I will not spend time with the retarded people if I think that they are retarded. I will go and live my life.
Tasha, you bring up something I wanted to talk about last night in particular, is how I spend zero time, quote unquote, hate watching, if you know what that means. You know, like, to me, that doesn't make sense. Why would you go and spend so much time in a place that you don't even like? People you find to be like I said, trash or low. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Do you guys do this? Do you spend time in like other communities that you don't like? I can't even name one that I do that.
Only if I feel the dangers for the whole entire world. Like he feels.
Sure.
He felt that flat earthers will change all this peace, harmony, and love in the world. And he said, no, man, these retarded people will ruin everything. And he wants to protect only world, save us, save other people from us.
That's a grandiose motive, though. I think there are a few out there like that, like you say. But I think the other side of the extreme is just to the shallow level of pranking, like a prank phone call. That some people are so flippant, it's just entertaining just to do this as a trolling thing. Others may be getting paid to do something, right? So no matter what, they don't shake their stance. They just come in with the same stuff. And even if they concede one day, what you'll notice is they'll pop back up like a respawn, a reset, like an NPC character. The next day with the same starting stance. They entertain some things, they might concede, but they know tomorrow's bread is going to be fresh. That's going to be the daily news. Yesterday's news is going to be forgotten to the new audience. So it seems like some of this is known and they just keep coming back, no matter what is said, no matter what kind of logic, no matter what kind of reasoning, no matter what kind of adherence to the scientific method and the fundamentals, the objective truths are pointed out, they don't move an inch. And they keep coming back. And is that weird? Yes. It's as weird as Craig starting a channel to dedicate his career to fight the flat earth, fighting something he says he doesn't believe in. Yeah, that is a little odd to make your money fighting something you don't believe in. So, if you don't believe in, say, some other myth, right, it would be akin to fighting, say, starting a YouTube channel, fighting the aliens.
Right.
You know, now, if you're truly threatened, if I started a channel, say, fighting the atheist or something, if somebody's truly threatened, fighting the Christians, whatever, if you're threatened, I can see that motive, but I think there's a lot of other motives in here. Just, you know, you brought up as a kid, you play with like army men, stuff like that. The girls play with the Barbie house, this, that, and the other. But what would G.I. Joe do to the Barbie house, right? He's got a long-range rifle with a scope, camo. Right, he would wreck that play. Just if you're a little boy playing with your GI, you would go in and wreck that Barbie. You wouldn't sit down and have tea. It would be so fun just to go in and destroy it. And it's on that kind of level, in a way, of childishness that I think that we do get that kind of personality in here, just for the sheer delight. Maybe it's shallow, but just to wreck. Right? With no other grand motive of saving the globe world from misinformation.
I can actually directly speak to this as a globe.
You can play with your cow.
If you want to hear
Yeah,
I don't hate people in here. I mean, I hate people in here, certain people in here who are rude to me, just like anyone else in life. I mean, I hate globe earthers who are rude to me, but I don't hate people for being flat earthers. I just disagree with your opinions. I just like having my viewpoints and my beliefs challenged. That's why I come here. But I don't hate people because
Can you tell me what is? Can I ask?
What's up?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
What is the main reason these flat earthers think that Earth is flat?
Oh, it's old people stuff. They believe it.
Luther, not you.
No, that's wrong.
No, hold on, Sasha. Luther's talking for Nate. So Nate sort of has a level head, but he thinks we're sharing opinions.
I caught that.
Did I say that?
Okay.
I never said you guys were
Can you try again? What is the main reason?
Yeah, you did.
What did I say then?
Can you try again? What is the main reason? What is the main reason these people think that Earth is not a globe?
What is the main reason? To me, I think that people just have holes in their...
Not to you, to these people.
Oh my Lord.
That's what I said. I think people have holes in what they understand. They don't know everything.
That's not the main reason. Can you try again?
Gosh, he's not going to answer.
Okay, well, if you're not going to have a genuine conversation, how you will find out what is the main reason? You find out. I think it's very hard to predict certain things in life. I'm not going to go and learn about brain surgery.
I will find out like this. I will ask Flat Earther what is the main reason, and then I will find out. That's my way.
The main reason for what?
Main reason why Flat Earthers believe that Earth knows. They are saying they know that Earth is not a globe. What is the main reason?
I think a lot of people claim they know something even when they're wrong.
He's not going to answer,
but what's the main reason?
Did I not tell you my answer though? I think people have holes in the information they have. I don't think people have a full overview of their knowledge.
That means that you don't know the main reason.
What I mean, I don't know exactly what you guys believe in.
How we will find out the main reason?
By talking to you guys. But here's the question. You asked me what I believe in. You didn't ask me. You didn't ask yourself.
I know your name rhymes with hate. You said you hate people's opinions. What opinion have we shared?
Okay. Let's go back on the YouTube video now. Let's go see what I actually said. Because now you're.
Oh my God! You said
you're lying.
You hate our opinion.
I did not say I hate your opinion.
You don't hate us, you hate our opinion.
No, I do not. Nope.
All right, well,
if you want to believe that's your prerogative.
You used the word hate.
You did use the word opinion. Old Hoss and I both are kind of catching on to the same thing here. What opinions have we offered you?
When did I say I hate your opinion?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Hate. You can like our opinion, hate it. Doesn't matter. You said we have opinions. What are they?
Opinions. I pick people for certain opinions. Sure. I didn't say I hate you guys because of your beliefs on the earth.
That's fine, bro.
I'd be willing to go back in the video.
I'm not harping on the hate part. It's the fact that you said we have opinions.
Let me just put this in perspective. You may not be saying that, but I have several people talking at me. All right, and people who have been taking my words out of context as well. So it's hard to defend myself when I have 4 other people talk to me. You may not have said that, but it's hard to talk when there's 4 other people talking over you.
Okay. Well, it's fine, bro.
I do not hate people.
That's fine.
Believing in the flat Earth. I hate people who are rude to me, just like anyone else.
That's fine. But you did say we had opinions. I'm just wondering what opinions have we offered you?
Sure, and that may be semantics. I believe you guys are wrong. Like you guys believe I'm wrong. I don't think there's an issue with that. I don't believe in God. Some of you guys may believe in God. I don't hate you for believing in God.
But what is wrong?
All right. Thank you so much,
Nate.
Nate.
Talk all over each other? Yeah, thank you,
Nate, thank you for sharing your feelings. Do you have anything interesting to say?
But you see how when someone asks for my opinion, and then you're like, "Thank you for sharing your opinion."
We didn't ask for your opinion.
No, you're just sharing how you feel about things, and thank you for that. We were all wondering how you felt about things. But do you have anything interesting, worthwhile to bring to the table? Nobody's worked up. Nobody's worked up. All right, just calm your feathers. Do you have anything interesting or worthwhile to bring to the table of conversation?
You're upset about me answering a question from another flat earther.
No, you're a motor mouth.
To move on a progressive way, we're done talking about your feelings and how you feel about people's opinions. But thank you for your input. Thank you for your input.
But you see how you're not going to get a good conversation out of someone when you talk to them like that, right? Like you've probably been around for
I'm not
trying to be condescending. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. You're not going to get a good conversation like that.
You're interrupting.
I love SpongeBob. That was a good sound.
Nate,
these people have the attention spans of gnats.
I love the SpongeBob sound, by the way.
Listen, no, we had to get the violins out for you.
Nate, for example, what holes are you talking about when you say that Flat Earth has these holes in the information? Huh?
I think it's funny that you keep on asking the same question, and then when I talk about it, you're attacking me on having feelings.
No one's attacking.
I'm not going to answer this question. You can talk to someone else.
You think questions are attacking? These are just
all the white knighting in here. Y'all are just backing each other up. You want to have a one-on-one conversation?
You don't even remember the words you say 30 seconds prior.
We got like 3-4 people talking over each other in here. How about we have a one-on-one conversation rather than the dog pile?
Well, how about you just, when you speak, pause and listen, and then respond? We're getting audio chaos because you don't shut up.
You don't. You aren't shutting up. Oh man.
Case in point.
Projection.
Nate, listen.
Keep projecting, buddy.
No, you're denying your own words, pal.
So Flat Earth is wrong, but you don't know what's wrong.
Define words.
All right, Nate. All right, that's silly. Nate, here's a serious question for you, Nate. Nate, yeah, define words are silly. Nate, all right, man. Just let us know. Okay, now where does the Flat Earth hurt you? Where does it hurt?
Everywhere.
It hurts everywhere? I mean, just point somewhere as a starting point. Where does it hurt you?
The irony of you role-playing a doctor is...
It's funny, isn't it? But now, go ahead and showcase.
I agree.
Showcase.
Glad we can agree on something. That's actually pretty nice. We can come to an agreement.
Excellent. High five, Nate. But go ahead and point something out.
I did actually high-five myself there.
I bet you did. But this is a family show. Now, listen, Nate. Go ahead and point something out. Point something out that hurts your head about the Flat Earth.
My round head or my flat head?
Now you're just being silly. Now you're being silly. Do you have something serious to say?
I do not.
Classic.
You do not.
Yeah, Nate, we heard you. You said, I want my opinions to be valid.
I think everyone does, but I think you guys should also go listen to yourselves.
Oh my God, dude. Well, that's no way to carry on a so-called debate, just demanding that your opinions be... We respect you having an opinion. You just don't realize that that's all it is wishful thinking and opinion and your indoctrination echoing.
Did I say this?
And you may never get that.
I truly believe that you should all go back on the YouTube video.
Get it, dude. You have no way of processing words, thinking about them, and responding. You're a spastic.
I'm a spastic.
Correct.
You don't know why you are here. You don't know why people...
You're cutting out, buddy.
Yeah, why are you here, Nate?
What?
Why are you here?
Why am I here? Did I not... go back to the YouTube... I keep saying go back to the YouTube video. I literally answered that in my first sentence.
But he likes his opinions to be challenged.
I don't want to have to repeat myself. We should have the memory here, right? We all have
you want to challenge... We heard you, bro. You said you want to challenge your opinions or challenge your beliefs or something like that.
I appreciate that, Creation Bear, because that is what I said.
Let's challenge sea level. Okay, let's challenge sea level. Come on.
Well, I've had conversations here before about the flat Earth, and they go in circular reasoning. They never get anywhere.
That's not true.
Tell me, is it possible the flat surface? Is it possible that the flat surface could be flat?
Okay, I'd rather talk about other stuff at this point, or just listen to other people talk.
So we speak about making bread on the 7.
I spoke up because people were asking about why people would hang around in these spaces where they hate the people, and I was just clarifying. I do not hate people.
You speak about your feelings on 24/7 flat Earth. Is it correct?
Is that what I was doing?
Yeah, you still didn't ask any question about flat Earth. You didn't say something about flat Earth. You don't know anything about flat Earth, but you said that there are people wrong with flat Earth. Well,
you're targeting me with this question as if that was the premise of why I was brought into here.
Where they are wrong. You said they are wrong. Where they are wrong.
Yeah, I'm not going to say with 100% certainty that the flat earthers are wrong. I would never say that because
you originally piped in when we were talking about the type of man that would choose his career to fight something that he didn't believe in. And so you piped up trying to defend Craig, I assume.
I don't know who that is. I wasn't. But
okay. All right. Well, then you really don't have anything to say about what I'm talking about.
In regard to Craig, but I think there was like a general statement about people. Why would they come in here and like hate watch or hate listen or whatever to something like this? And I don't hate flat earthers.
I'm not talking about. Well, that's nice. That's nice. That's not what I was referring to. I was referring to a man dedicating his career to fighting something he doesn't believe in.
Got it. Well, I'm not defending him. I don't know him, and I'm not speaking on him.
Well, good. All right. Why don't you just sit back down, put the sock in your mouth, and listen then, since you're not bringing anything.
Sure.
Yeah, Nate, you may be able to learn something if you didn't have this constant knee-jerk reaction to every word uttered.
True. He does seem a little bit emotional right now.
Yeah, it's Fifi's Thursdays.
Fifi's Thursdays.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if that has a ring to it. But,
you know it sinks in when they repeat it. Fifi's Thursdays.
I think Fifi Fridays gets a better ring to it.
No, for sure, but...
So, did the Titanic sink? Was the Titanic a ship?
Oh, Lord, here we go, bro.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
All right, I take that as a dodge. It's been a nice day, everyone. Goodbye.
A dodge. Dodging the topic at hand. What the hell?
That's what we call your sister.
Is that a fucking spiral, bro? My God, these guys.
And we're dealing with the normiest of normies.
Emotional damage.
Golly. We literally called off the panel like, why would you hate what? Well, I hate what? Ay.
Well, that was a guy there who wants us to drink his pseudoscience tea. I want it to be valid. Yeah, he denied everything. I'm not going to talk about Nate anymore, but come back another time, Nate.
Yeah, but anybody that was in the audience for that, possibly, maybe this one person, maybe, that is hearing this, again, this globe side representation in this manner. He didn't bring anything. It was weightless.
How could he? At this point, there's nothing they can bring for us.
Well, another one down, as they say.
Facts. I mean,
it's so difficult to ask why you are flat earther. You know, that's
Sasha. I'm gonna give you a pro tip, brother. And when you pick up that they're not going to answer your questions, turn your question into a statement. Tell them what it is you think they need to hear. When you keep asking them over and over, they're not going to answer.
You know why, CB? Because they're like, that's for me, I don't know. This is like, he will spend here 1 hour, you know, speaking with the people, you know. At the end, he will not know. He will maybe ask questions. Oh, how eclipses work? What do you think about gravity? What do you think about this? And speaking, and then what is the main reason these people are flat earthers? They believe in God. Maybe somebody will answer to you. Somebody will say, listen, the surface measures flat because of blah, 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 blah. And then you're saying that surface is not curving. Yeah. Oh, can we check that? Are you sure? Yeah, we check it. Are you sure? Sure. Abo, you can watch with me. You can check it for yourself, even. That's the main point. Yeah, that's the main point. Oh, thank you. And then you go on with that. no feelings, nothing. Everything is cool. Everything is okay. It's a surface, you know. Does anyone became the flat earther because of gas pressure? No. Only you know that you need containment. It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth.
Well, see, this is another thing, guys. I mean, to ask the Globers to explain something, how do you explain? You can rest assured this has all been colored in for them. They have a plastic bullet for every notch in the belt, but none of it's real. But they will give you an explanation. So if you ask them, how does this straight line curve? They'll give you an explanation for that. But so it's more important in a certain way of these conversations to say what is. This is how it actually works, right? To make sure that the audience hears what it actually is. Because the what isn't is a grand landscape of mathematical invocation, is it not? Imagination and speculation, the pseudosciences. It's far away from objective reality. So it's important, I think, to say the statements, the claims of what it is, of what we know it to be. And even if that claim is saying something like, we are contained, rest assured, that is a fact, but there's no claims on a container, I think that's perfectly honest as to say what the container is, how exactly it's contained is unknown, right? That's still saying something of the what is in a sure-footed way by saying, we don't exactly know. But what you'll find if we ask them, they'll say, well, we do know. How do you explain this containment? They'll say, the answer's already given to them. They'll pull out their plastic bullet and load it in the chamber for you. They absolutely will. So it doesn't do any good for the audience just to hear how they bend a straight line, because they do have that info already given to them. For a minute example, right? One term that you will hear, guys, is body of science. So a more accurate question would be, well, what is the difference between the scientific method and the body of science? What's under the umbrella of body of science? I mean, it is a gypsy mall of quote unquote science, isn't it? 4 out of 5 dentists recommending something. That's science there, right? This speaker sounds better than that speaker. It's science. My hair is softer than yours. That's science, right? So they get away. If you ask them, well, do you believe in science? They'll say, yeah, it's already been colored in, because what's been explained to them is the body of science. But if you whittle all that away and get very specific and very accurate with what is the scientific method and how does the body of science differ from the narrowness and strictness of the scientific method. First of all, there wouldn't be such things as astrophysics. The entire department is discounted with the scientific method. They don't like that. They don't like that one bit. take a baby's toy away.
Just a reminder that we are still live, chat.
Wait, are we live?
Hold on, chat. Are we live?
Shit.
I think we're live. Can we get a confirmation in the chat? Oh my god.